young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm.
What do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear, when you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know?
That nigga a fool. If she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So
damn, for real.
You know I love. You've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, you know, just in terms of even an old friend, you know, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? You know, like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Or I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No,
like man, they go fighting things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to yes. That's
okay.
Happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something.
Shit.
I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
You're not always get on here.
Listening.
So shut the up.
You not
Don't
listening.
always get on here.
You not
Try to
listening.
dismiss women. Stop
You
trying to
not
be
listening.
in abusive relationships, whether it is
You are not listening.
or not.
Bro, if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. he put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
Damn!
What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic was right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby.
That need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got with a
good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They wanted to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn, man.
The dude with the green eyes, she wants her baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't gotta wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She had to bust it.
What I would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way, when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to? I'm telling you what I hear. You asked me what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on. Let it go.
You are partway chivalry to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your life. If somebody smacks her
investment,
but the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Are you
No.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
Been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B-Love, what's up? But it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. The double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have there's a reason for it.
Direction, choose your own path.
This is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Perfect.
Yo, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel most. Continue in the building. Yo. We popping. We hit, man. Fish in the fit was goody. Mel in the building. You already know. That life was goody. I don't think I saw you yesterday. Hope all is well, man. Mr. Williams, salute, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, man. Let me see. Let me make sure I don't miss anybody. E-Dub, what up? Hood Things, what up? Make sure y'all go. Hey, man, you got to send me the link, the website and all that, you know what I mean? So they can get familiar. Sozan in the building, salute. Trelonius was popping. Hope all is well. My brother D in the building was shaking. Just being lazy, just being jazzy podcast. Okay, salute. Was popping. Good to see you. Rock solid was good. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, and perfect. That's what's up. Nightbot behaving. That's always good. Like Mike, salute. Kid was popping. Light Skin Nay in the building was goody. Ronnie was popping. Hope all is well, man. Hit the like button, man. Homeboy, Shalom was goody. Good to see you. Great to see you this weekend as well, man. Melly Mel was shaking. Hope everything's everything. Cali Bev. I like it. Jay Ali in the
Perfect.
Salute, man. Hit the like button, man. Quincy was popping, kid. Black America, good morning. Okay, I got like Mike already. My brother Frank was shaking. Vet Life, salute, but remember for Vet Life in the building says salute, fam. Where is the next event going to be? I missed yesterday's show. My bad. Sure, good. I knew it. Leslie, what up? So I think the next one we're going to DC, man. We're gonna see what's popping. You heard? So definitely make it out there, man. DirectionCYOP.com, bub, and the latest merch, man. Nick, what's goody, my boy? Good to see you. Rainbow Kid, what up? I don't think I seen you yesterday, man. Hope all is well. Thanos was right, was shaking. Dallas in the building. Salute. Call me Queen T. I missed you yesterday. Hope everything's everything. You know what I mean? What up? Sporties in the building. Salute. Good time in Atlanta. Philly boy was shaking. Let me see, man. Like, share, subscribe. Mufasa, what up, though? Mufasa in the building. Salute my brother. Leon the Don in the building. Sean was shaking, my G. Good to see you. OG Bravo Tech in the building. Of course, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. That helps the channel the most. Riri, I was looking for Yo, he knows. What up, kid? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, so I was following this a little bit, right? Initially, because we was in Atlanta, I was kind of looking at it like haphazardly, you know. When I saw it said Carmelo Anthony defending himself or is defending himself, that shit threw me all the way off. But now that I'm looking at it, I understand what it is they were talking about, you know. So I want to read a little bit of commentary before Sherelle get up here. What do y'all think about this case? Before we dive into it, show you a couple clips. I'm sure you guys seen these clips before. I may be a little bit behind the 8 ball, you know. When I'm looking at it and I hear it on his face, it says these boys was arguing. Apparently, I don't think they go to the same school as what it seemed like. And he was under the wrong tent or the different tent in which he was supposed to be under, right? So then the two white boys come over. They tell him move. He said he ain't gonna move. And then he says, quote, end quote, touch me and see what happens. So I think the white boy that got stabbed up, or not even stabbed up, got stabbed once, touched him apparently. He stabbed him in the chest, and the boy succumbed to his injuries. That seemingly is the long and short of it, right? Pause. So what do you think? Do you think that because it's a white boy and a black boy, you have to choose a side? And if you don't choose the right side, is niggas looking at you some type of way? If you try to be objective about it, is niggas gonna look at you sideways? If you assess it for what the facts are in the case, you know, and seemingly what is the justification for you know, stabbing somebody in self-defense? Oftentimes I've seen self-defense only really work if it was equal but opposite force. You know, so if I punch you and you shoot me, is that self-defense? I've seen that. And his initial charge, from what I gather, was murder one. So murder one is with intent to kill at that time. You know, you intended to kill the person when you did it. So as soon as he grabbed them, essentially murder one is kind of like, I am trying to kill this person. I thought about killing this person, and then I killed this person. And he watched me and see what happens kind of brings you to a place where, is it preemptive? Now, Bub said in the chat, pick a side. What does that mean, Bub? What type of side do we pick? He's black. Do we give him the benefit of the doubt and we understand that it's self-defense? Or do we say, yo, you under a tent, that's the other team's tent, but it's raining, that's why everybody under a tent. They tell you to move. They probably was aggressive and all that. But did you have to stab him after he tried to remove you from the tent? Like, what's the logic? Is there any sound logic here? You know? Yeah, so call me Queen T. Sherelle. So call me Queen. You can hear me? Check. So I think that's what happens, right? So they charge at the max, and then there's always lesser and included offenses, right? So you got murder one, murder two, manslaughter, you got accidental death and shit like that. So I've seen that happen, but to think that they can like get a murder one charge off it resonates a little bit differently with me. Usually see lesser included offenses and things that are not quite like murder one. You know? Damn. So, Sherelle, you know about this case?
A little bit. When I saw you make the flyer, I went on TikTok.
So TikTok is, so I got a bunch of clips, but I kind of just looking at TikTok literally as we speak, right? And I kind of I didn't want to click on any of them because I wanted to have an organic response with you and the people, feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So I literally haven't clicked. I typed the boy's name in, and this is what comes up. Now, I did scroll a bit and I saw Charleston White down here, right here. So I was inclined to click this one, right?
I saw it.
So I didn't watch it yet. So I'm going to wait, right? Because I think I know what Charleston layout going to be. Anastasia says in the chat, he got first degree because he's black. It's that simple. Do you share those sentiments? Him being black has everything to do with it. And they're in, I wish Tiff was here because they're in Frisco, I believe. Frisco, Texas, if I'm not mistaken, which is like north of Dallas. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's like a suburb of Dallas.
Yeah. So it's Frisco, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't even look it up yet just because I wanted to see. So it looks like here, let me share this tab. Frisco, Texas. Frisco, Texas has a diverse population with a significant percentage identifying as white, followed by Asian, and then black or African American. The city also has a notable percentage of residents who identify as two or more races. So it's a decent sized city, right? Mm-hmm. 236,000, 50% white, 35% Asian. That jumps out to me, right? 10% black, two or more races. Hispanic only about 10%. So look at this. Median household income, $141,000. Median family income, $173,000. Per capita income, $66,000. So every 100,000 people. Poverty rate, 4%. Labor force, so 70% of the people working. Most of the people own in Frisco. Yeah, and so Sean here, duh. So Sean lived around that way. So look at this, right? This is a very affluent place, for sure. You can see it on his face, right? Median home value, $700,000.
Yeah, he got a brand new Lexus for his birthday.
Which boy?
Recently, the black boy.
Yeah,
he's at home with the mom and dad, 4.0 student.
Yeah. And he seemed like a good athlete. They said he had a bunch of offers, but where? I think he plays football from what it looked like.
He run track.
Oh, he run track. Okay. So crime rate.
Football too, though.
While generally considered a safe city, Frisco has seen some recent increases in certain crimes. So vehicle theft in 2023, 230 reported motor vehicle deaths. Thefts. So 300 motor vehicle thefts in 1 year. Drug-related, 45 drug-related arrests in 2024. So ain't shit happening out there. Frisco has been ranked as one of the safest cities in America, including being ranked as the safest city in the nation for the second year in a row by Smart Assets. And so there's probably places that are safer, but I think you qualify as a city after a min number of people. You know what I'm saying? So you have a town that got 80,000 people. This might be talking about 100,000 or more. You know what I mean? Just so we can put the context around it. So what up? NTAT, what up? Great T, what up? Omega Dreads in the building. CC, salute. So I think the black guy boy is 16, right? Or 17.
Yeah. 17.
So let me just click on a few of these.
Here's an update on the Carmelo Anthony case. As of today, Carmelo has 2 new attorneys representing him. Initially, Carmelo was being represented by Derek Warpole. Now he's being represented by Billy Clark of Clark Law Firm and Kim T. Cole of K. Cole Law. Together, they put out a joint statement via a press release stating that Carmelo and his entire family are sincerely saddened that a life was lost and offer their condolences to the family of Austin Metcalf. They go on to say Carmelo, like all citizens of the United States, is entitled to a fair and impartial legal process. We are committed to ensuring that Carmelo's rights are indeed protected throughout each phase of the criminal justice system. His attorney said that they plan on working with Collin County District Attorney's Office to seek an agreement to reduce Carmelo's $1 million bond. They will also like to see a better determination of the filed charges. Carmelo was charged with first-degree murder, which carries a penalty of up to 99 years in prison. Carmelo's attorneys also said that this will certainly be a long road ahead, and during this challenging time, we ask for the prayers for both family, and we ask for your patience and respect for the legal process and as they seek the truth. It's being reported that there is only one official fundraiser going on for Carmelo, and it's on the Give, Send, Go platform. There's a lot of misinformation about what's going on and the facts of the case. If you want to follow this case, be sure to give me a follow, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Here's an update on the Carmelo Anthony case.
Okay, so
As of today,
she's just giving out the information. Let me watch this one.
I'd be so disappointed in Black people, man. Like, I don't even be. It's astonishing at this point, because I just feel like if you ain't never made a post to advocate for Kendrick Johnson, George Floyd, the twins that were just murdered in Georgia, but you want to get on here and speak on the situation on the opposing side of Carmelo Anthony, not even knowing, nobody knows all the facts. There's 1,000 stories going around. Like, man, y'all are disappointing. That's sad. That's sad. This is not the time for you to speak on injustices of this country. This is not the time. Imagine if we stuck by each other how they stick by each other, because they're going to stick by each other, right or wrong, at the end of every day. We got to do better, Black people. We got to do better. Innocent until proven guilty, right?
Austin Metcalf's murder was not self-defense.
So her comments say, I'm tired of them type of niggas. They'll turn us in. They're an embarrassment. Exactly. Some of us are such a disappointment. They be tap dancing looking for validation from people who will never accept them. Straight up embarrassing. Our own worst enemy. They saying dude was unarmed. So was Trayvon. And then the other dude says, you're 1,000% correct, Queen.
Yeah. That's been a lot of cooning.
Cooning? So you think dude who opened up in that statement, he was cooning?
Him, it's a few of them.
What? Break it down. What you mean? Hold on, let me do one more.
My biggest problem with this whole Carmelo Anthony situation is people are acting like this young man had no reason whatsoever to be carrying some extra form of protection on him. Like, let's stop acting like school and school-related events are just magically the safest places for kids, let alone Black kids in this fucking country, bro. Like, we have massive unalivements in schools in this country damn near on a daily fucking basis. But then you got situations like what happened to Kendrick Johnson, who was found unalived and rolled up in a fucking gym mat and still hasn't gotten justice to this day. Situations like Trayvon Martin, who was minding his business when he was confronted by a grown-ass man and George Zimmerman, and when Zimmerman couldn't beat Trayvon in a physical confrontation, decided to shoot him and take his life, and then got away with it because of the Florida Stand Your Ground law. Then you got more recent situations like what happened to Quadir and Nazir Lewis out in Georgia, where they were found in the mountains when they're supposed to be headed to the airport going to Boston. So for people to be sitting here acting like kids, let alone Black kids in this country, have no reason whatsoever to feel the need to carry some extra form of protection on them to keep them safe, when we as a society have not done nothing to address those concerns, is beyond fucking ridiculous. Carmelo has no history of violence. So what are some of the other reasons outside of those conditions that would make him feel the need to carry some extra form of protection on him? I'm not saying Austin Metcalf deserved to lose his life, but what I am saying is people want to say this shit is not about race, but we live in an inherently racist society. And given our current conditions as a country, people have no right to say that shit because a Black man is never given the benefit of the doubt.
Let me get Charleston.
No wonder God can't bless black people, because black people got a heart of retribution and vengeance and violence and anger. They want to get back at white people. No wonder Dr. King them could get some things and we can't. But Dr. King them said, hey man, don't hit them back. Hey man, don't hit them back. And them people got way more. Now this group say, let's kill them. Let's kill them. But your kids, you hear about kids every day in the hood schools getting bullied, but y'all don't have this much outrage for bullying. They have a no bullying month, but y'all don't have this much outrage. But now all of a sudden, it's out, let's kill the bully. Most of y'all are bullies. Talk to them today. Most of y'all are, come on, cuz, OG, bullies. Come on, Crip, blood bullies. But now we want to kill the bully. But most of black children go to school every day and have to face a bully. Why you think they got to wear Michael Jordan tennis shoes? But now we got a problem with bullies, huh? When have we ever told our kids to go kill the bully? We taught our kids how to stand up to the bully. No matter if it was two of them, fight both of them. But you don't put your life in danger to kill unless you got killing in you. But if you listen to kill music, you got killing in you. There's no way good kids kill. I know a nigga stabbed the girl 93 times, but before he got to 93, he dropped the knife. She begged and she pleaded. He dropped the knife. But because he was abused and he had anger and he had rage inside of him for what his daddy was doing to him, he finished up. What's in you gonna come out of you. And good kids don't stab people to death, y'all. This is a kid with some trauma. Let's get the background story first. Because he out there in Frisco. Oh, black people, y'all wrong. And no wonder God got your curse. I'm starting to think that curse on us is real, that the Hebrews say. This group hearts is hateful. No compassion. I remember telling my brother one time, God will never let you out of jail, nigga, if you ain't got no remorse for the people you killed. No wonder God can't bless.
So he went to Centennial. Overview of Centennial High School. Centennial High School is ranked 87th within Texas. Students have opportunity to take advanced placement, coursework, and exams. The AP participant rate at Centennial High School is 66%. The total minority enrollment is 70%, and 10% of the students are economically disadvantaged. Centennial High School is one of 10 high schools in the Frisco Independent School District. Okay, so even though his school, I guess black people, we live amongst each other, right? So they probably live on the black side of town, but everybody's still doing pretty well. They just all go to school together over there, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a small amount of economically disadvantaged. Mine was probably 80%.
Yeah. So this still, the notion is still kept, right?
Mm-hmm.
That the whole city is affluent, even if this school is predominantly black, just that people probably live in the neighborhood amongst their own people, right?
Yeah.
Upper Marlboro is similarly like that, where Upper Marlboro, Flowers, and Henry Wise High School, all those kids is 100% black, both those schools, but they also are doing rather well for themselves in terms of their families and such. So what do you think? What do you think overall?
I think black people are wanting from black people the same thing that they complain about what white people do, right? So like, it's just the loyalty. It's we want to rock with each other when we right or wrong, because white people, they don't go against their people for us. It could be the most unjustified thing, and we've seen it on camera. We've seen it 100 times on camera where a black man or a black woman could be justified murdered by some white person or the popo, and people stand by them and they go to court and these people get off.
The mic going in and out.
Oh, sorry. The justice system is on their side. The law is on their side. Everything is just automatically in their favor. So when you see a situation like this and you know the conflict that black children have with white kids, just the history of us, And then you look at the history of this black boy, it's like, why just throw him away before you get all the facts? As a black person, if he wrong, we're gonna fight it out, and then he wrong, we're gonna walk all the way through it. But just the idea to just jump up, not try to get no facts, just like, oh no, he was wrong, he the monster. It's like, come on now. Remember who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And then as the facts starting to come out, you know, he a track player. He's only underneath the tent. It's not illegal. It happens. It started raining. He went under the tent because that was the tent that was closest. The one of the guys, the guy that passed away, he's a twin. They're known bully. You know what I'm saying? They're known bullies and things like that or whatever. So they already was familiar with each other. So it's just a bunch of lies already just to cover it up and try to put propaganda out to make the black boy look bad. But he come from a 2-parent home. He a straight A student. He affluent. He just got a Lexus. You know what I'm saying? Nothing in him just looked like crashed out. Let me throw my life away. It was obviously an altercation where he was in a situation where he was getting bullied and he felt like he needed to defend himself. But it's going to be their word against theirs. And as much as we want to say love is love and we're evolved and racism doesn't exist anymore, it does. The system is still racist. Racism still exists. It's alive and well.
You know what I didn't see, right? I'm just thinking through what you're saying, right? So this right here, right? I didn't see, because I'm thinking about what you're saying, right? That's what I'm assessing. This name popped in my head, right? When Kyle Rittenhouse shot them people, I didn't hear white people come out en masse and speak against this cracker when he shot and killed those 2 people at the protest. Literally went there with the banger, with the AR, where he knew what the protest was happening, right? Preemptively, right? He feared for his life. In self-defense, he shot and killed 2 people. To your point, I didn't see a whole bunch of motherfuckers, white people coming out talking about him. Just as I'm considering what you said, right? I kind of liken what you saying and what I was saying about the Kendrick shit, right? Essentially, if right, you don't like the performance, whatever the case is, right? But he ain't doing nothing wrong, Kendrick, in his performance.
Right.
If I ain't fucking with it, I'm just gonna shut up about it. I ain't gonna go on the internet to shit on him. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is much of a lesser degree, right? We talking about some music bullshit. But just in general, like if your opinion is adverse, just shut up for a second. Let the facts come out. As opposed to saying guilty, 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 right? Essentially, that's what I saw with the Rittenhouse thing. You know what I mean?
And anyway, every nation punishes its own. You know what I'm saying? They gonna handle it in-house. It's not just a white thing, it's an Asian thing. Now of course we have to deal with the judicial system that's here, but it's, you know what I'm saying, your kid go out there and do something wrong, you ain't letting nobody else beat their ass, no matter how wrong it is. You know what I'm saying? If that's your kid, you gonna bring him home and you gonna discipline him in the way you want to discipline him. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to have some type of loyalty there, but
yeah. Daniel Penny, same thing, right? Right. We looked at Daniel Penny when he came out. He choked out the dude on the subway, right? White people instantly backed him. I was on a panel, I think, where they were saying literally, white people are tired of black people, right? Meaning tired of black people acting up, looting stores, acting up on the train, and so he was defending people on the train, right? But it also was a component of what he did because he fed up with nigga shit. That's what was literally being said. You see what I'm saying? Like, yo, he choked them out, 1, to protect people, but he also choked them out 2 because he tired of niggas.
Yeah.
And white people overall getting tired. But I'm what it is I'm just looking at the premise in which you are articulating.
Definitely, and that's what I feel like. It's not, if it's not premeditated from him, I don't think that it's a race thing. I think it's a I'm not gonna like draw a conclusion, but from his mugshot, he had like a smug face because it's that pride, it's that how you feel if you don't, are you gonna let a white man call you nigga to the face? Because we already know when we get into it with them, like what it is. You know what I'm saying? They not innocent. Nobody's innocent. If your kid get into a fight at school and we all know you played some type of role in this situation. So don't act like this. He just came over there to do something. You know what I'm saying? But how many N words and what
your mic, it keeps like, I don't know how to explain. Maybe turn it down a bit. Maybe. Hold on.
It shouldn't even be turned up.
Hold on. It's like it sounds okay, but I wanted to hear what you're saying clearly. Go ahead. What up, Jay Miller? Yeah, that's the thing, right? And I think yeah, that's what it is. It's not terrible. It sounds okay. It could just maybe because I'm on my computer. As long as they can hear you, you know, that's okay, right? I just want to be audible in what you're saying. No, and here's the misunderstanding, right? Hold on a second. Here's what we're actually saying, right? I notice people are not listening well, like Jonathan, Leon, right? Sherelle is giving her premise, right? She's giving her premise to how she sees it, right? So this is one side of it, right? And so I think in order to do it, to be objective, you got to hear the side that you don't agree with, right? So I think that's the key. When I look at it, Sherelle, and I'm sitting and I want to play this hype video too because I think this is a good one, but I didn't listen to the whole thing. I'm thinking if it's me under some tent, I play at Centennial. It looked like he played football. It looked like he had some offers, and they play at Frisco, right? There's familiarity, I think. Mm-hmm. Right? Because if he's a star, he had a bunch of offers, good grades. Osar, if you listen and shut the fuck up, then we can work through the conversation. Right? So if he goes to Frisco, I think there's some familiarity just from me playing football. I don't know if I was good as these boys here, right? We were familiar with the kids that went to the other schools. You know what I'm saying? The good ones, especially. Like their name will be on the report, right? Because we have a scouting report. So we literally go through. So you know their names, their faces. They go, and now with all the media, they definitely know each other. There's plenty of combines. If you looked, he had on combine attire in a couple of these different photos. So they probably been at combines together. And if they juniors, they played against each other, I'm sure, right? For years. So, and it's just because we all just speculating to an extent, right?
Right.
He under the tent, the wrong tent. He might know a girl. Who knows why he under that tent? Now, what happens under these tents at certain races, especially if it's track, right? He probably sitting there because he's familiar with somebody, you know, and then everybody got their shit under the tent too, right? So I know that if I saw somebody who wasn't a part of my team under my tent, I would probably say something, you know, especially if I'm a big, strong football playing nigga, I'm definitely going to say something. Especially if my brother with me, I'm definitely going to say something. So I'm just looking at the dynamic. So I know how them tent goes. And I know you usually get invited to another tent by some girl who really don't got no control over that tent. So I just know how this shit used to go when I was in school. Mm. And you sitting there for so long, depending on how many events you do, right? So I didn't run in track, I threw. So I threw the javelin, which was like last, and then I threw the shot put. You know what I'm saying? So you still got to be there all day. You know.
Yeah.
Also, what it looked like to me was a meet, but how do you say? I don't know how many teams, maybe 4 or so. I forget what they call that.
A relay?
No, it's just like it. So it's usually 1-on-1, but then if you meet up, it could be like 4 or 5 schools there.
So like a jamboree?
Maybe something. Somebody will know who actually was enthralled in track. You know, I kind of just did it because it was something to do, right? But you'll have a bunch of teams there and a bunch of tents, right? So now it ain't just being on opposing sides. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just looking at these dynamics here. So now, boom, son's sitting there, right? He know he ain't supposed to be under that tent, but Shorty say he can go under that tent, right? I just know how it used to happen. And then they come over, yo, you got to get the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, DeAndre, I can't remember what the hell it's called. Yo, you got to get the fuck up out of here, right? They exchange some words, right? Up to and including touch me and see what happened, right? And now you got him and his brother there. He definitely, invitational. Maybe, that's what it is, right? Him and his brother there. He grab him and he poke him. That's the long and short of it. He grabbed him, try to remove him from the tent. He got his brother with him. So, do he think he gonna get jumped? I don't know. You know, who knows, right? If my brother with me, you can safely assume you're gonna get jumped if it popped off. It's probably a 99.9, 100% chance you're gonna get jumped. If my brother with me and I start with you. Period. Now, is that enough for you to pull the banger and poke the nigga in his chest and get up out of there? Is it because it's 2 big, strong football players versus another big, strong football player, but it's 2-on-1? They fussing for sure. It ain't no quiet time, right? Does it make sense for him to poke him in his chest because he think he about to get jumped in his 2-on-1? Is that self-defense? Or do you remove yourself from the tent and make an evasive maneuver? And then if you can't get away, then you have to defend yourself.
That's
or last thing, does it fuck you up for self-defense if you say, touch me and see what happened?
It does, because it shows you're an antagonist.
Is that an antagonizing statement?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, should he have fought them as opposed to stabbing one of them? Does it make sense for him to get jumped and fight his way out, or poke one of them niggas and get up out of there?
It made more sense for him to just leave. Or do you have to do it either or?
Well, I guess I'm asking though.
I'd rather him fight and live to see another day. Both of them, because both of their lives gone.
Okay. Now,
Your kids, you know what I'm saying? You fighting over petty stuff.
What do you do though in that situation? Shorty said you could sit there. You ain't bothering nobody. They come over and say, nah, you got to get up out of here. Let me ask a question. Put a 1 in the chat for all the men in the chat that would have moved. When you obviously, because niggas don't just go sit under nobody's tent, right? That ain't what happens. So you in the tent before they come over there, probably parlaying, chilling. They come, try to big dog you. Put a 1 in, what did I say? Put a 1 in the chat for?
If you would have moved.
Put a 1 in the chat if you would have moved out the tent. DeAndre said 1.7. So the majority of y'all are saying y'all would have moved. Yeah, and this is the thing that I don't question. Wasn't no respect there. Not to say that makes or breaks what he did, right? But if I come over, me and my man's like, yo, you got to get up out of here. What you doing under here? Ain't nobody saying, oh, excuse me, brother. I know it's raining, and I know that Stacy said you can sit here, but if you wouldn't mind moving because we have our personal belongings here and we don't trust anybody around them. Or is it a black boy from your rival high school who got offers and and the two white boys from I think D-Town said they school for all white and they good ass football players too. What's the actual, what's the transaction? Like, let's keep it tall. How did they actually interact?
What the F you doing over here, N-word?
I don't think they call him a nigga.
They let it fly like it's a regular word.
I don't know. I think that they ask how young boys ask. My daughter was talking to some boy on the phone. I say something, and he's like, "Oh nah, fuck you talking to?" Oh, sorry, sir. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I saw one post said they had him through his book sack, took his phone, stepped on his phone.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, doing all type of, extras. Before it escalated to him grabbing a knife.
So one more time, the majority of the men in the chat said they would have moved.
Everybody always talking about what they're gonna do when their emotions not on the rise, right? Like the majority of them say they can come home and see another man with their wife and they'll be, I'm gonna just walk off. Yeah, but when your emotions and your adrenaline is pumping, you sitting there and people trying to bully you and they talking about what they gonna do to you. You know what I'm saying? We barely can let that happen on the panel. The moment somebody on the panel is telling you, boy, if I was in real life, and you start to feel that threat, like, are you saying you would do me something? We so quick to be like, oh, well, this is my address. Can't set up the match. When the next match, like, how do we even start the meetups like that, right?
Yeah.
With you disrespect me, I disrespect you. Men, like I said, men, ex-wives, girl, like they're gonna be willing to kill, die, go to jail about whatever they believe in. That's who y'all are in nature.
That's what I'm saying.
There are people who practice stoicism, people who have reached a level of maturity or have an upbringing to where they don't behave in that way.
That's what I'm saying. And I think this is and I hope that they tapped into the question in the context, right? Because we literally painted the context. And these are 17-year-old boys. All y'all saying he talked to you spicy, you just gonna get up and move. They probably did track for sure. A lot of football coaches kind of make you do track. So all y'all saying when you was 17, 18, 16, 17, 18, y'all would have just got up and moved. I just don't see it. We just trying to look at the dynamics of the situation. Now, I need to find something where it says something about they threw his book bag and all that. Maybe this one will. Hit the like button if you can. That helps the channel the most. And it was raining. That's a good point, Reaper. I just don't see it, fellas. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I don't see y'all just moving.
From Hyper Clubhouse in Atlanta for Hype Plus News, I'm John Alba. The story of the physical track meet stabbing is gaining attention from around the country after a 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony was accused of fatally stabbing another student athlete, Austin Metcalf, after a dispute. If you're not familiar with the story, the altercation between Anthony and Metcalf reportedly began after Metcalf told Anthony to move from their team's tent. Now, according to ABC News, witnesses reported that Anthony allegedly reached inside his bag and said, "Touch me and see what happens." That same source also reports that when Metcalf grabbed Anthony to move him, Anthony allegedly pulled out a black knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. Now, due to the unique dynamics of the story, many have labeled this a racial and political issue. with many supporting Anthony claiming self-defense. Now the victim's father, Jeff, was one to come out on multiple news platforms to deny the situation stemmed from race and politics. Eddie Griffin would cover the story on a new episode of his series NNN, and he would go on to take the father's side. Additionally, Griffin would end up condemning Anthony for even using a knife instead of fighting.
I want to clarify something right off the start because I've already heard some rumors and gossip. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing.
There's reports that, you know, they were bullying the stabber, and that's why he stabbed him. If you get bullied, you know, just knuckle up. Why is it always weapons involved with these little retarded children? You got a gun, you shoot it. You got a knife, you stab a mother. He was just talking to you.
Story appeared. Tariq Nasheed would add his commentary on social media site X and would immediately bring up how he thinks race applies. He wrote, a suspected white supremacist named Austin Metcalf, pictured with his twin, allegedly demanded honor student Carmelo Anthony give up his seat, like it was the Jim Crow era. Carmelo defended himself from the alleged threat. The Daniel Penny case set this precedent. Taking the opposite approach, conservative commentator Matt Walsh would write, if I told you that a young man stabbed another young man to death for telling him that he was in the wrong seat, and then I told you that one young man in this altercation was white and the other black, and then I asked you had to guess the race of the assailant, every single person would know the answer immediately. Young black males are violent to a wildly, outrageously disproportionate degree. That's just a fact. We all know it. And it's time that we speak honestly about it or nothing will ever change. Another social media user, Bishop Talbot Swan, will use 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse as an example that many conservatives rally behind. He would say, y'all said 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse was justified in killing two people with an AR-15 because he felt threatened. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony was defending himself when he killed Austin with a knife. And y'all think he deserves to go to prison? I wonder why. So what do you guys think about Eddie Griffin's stance on condemning 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony for stabbing Austin Metcalf instead of fighting at this track meet? Do you think Anthony did this in self-defense? And we have to ask, how much does race play a factor in the story? Let's talk about it more in the comments below. Plus, stay up to date for the latest news and comedy, culture, and sports by subscribing here to our YouTube channel and follow Hype Plus across all social media. And if you enjoyed this story, you can always send us a super thanks by hitting the button below, and you can tip us what you want to show your support. Reporting live from Hyper Clubhouse in Atlanta for Hype Plus News.
Now, the one thing I think Tariq is good at sensationalizing. When you look at that picture with the two twin brothers and then Carmelo, right, where they holding the guns, that's every day in Texas. That ain't about nothing, right? People go hunting all the time. You can get any damn gun you want. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people shoot for sport, you know. Trigger Mike, as an example, live out here. He got 1 million guns, you know what I'm saying? he sell guns and shit, right? So I think that is used like that. And if you're talking to people in the Northeast or people in California or the Mid-Atlantic where it's hard as hell to get a gun, you know, like in the DC, right? Especially where we live at, then it's like, oh, what the that's regular shit. You know? Now, him being a known racist, did he say?
Say he's a white supremacist.
A known white supremacist? I didn't see any reports of that other than literally that tweet.
Yeah, I agree with the white dude's dad about it just not being political and not being about race. You know, some high-headed kids want to get too far. I could tell like a bunch of adults and race baiters want to stand up and make it about their agenda.
What does that do to the what actually happened? Like doesn't that sully everything?
Yeah, because to be honest, while they're, you know, used to want to be a lawyer, while they're building a case for his defense, they're actually building a case against him, right? So if it is proven that these boys were bullying him beforehand, or they're white supremacists and he was aware of that, then he goes to their tent with a knife, that's murder one. There goes motive.
Yeah.
Like you're literally creating a motive, thinking because they all think that they just know how court goes, which is why they're always so disappointed when the verdict doesn't come out the way they want it to. They don't actually follow case law or understand how the judicial system works. You're building motive for him. You're not helping him at all.
Yeah. Okay. Let me. No, I'm trying to. Bring this up. So, of course, this guy. Oh. I'm trying to bring up or highlight. Let me see if I can bring it up here.
That's them playing against each other.
That last game looked like it was, but this looked like. Mm-hmm. Damn. Yeah, that's college highlight. I don't know what offers he had. They said he had a bunch of offers, but it could be some how you say academic stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
They said in his stat line here, it says he is let me look at his profile. So here's his profile right here. Cause I'm really looking at this to try to get his stature. So his stature is they say he's 5'11", 160. So he probably 5'9", 5'10", 160 probably. 4'7", he's slow as hell. He played free safety, strong safety. 35-inch vertical, 205 pounds on the bench, 405 pounds on the squat. Clean 225, class of 2025. So that's definitely him. He had one more year.
1 year.
What was the white boy name? Austin?
Yes.
Let me see. I just want to. What I'm trying to do is compare. You know what I mean? Like the stature. Austin and Metcalf, right? Let me see if I can find his huddle. So he definitely a bigger boy. His positions already show that. So Austin played middle linebacker, and fullback. So 6 foot 225, Frisco Memorial. So he definitely a bigger boy, that's for sure. Let's see. What shit look like?
This just their highlights. It's not them playing against each other.
Mm-mm. But this shit look like some JV shit. He played pretty good. But he definitely way bigger than him. Maybe a couple inches taller. I think that shit might be JV though. I ain't gonna hold you. You know. So, do you agree with that narrative that niggas is cooning?
I think it's in the way that they ODing. I think it's want to psychoanalyze black men or like make it about the entire race. Like, you know, the guy that was saying like black men are inherently violent. We know this. It's like, and the others are not. So I just don't like to try to make it seem like we're just these savage people who are just so violent, and it's like we just wash away their history. And I can see if the history was like, oh, this was only back in the day when they was horrible for centuries. They haven't been doing good in the last couple of months, the last week, the last year. They ain't never had a time where they was doing good.
Yeah. Just us being overly violent, right?
Yeah, but it's just these docile creatures that we just want to pick with them.
Sway with the 2000 salute. Dope weekend salute, my G. I hope your toe doing better. NTAT with the $5. No broke folks in Frisco. Nice houses, but densely packed. Been there many times for high school football. They're part of Friday Night Lights. Often. Nick Taylor. NTAT was goody. Miss Valerie. Hello, everyone. You're showing support. Good to see you, Miss Valerie, in the building. Big Sad with the $5. I'm in my prime. No way I'm moving. I wasn't mature enough. Good luck getting me out that tent, unless it's a coach if I was invited. Dirty Dude with the 2000. Why did an athlete have a knife at a track event? Yeah, I mean, that's one of those interesting sentiments, Dirty Dude. I'm trying to think. When I was young, that I used to have, yes. I guess simply because you never know. That was always my mindset. Like, you never know what can happen if you out of bounds and etc. You'd be surprised what be in these kids' backpacks, right? For protection or whatever they think to be the cases. Just why in DC, as an example, all backpacks have to be clear. You know?
Yeah, we have the clear mesh, and most of our schools, all these public schools, all have metal detectors for the students.
Yeah. Yeah, real shit. And they go through metal detectors. And I don't know. I would assume they take the bus out there, right? But like, so in the big cities, you know, the kids take the train. They take the train to school. They take the city bus to school. You know? Who you walking with? Who you going with? So I don't know what the dynamics are there. But when I see a kid with a knife, I'm not overly surprised. That could just be because the environments. You know what I'm saying? I think the preemptive nature of touch me and see what happens gives me cause for pause. You know? I think that part. Now, my son, if he outmatched physically, my first thing wouldn't be to tell him to pull out his knife and start poking motherfuckers. I would tell my son to duke it out.
Like Craig Daddy, be a man, son.
You know what's crazy? I'm 100. I wish that this statement was easy, and I wish that this was common sense, and I wish that this was the truth. You know how many times football games get shot up? Motherfuckers is really beefing. What's the cornerback? In matter of fact, in Dallas, to Akeem Talib, his brother shot somebody dead at a football game, a youth football game. Sports events is where you catch a motherfucker at.
Yeah, we had a couple of kids get shot at my high school when we was in high school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just simply saying that at the sporting event where you have outside parties, outside entities is not locked into the school specifically. Probably some of the more dangerous events. They used to have this dude in Baltimore. They called him the Crime Stopper. I forget his name. But they said crime dropped by almost 90% whenever he was playing. Because all the gangster killer gorilla niggas was at the game. Truth in here, he could vouch for that. Zagu, y'all say that, but yo, motherfuckers be beefing.
So the question is, was the knife? What kind of knife was it? Was it like just like a pocket knife to where everybody carry one of those like ones that's be on your keychain? It's like my daddy had one of those little knives that be on his keychain all the time, just in case you never know what you got to do. So is it like one of those knives? Is it a butcher knife? Is it a hunter's knife? Was he trying to use it as a shield or a weapon?
Yeah.
Is it solely for protection, or did you go out there trying to do something?
Well, it seemed like he had it on him.
And he was quick to go to it.
Yeah. He had it on him. They didn't say Rainbow Kids, they didn't release what type of knife it was, you know. The father said it wasn't a race thing. I think it was just machismo with young boys. I think
and
that
then it
now,
got out of hand, and he made a dumb decision in a split moment that's changing everybody's life forever.
Yeah.
Clearly, you know, nobody's trying to justify him deleting anybody. You know, I hate to see it when we do it to each other. I do feel like we should have more compassion, more poise, more value on somebody else's life. Nobody should be deleted over words, over anything stupid like that. Nobody's life worth that. We'll literally get mad, get angry, and smile in the next second, get over it in the next second. You don't have to throw your whole life away for it. So it's not that I'm not condoning anything that he done.
Yeah. When I assess it on his face, I think the threat at the game, especially given the environment, people know what environment they're growing up in, right? I don't think it was that imminent of a threat or that dangerous of a threat for him to pull his knife out, right? But you don't control your repercussions, only your actions. And when you put hands on people, if depending on how outmatched they think they are, ain't no telling what they gonna go get, right? Just when I assess the situation, you know, you trying to bully the boy out of there, right? Essentially, he doesn't comply, so you grab him, and your man's is with you. What's the response you expecting? I think people misunderstand. Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. Ain't no rules in fighting. It's already illegal.
Right.
You know, if I punch somebody in their shit and they pull the hammer or they pull the banger, I can't be like, yo, you wrong for that. Because I already put my hands on that person. Right? Motherfucker said, you ain't had to kill him. I seen a few niggas get beat to death.
Now, this is also the thing. You know, we from the South. I know you from the North. But in the South, you have this thing called stand your ground. I mean, you on your ground, you on your turf, and somebody come messing with you, you have every right to stand your ground as a citizen in this country. So if HAMP is in Texas, Louisiana, Florida, like, you here, and somebody come and tell you that they're going to do you something or put their hands on you, you have every right to stand your ground, defend your manhood, defend yourself as a human here.
Yeah, and so
and you can meet that force with equal or greater force all the way up into death.
Yeah, but even like with all that, you know, I'm just looking at the response, man. I don't see, and I'm gonna drop the link. I don't see a way out for him. I don't see a self-defense here. But it could be because my view is skewed from the northern states where we kind of have self-defense can be very difficult to prove. But him having a weapon isn't. I'm not surprised by that, right? Because let's say Charleston White is even remotely correct. Even though they live in an affluent area, if the music is really warping minds, right? And people admire the hood, they admire the struggle, they admire the projects. Now people try to replicate that behavior. It's not far fetched that he got his little knife on him.
Yeah. Now, what I can say is, you know Will Smith, the football player, he played for the Saints, right?
Who?
Will Smith. You don't know Will Smith? He was the Saints player, and actually, he got into like a car wreck with my cousin Bear, and him and Bear got into a shootout. They both black, so Bear got convicted. We did an appeal. Bear came home for a little while. He got convicted twice. So just even within the evidence, like a lot of times it is hard to prove self-defense, stand your ground, all these situations, because when Will Smith hit,
okay. He killed him in traffic, right?
Yeah, because when Will hit him, he followed him. And people do that in New Orleans. People that hit you and run. Most times you do gotta follow and put out a burner and all of this extra stuff just to get the paperwork straight and stuff like that, because that's just what people do. A lot of times people drive in stolen cars, but they ain't got no business, they ain't got no insurance, and they do stuff like that. This particular reason, I don't know why Will Smith didn't stop, probably because he was famous, and sometimes people may hit you or get into an accident with you just so they could try to take your car. So it might not always be safe to stop in New Orleans after somebody hits you, because it could be a setup. So he just did not stop, and Bear decided to follow him. They get into an altercation. Gunshots go off. We don't know who fired the gun first. We just know that Will Smith died. Bear saying he got shot at first, but it wasn't proven. Even the second go round, he went back to jail. So my whole thing is just like, even with the stand your ground, it is hard to prove self-defense out here.
Yeah, it's just I told you, your mic is like going in and out, but he yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's hard to prove. So when I look at it on his face, man, you know, how he poked him and was able to get out of there. He was probably able to get out of there regardless. You know, usually in the northern states, like you have to be kind of backed into a corner to even use that defense. Because the stand of ground doesn't apply. So it's just very interesting, man. But do you have to pick a side? Is it a real, like the racial lines, do they have to be drawn because it's two boys making stupid decisions, or it's a black boy and a white boy making stupid decisions? Because it's stupid to grab the boy phone or grab his backpack or try to throw him out and then try to grab him, remove him at a track meet. And then I think it's a foolish decision to pull the banger when you could perhaps bang it out. But then who am I to tell him that if you got two boys of a stature coming at you essentially? You know, so when
did he fear for his life? That's the question.
That's gonna be, and I think at a track meet, so I think a lot of the points, no.
Now, the track meet with all these people, even if a fight breaks out, even if they jump you, there's so many people that can help you. There's your other teammates who will know this, because you know, if you ever seen a football team have a fight, the coaches and everybody be out there throwing hands. So if somebody sees y'all having a fight, you don't think that they're going to sit there and beat you to death. So you're not in fear of your life. He's boxed in with that.
Well, I think he boxed himself in with touch me and see what happens.
Which is hearsay.
Yeah, but I just know that's not fear.
But it's hearsay. It's the brother is saying that's what he said. The twin brother is saying that's what he said.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, I've seen people hit their head, get stomped out. There was a boxer who got punched in the back of the head and became damn near a vegetable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, So I don't want people to take it for easy. Like, yo, just throwing hands is, you know, I guess, you know, you stabbing somebody up. Obviously, there's level to everything, but you know, you can die in any type of fight at any time. You know, for sure. It just, you know, I was looking at the TikToks. Like, here's a few I wanted to show y'all, and I saw these from what's his name, Officer Tatum, which he always kind of err on one side. And I'm gonna drop this link. Hit the like button for us if y'all can, man. It helps the channel the most.
You went found the biggest coon. We all gonna eat. Get some dirty rice.
That life with the 10 ounces. Salute Hamp and Rel. Hamp, yeah, at Hamp. I don't see a out for the kid either. He was in their tent, right or wrong. He made the first threat, and we know what happened after they touched him. Sad story. Do the racial lines have to get drawn? Put a 1 in the chat. Do the racial lines have to get drawn? Put a 1 in the chat, man. Let me show y'all this.
Don't feel as it's right what they're doing to this young black man right here.
If there's any human being in the United States of America that deserves presumption of innocence right now today, it has to be Carmelo Anthony.
For them to raise $150,000 for this kid is insane to me. And what it speaks to, in my opinion, is the racism that's involved in this. Because if that young black boy would have killed another black boy at a track meet, we wouldn't hear about it. There would be no GoFundMe. There would be no, oh, we need to stand with him. It's because he killed a white kid. And it's a race war underneath the surface of our country, mostly projected by black people.
Dude, it's funny, man. Oh, really? Hold on here. Let me see if I can find that. Okay. So. Let's see, hold on. I don't see it.
You see what?
Oh, they said look up something. They said somebody was speaking. Oh. See it. So yeah, that touch me and see what happens thing is permeating throughout the media. All right, let me see this. Let me play this.
Hey, y'all, you're controllable. But if you're like me, you're not the one to back down. So it's time to fight back. And that starts with PDS Debt. PDS Debt has customized to understand your unique financial situation. PDS Debt.
There's people on Twitter, Facebook, everywhere trying to get his GoFundMe reported shut down because we as a people don't feel as it's right what they're doing to this young black man right here. Keep advocating, keep doing y'all live, keep reposting, and keep doing what y'all doing. This baby is gonna come home no matter what, and he gonna have the best legal team to get him home safely as well. They trying to get this boy under the jail, destroying his reputation and everything, trying to make it seem like he a thug. This child is a 3.7 GPA student, had 21 football scholarships and everything. He had friends and family, all of that. This boy had something to lose. Learn to keep your hands to yourself and you on FAFO, period.
If there's any human being in the United States of America that deserves presumption of innocence right now today, it has to be Carmelo Anthony. Hands down. He was attacked. It was more them than him. And his witnesses on their side, plus his brother saying that happened. How is that a self-defense? All right. And then proportional use of force. It wasn't a multiple Pokemon. It was a singular Pokemon and he ran.
It's two men
200 or more pounds over you, 2 of them, come and mess with you, and you're trying to defend yourself, what are you going to do? You're going to do what Carmelo did. As of right now, the media is trying to do everything in their power to make him seem like he's an evil person. Y'all did not see this man repeatedly. That's my thoughts on this.
Let me show you very clearly why I think this is a problem and why this is a racial issue. If you don't know what I'm talking about the incident that happened at the track meet. Carmelo Anthony, with a K, decided that he was going to stab a kid in a conflict under a tent. There's a few things that we need to talk about here. One, I can legally almost represent this case and show you that Carmelo Anthony will be found guilty. It has nothing to do with his skin color as far as I'm concerned, because I do not care. I'm black and I got my family white. So I got black and white sides. I don't give a flying flip. What I care about is justice. What I care about what's right. What I care about is the law. And for them to raise $150,000 for this kid is insane to me. And what it speaks to, in my opinion, is the racism that's involved in this. Because if that young black boy would have killed another black boy at a track meet, we wouldn't hear about it. There would be no GoFundMe. There would be no, oh, we need to stand with him. It's because he killed a white kid. And it's a race war underneath the surface of our country, mostly projected by black people against white folks. So when a black kid do something wrong, black people rally around the kid that did something wrong because they don't want the white boy to be right. They don't want white people to be right. They don't want white people to be on television saying that this black kid is a thug. They don't care that the black kid, I think that some of them do care, but I think that they're avoiding the point that the black kid actually took the life of somebody unnecessarily. Let me give you a couple factors here, which would bolster the legal argument that I have. I do believe that Carmelo Anthony will be found guilty if he goes to court. I think he's going to do a plea deal because he knows he's dead to rights. His attorneys know he's dead to rights. According to Texas State Penal Code, he will go to jail and be sentenced probably more harshly than he would if he do a plea deal. I think he's going to do a plea deal, and I think in the plea deal, they're going to give him manslaughter charges, and he's only going to do 5 or 8 years in prison, which is a travesty. If he goes to trial, this is how he loses, unequivocally. In the state of Texas, they charged him with first-degree murder. First-degree murder is when you murder somebody intentionally or knowingly causing the death of another person. That's subsection 1. Subsection 2 is intending to cause serious bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that results in somebody's death. They got him on the first statute because he knowingly and intentionally decided to poke the boy in the heart with a knife. The second statutory claim here, which they can get him on as well, is intending to cause serious bodily injury. If you didn't intend to kill the guy, but you should know that stabbing somebody in the heart could cause serious damage, serious bodily injury to that person, and is clearly negligent and is dangerous to human life. They got him again. Here's another one. Commit or attempt to commit a felony other than manslaughter during which they perform an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes death. Let me add to how that's a problem, because carrying a weapon on a school campus is a felony offense. No, it's a misdemeanor offense. Let's go down to the law because I want y'all to see this very clearly. If you go down to Texas law, it says that it's a knife blade exception, right? If it's 55 inches or shorter, generally speaking, it could be used or be on a public place. However, there is restrictions as to where this can be presented. It says right here, let me go up a little bit. I'll go down here. It says violating these restrictions can lead to criminal charges with penalties varying based on specific circumstances and locations. For instance, carrying a local restricted knife.
He trying to chef it up now. He's trying to chef it up a little bit, but he looking at the statute, right? I think the key about murder 1 is knowingly doing something, right? And I think that's the part to where I don't think murder 1 applies here, you know. But I know that lesser included offenses generally do. I wonder about the racial lines, man. Like, is that racial tension always there? Is it really real? Do we need to mind it? Do you have to pick a side, man? Tommy, what's poppin'?
I don't. But you about to go, Tommy? You going? Talking? He went on mute. Yeah, I don't think. I think people already picked the side. Like majority of people are on their side, and they're not coming up off it. I think I was saying this another day. I think I was arguing with Sway about like if sometimes like when we get into race wars and stuff like that as Black women, we act as if there's another group of men who are going to push their women aside to come and get us. That's not how life works. No other groups of women are going to stand up and march in the streets or do anything for Black men. You throw us away, we're literally all we have. Now, do we have our issues? Yes, but we all we got. Nobody's choosing us over their own. Not in math, never. Majority of people understand that there's clear lines, and people push forward. People try to blur the lines, and people want a better world where kingdom come and let freedom reign with all that MLK shit, right? And they're striving for a world better, but we're not there. And if anything, all we've done is cover up racism. We haven't got rid of it. You know how when you stink and you try to like spray cologne on, but you really like need a bath, but you stink. But you think you sprayed cologne on something and it got rid of the smell, but it didn't. We never got rid of racism. We just found better ways to hide racism.
Well, I guess the retort would be, why is the outrage seemingly so selective? Like, why do we not hold ourselves accountable when we shooting, stabbing, and killing? But if a white person does it, or if it's done to a white person, or if a white person's the antagonist, or if the police do it, is always such an outcry. What would be your retort to that?
Nah, because it's the blurring of the issues, right? So just because one thing exists doesn't erase the other. Just because we have a problem with Black degeneracy, people have an issue with Black degeneracy at an all-time high. People are trying to speak against it because the most degenerate of us have been given so many platforms to push propaganda about us all. But just because we got King Von don't mean Black men deserve to die. Just because we got girls that fighting on Bad Girls Club or whatever, don't mean Black women deserve to die. Like, we can't make that constellation. So every time they unjustifiably do something to us, and then they talk about, well, let's talk about y'all degenerates. We're gonna you can't bring up our degenerates to justify injustice. That's the real issue. But yes, do we have issues within our own race? Hell yeah, they do too. Just that we're not aware of what they got going on, but everybody's always aware of all our issues. Even if they are causes, you're a part of it. Stop acting like your ancestors and your people ain't a part of the reason why the dysfunction exists in our neighborhoods in the first place. So of course you're aware of our issues because you started them.
Well, here go the problem, Hamp, and this is why this shit always lingers on.
Come on.
How many white people do y'all know that will actually tell you, hey, my father used to be racist? All these black and white pictures we see, how many of their kids know what was up back then? Like, when I was in the military, and they used to have these World War II vets come through, and everybody I never shook them niggas' hands. I knew how y'all gave it up when we was in there. It is what it is. They don't never tell their kids what they was into. So when our generation comes up and we're having these conversations based off what the fuck we was told was going on back then, they're looking at us like, huh? Not even knowing that your dad and granddad was the one that was doing it. You remember when, I believe it was Ben Affleck, found out that his family owned slaves? What was his immediate reaction to do? Try to go duck and hide. You get what I'm saying? So even the ones that say might have been like that, and then like they reformed, changed or whatever, it's not like they go to their kids and go, yeah, man, we gave them people a hard time, you know, yada. They don't do that. They just act like that shit never existed. We just had Jerry Jones. Oh, I just saw it was a rally, so I just happened to go there. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, you just ditzy, and you just happened to be Forrest Gump and walked up on a rally of people trying to stop black people from going to school, and you just happened to walk upon it. You didn't know what was going on. But that's what they feed their kids. It was never them. It was these other boogeyman people. So when you come up around like these white folks, especially the younger ones around our age, those racist white people are the boogeyman. But they're not even knowing that your parents was in this. Your grandparents was in this. So again, when you come across us, my grandparents, they told me about the shit that happened. I have my grandfather's brother, shit, I want to say 2005, 2006, was still terrified to sit in a restaurant with white folks. So in my brain, it goes, what happened to that man to where in 2005, he was still terrified to sit in a restaurant with white folks? But what's not going to happen is those people that did that going to go to their kids and go, oh, yeah, even if they reform, oh, we was messed up back then. We used to do that. All that shit dies. So their kids come up with, you know, that's why we always had these arguments amongst them about what happened back then and stuff like that. And they think that we're, you know, pumping it up or this, that, and the other. It's because they not telling the history like that.
So how do you tie it back into what you and Sherelle are saying into what I asked in the story specifically?
Well, I think because it's always going to be that resentment. So even like Buddy that was just talking, right? He goes, you know, it's a race war and it's mostly by black people. Most black people's resentment comes from when you see stuff like what happened with Trayvon Martin. And everybody that got common sense can kind of see that it was a messed up situation, and you got white folks that's gonna play in your face and go, "Oh no, da-da-da-da." Like all of those instances when Rodney King literally gets whooped on camera, and white folks sit on the jury and go, "Nah, they ain't do nothing wrong."
So, well, Ronnie,
like, we hold that resentment.
So, okay, so when you look at this, what's your take?
I mean, for me, I think everybody kind of does the same thing because, again, whites kill more whites than anybody, and they kill more people in America than everybody. Yet, we don't see them splattered on the news every day. You get what I'm saying? Like, it happens or whatever, and they tuck it away or whatever. So, what makes it weird for me, for like what Dude was talking about is, but then you get mad at us, we learn from the best. Like a lot of what black people do, it's American. It's what we do. So it's a reason why you don't hear an influx of like these white folks on the news and the crazy shit that they do.
But what about the stabbing?
Look, for me, with them situations, like I would have to know each and every detail of that shit, especially when you're talking about the possible self-defense and this, that, and the other. Because everybody gonna have their stories. His story, and there's the truth somewhere in there.
Okay, well, based on what we have, he's under the tent that's not his.
Mm-hmm.
He plays football at an opposing school. It's at a track meet. Looks like there's a few different tents up, so it looked like it was more than two teams. Those boys try to remove him from the tent. I don't think they were nice about it, up to and including grabbing him and try to physically remove him. Before that happens, allegedly, he says, "Touch me and see what happens." The boy who died touches him, gets stabbed once in the chest. Carmelo runs off. He ends up dying. The two boys were white.
Look, I've always been told you put your hands on somebody, be ready for the response.
And how do you feel like I
don't get to
didn't
choose what that response gonna be?
How do you feel like I didn't answer your question? Ask your question again.
Well, I was just simply saying, do we have to pick a side?
I said we already picked a side.
Well, that's what No, I'm saying, do we
Or do
have?
we have to? No. I think
I mean,
if you're above the shit, you're above the shit, right or wrong. Call it out every time you see it. If you don't like when white people are still to this day petitioning to make sure that the man who deleted George Floyd gets out of jail and his conviction gets overturned because they're putting money and rallying into that still currently. If you don't like that, if you don't like that they stand up and they take mass murderers and all of that to McDonald's after they shoot up churches and stuff, like if you're not into that, you just want to stand on the ground of right is right and wrong is wrong, then no, don't choose a side. If you don't believe in race, don't see it. But if you believe in race, you gotta go down with your people, right or wrong. They do wrong, they do right. That's your people. You gotta clean up your own house. You gotta take your L's and your W's with it, just like everybody else do.
Tell me what you think.
But just keep it that way. Don't flip flop. Don't not want white people to be race first just because you're not race first. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't have that expectation and don't flip flop it. Don't want the white people to not be race
but that's
first.
what they do,
But
Sherelle.
you get to be race first.
But that's what they do. So you don't have to, but like Sherelle said, don't come holler at us when it's time when something happened to you. So you got two instances. You got African bro, where the white girl got him in an apartment, and all of a sudden his family want to come to the black community. Yeah, we all right. And then you got the dude in Texas that was talking cash shit about black women. And what do you say? I think I'll smash a dog before I smash a black woman, yada, yada, yada. And his white chick killed him. And what his family doing? We understand what he said, but, you guys shouldn't. Nah, don't tell me what the fuck we shouldn't do.
Because like I said, dumb other people that you want to diss your own people for and you disown black people for, those groups are not going to support you. They're not in the streets marching for you, baby. They don't care. They're going to stick beside who they got to stick beside. At the end of the day, it's about survival. And people are going to go with who they belong with.
I mean, think about it, Sherelle.
Like, it makes all the sense in the world to me.
Think about it, Sherelle. If somebody is native to somewhere or part of something or whatever, and they switch up on them, why would you trust them? That would be insane. If you're going to switch up on your own people, why are we going to trust you over here? You damn sure going to switch up on us.
Yeah, the best thing you can really do is advocate from within or do something, be the spook that's set by the door, advocate from within, from your own people, because definitely if you're the one zebra trying to hang out with the lions will be looking at you like that nigga, we gonna fry you. You know what I'm saying? Because the moment we get mad and you over there, you a target.
So, in this case, if you're looking at it objectively, if your take is like Officer Tatum, are you over there with them?
Yeah.
He been over there with them.
You know what I'd be interested in, HAMP? I would be interested in his take on Trayvon Martin. And then that would kind of show me a lot more.
He did a lot of videos on Trayvon Martin.
This situation is very similar to Trayvon Martin. I mean, besides the fact that nobody doesn't have the title that Zimmerman had, but outside of that, somebody was getting their ass whooped or getting touched, and somebody ended up losing their life in that situation.
He feels like Trayvon was a thug and Zimmerman was justified in deleting him.
But you don't get to decide who a thug or not. If he's sitting around there with no criminal record, no ties to a gang, how do you get to decide he's a thug? Like, it's insane. You know what bothered me about that? I remember all these white folks going, why would you wear a hoodie in the rain? And so mentally that stuck in my head. So the next time it rained, you know what I looked for? White people in hoodies. They were all over the place. Interesting. But it shows you that they gonna stick with theirs. So you don't have to pick a side, but trust and believe a side is gonna be picked.
And not necessarily if you feel like you don't see race and you just see right is right and wrong is wrong, I don't necessarily think that you're going against your people. It's a lot of factors that goes into why Tatum is not for black people.
He speaks against black people all the time. He married a white woman. He have a white family. That's who he upholds. He was a police officer. He got the whole lineup.
Well,
He big cat.
if Tatum left out all that stuff about he black and he got white, and he said he started reading the statutes of what murder one is, and based on the facts that he has, that's murder one, and that's why the boy is guilty. Will we still call him a coon, or are we calling him a coon because we know who he is?
We call him a coon because we know who he is. But facts is facts. You're not a coon for just stating facts or looking at the facts of the case. Because if you in the judicial system, whether you the judge, the lawyer, or you somebody on the jury, you're supposed to go in there non-biased, and you're not supposed to look at skin color or any of those racial factors.
Listen to what I'm asking though. If he's just presenting the facts as he's interpreting them, right? And so based on how he interprets the facts, he's saying, yo, this is murder, his ass going to jail. He picked the sides, which I said earlier.
No, I said he didn't pick a side.
No, I said he did.
I didn't. I said he picked a side because
and based off of what you said, Sherelle, about his thoughts on the Trayvon Martin, he for sure picked a side. Because you're not even being consistent.
Here's what I'm asking. So, do you have to pick a side on this, yes or no?
No.
No, nobody has to. No.
Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all killing me, kinda.
Why we can't say no?
No, I'm not saying you can't say no, but you're saying a lot of different things if you listen to it back. That's why I'm trying to streamline it. So, yes, so people can stay neutral, is what you're saying, and just not say nothing at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. If they pick the side of he wrong, he murdered that boy, he going to jail, do they get any type of name tied to them? Coon, sellout. You pick the white people's side.
No.
They don't get no name.
No.
I think it depends on the presentation, right? So some stuff is just ridiculous, right? Like, okay, 2 years ago, I had a cousin that got took out by the police, right? I'm not too fond of the police. But after seeing the video and stuff, I'd be picking a side if I came here and said they was wrong for doing it. He pulled a gun and pointed it at him. You get what I'm saying? So the language that you use, like when Sherelle was talking about with the Trayvon situation and, oh, he was a thug, like that's what makes it like you're picking a side, because now you're introducing your opinion and stuff in there like that. Even with the murder one, if I'm not mistaken, isn't murder one like premeditated?
Yeah. But now here's the thing, right? That's why I'm trying to ask the same question as opposed to just saying it, right? So now I gotta say it. So when Sherelle and I were talking about Rittenhouse and the boy on the subway train, right? The point that was being made by Sherelle specifically was they always pick the side of the white boy no matter what.
Absolutely.
Right? They don't give a fuck that he choked that boy out that was dressed like Michael Jackson. They don't give a fuck that Kyle Rittenhouse shot up 2 people. He went there with the burner knowing it was a protest. Right? And then, but black people don't want to do the same. We always trying to figure out why Massa had a point. So when I keep asking the question, because I'm giving you an opportunity to make sure you reconcile what you said earlier with the answer that's being given. That's why I keep asking. So which one is it?
I still feel like no, you don't have to pick a side. You can be neutral.
But you're gonna get called coon in the process.
Yeah, you're gonna get called a coon in the process.
And is it justified? Or do you say, listen, they picked such and such, they picked Kyle Rittenhouse before knowing all the facts. You just said they brought that nigga to Burger King after he shot up 7 people in the church. They picked this side. So is it be neutral or do what they was doing like we was talking about earlier? That's what I'm asking.
If like how I personally feel, hell yeah. Do exactly what they do. If they gonna ride for theirs, ride for yours. Period. That's what it is. but I can't make people do that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I said,
Yeah.
I'm gonna rock with my race. What I was degenerates, what I was up, what I was downs, what I was good, what I was bad. When you a part of something, you gotta go with the blow.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, Hemp, like
peaches and curves. So for is me. If you on the side, if you're not on our side, you against us. Me personally. Now I can understand the people who feel like they don't see race and they neutral and all of that. Okay, you're evolved being. I believe that you can be an evolved being. You don't see race. Me, I see race. I am not that evolved. And if you're not for us, you're against us.
Ain't nobody walking this earth not seeing race. That shit sounds good. We got two eyes. Unless you colorblind, you seeing some race.
Now, after you choose your side, within your side, you can hold your people accountable and not be a coon.
Now what?
Hold your people accountable and not be a coon. Yes, but you still need to be on your people's side.
That's too convenient. So now let me ask a question: if a nigga come up and say, "I agree with Officer Tatum," he definitely a coon now, right?
For sure.
Most people majority of people, 99% of people who is going to agree with Tatum are coons. Are cool and Jason. Squirrel. Whatever.
But I would say, like, if he made an actual point, then I would look at it different. So go back to like my cousin's situation. If he was to look at that and go, "Oh, the police were the police were justified to use that force," after watching the video, like, yeah, I'm not gonna say that just because it's him. But like I said, when you got a history of you don't see none of these situations our way, eventually somebody got to start looking at you like, come on, dog. You see George Floyd, you see, Trayvon, you see every single last situation.
He was against George Floyd. He was against Trayvon Martin. He was against Breonna Taylor. He was against every black person that was unjustifiably deleted. Every last one of them.
Remember Buddy in Minnesota?
Y'all hyper focused.
George Floyd, all type of crackheads.
It's bigger than that, though, right? So we're looking at Officer Tatum when we hyper focused on the example, but he's an example of a mindset, right? That many people often seemingly share, right? So I guess what I'm asking is, y'all giving a lot of grace for people who would be neutral, but from what I ever known growing up is the nigga that's not saying nothing is with the bullshit. You condoning bullshit if you just let it slide and don't say nothing or don't pick a side. If I walk up to fight Sherelle and you just standing there, Tommy, but you within a foot of her, I'm assuming I'm gonna whoop both y'all ass.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is there any recourse for the nigga that just is it just don't say nothing if you got nothing good to say, or like what is it actually? You know what I'm saying, is niggas a coon or they not if they don't align with the young boy Carmelo?
Right, but we talked about that, right? Like, what about the people that's just waiting on the facts? Like, okay, if he did it, we want the less time he can get. We want them to take it easy. We want them to look at his character like they look at everybody else's character. We want them to know he's a good church boy, good school boy. We want him to have a second chance. We want him to have a good redemption. We want him to be safe in jail. We want all of that the same way they want it for their people when they mess up. We want it for him, even if he is guilty.
Let's listen to this real quick. Let's see if we get any more facts. Let me put it on 1.5. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Dre with the 2000s. Anything that's not pro-black is anti-black. Really? Okay. Son, kiss.
Accused of fatally stabbing a Texas student athlete during a track meet, allegedly admitted to the crime. Now, he also asked officers if his actions could be considered self-defense. That is according to a newly released arrest report. On Wednesday morning, 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, a junior at Memorial High School in Frisco, Texas, was killed at a track meet. Police said a student from Centennial High School in Frisco, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, stabbed Metcalf in the chest during a fight. Anthony was arrested, now charged with first-degree murder, and is being held in the Collin County Jail on a $1 million bond. Our Fox 4 Dallas team has been covering all of the information here. Alex Boyer has the latest.
Before Alex goes, let me read these. So he asked him, he did it. Is he eligible for self-defense? Struggle level with the $5. Shout out to HAMP and Hot Girl Rel. I appreciate y'all. Hit that motherfucking like button. Struggle level is popping, my G. Good to see you as always. Valerie Smith with the $10. Help meet the goal. Yes, ma'am. Great topic. Oh, the extension. That's what she was trying to say. Okay. Thank you, Miss Valerie. Bravo. Perfect. In the building says, I'll say it again. It was great to meet you this past weekend. Yes, sir. 100%, man. It was a pleasure. It was an honor. Brother, my support. Appreciate you 100%, man. Salute for coming out. The drones was amazing. I've been looking at the footage. I got to send it to Cheek. Make sure you make all that shit make sense. But it was a blessing for sure, man. Salute to Bravo Tech. It's actually the second 20 ball of the day. Didn't fit. Darius with the 10 ounces. I wonder how this works if we're asking, especially from young boys, the behavior to change. If better decorum is standard, wouldn't Officer Tatum be correct? And does that make him a coon? Did he speak on decorum? I don't know if he spoke on decorum.
I don't think so.
Maybe Darius can expound on what exactly he wants to
And
do.
last time I checked, when we had better decorum, they were still knocking us down. So I hate when people try to bring that shit up too. Last time I checked,
Focus is now on laying Austin to rest. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in the Collin County Jail on a $1 million bond. Alex Boyer, Fox 4 News.
Alex, thank you so much. Now, our Fox 4 Dallas team, as I mentioned, has been covering all of this from the get-go. They had a one-on-one conversation with Austin's father.
Well, it started with a call from a football coach who was not at the track meet and said, I think Austin has been stabbed. And I said, where at? And he said, Kukendall Stadium. I said, I'm on my way. So I drove up there, went through a load of police officers, and was able to see my son on the gurney with a huge hole and blood all over him. And they were pumping him. He wasn't breathing. His eyes were rolled back in his head. So I had to find his brother. They're twins. And so I found Hunter and tried to get him under control the best we could. And then I loaded him up in my car and we drove to the hospital.
So he just telling his experience with it. I'm just trying to see if there's any more facts.
Brother was holding him, trying to hold the blood in, and he passed. My son watched his brother die in his arms.
Can you tell me a little bit more about Austin, about his personality?
Austin was a leader. He led the football team. He was voted team MVP by his players and coaches.
What was his position?
He played linebacker. Him and his brother both play linebacker. He played inside. His brother plays outside. We were so fortunate this past weekend that me, Hunter, and Austin, we grew up hunting together, and we had matter of fact, the ranch we own, the lease was not renewed, so we could never hunt there again. And we went there for the last weekend. And he said, Dad, I've never shot a pig before. I want to get a pig this weekend. I said, okay. Lord and behold, it's a heck of a story, but
Anything else that you want people to know?
Place, to be honest. I mean, there's so many great things about him. I could probably sit here for 3 hours and go on and on and on. But he was a great friend. He was a leader. He was well respected in school by his teammates, by his coaches, by his friends. His girlfriend is okay. Unfortunately,
well, not much there. See if I can find something else. I don't know. I just know the disposition of this type of white boy, to be honest. I know the disposition. And you want so badly for the young boy to just move, right? But you know that you wouldn't have moved. Not at no 18. Especially if you potentially invited under the tent. It's a little bit of commotion and shit like that. I think he preemptively said, yo, touch me, see what happens, or whatever the case is. And then him asking the cops those questions are pretty, I think that implicates him. And then you got the illegality of having a knife on the campus, on the school property. Hurts the argument. It just, I don't know, man. It sucks. I'm really trying to figure out, like, is it really racial?
Yeah. And I say that because when you see the lack of empathy when shit happens to us, and then you have our own people wanting to have that same empathy for them when shit happens to them. We like again, nobody that could watch that Rodney King video with the right mind could say that they didn't do him wrong. Yet 12 people found him innocent. You know what I'm saying? Like that empathy that we like to give out, that shit ain't received. And at a certain point in time, we got to understand that shit and move accordingly. But we as being black folks want to be empathetic for everybody, want to be understanding, and et cetera, et cetera. And we always going to take the L in that because they've shown us time and time again, it's going to be them first over anybody. Period, point blank.
No,
It just is what it is.
100%. So you think the outcomes of what we're about to see and how things play out is racial? Do you think the incident regarding the two kids is racial?
Hell yeah, because we know how when you read the statistics of how that city get down, we know how they give it up, and I'm gonna tell you that because that's in Texas, right? My mom's in there moved to the suburbs in California. What about a year or two after I graduated? I went to the military, came back. N-word spray painted on my mama car. Brother and them was friends was called N-word lovers. I think in the first 2 months when I got back to the crib, I got pulled over 7 times. I didn't receive 1 ticket. One of the officers actually apologized when he seen my dog tags in the window. I was in my sister's car one time. The nigga asked me, why are you driving her car? As if the shit was illegal to drive her car. And if you look up Elk Grove, California, it is story after story after story of that shit. So that's why it gets funny when you hear people talk about, oh, it's not like this, it's not like that. I'm in liberal ass California. We got a city right next to me right now, Lodi, California. It's known for the bullshit they be on. So once you get the stats on the makeup of the town, we already know what that is.
Yeah, I mean, it has almost 300,000 people. They go to different schools. It look like it's a track meet. So I think the component of the sport kind of lends itself to just a bunch of people being around, though. When he's sitting under the tent, I know that's an invite just because I've been there a million times. Have I kicked anybody out of the tent before? I don't know. I don't know if I cared that much. But I'm just looking at I think it's ego. I think it's girls. I think it's girls around. I think it's boys with a lot of testosterone and bravado. I think it's Centennial, who I think is somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think these are the two best schools in that area. I think NTAT was saying something like that. And so when you see the boy from Centennial sitting under the tent, and to your point, your school almost all white, his school almost all minority, I guess I would assume is more. So the town was 10% Latino and 10% black. So I guess probably black and Latino in that other school. Right? That's what I'm seeing. I'm not seeing as much of the racial aspect for the two boys, but you guys saying this aftermath. Are we making it racial?
Yeah, we're making it racial during the aftermath. The altercation is ego and pride. Clash of egos, too much pride.
I think it's racial too.
Can't walk away.
Because I mean, keep it G.
But I mean, when it comes to black
this
and white people,
boy telling me what to do.
It's always
like,
a racial.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna just keep it G with you. I'm gonna feel a whole lot different, and I'm gonna just say how we say it. If a white boy holler at me a certain way, than if a black dude, just off the top. And whether that's fair or not, I give a fuck. Who is you talking to? Like that's just off the dribble.
Because they have those undertones.
Yeah, the arrogance and
like in
shit.
the South, they
Yeah.
have this thing where they'll call a grown black man boy. What you doing around here, boy? And but you can feel that undertone with some old white man looking at you, calling you boy, and you know you got a Rick Ross. You know I'm a grown ass man.
Yeah. No, I get it. I guess I'm just, and again, I just want to make sure we mind it out thoroughly, right? If we went up, we going somewhere, right? I think the only thing we ever done, right? We walk in, like in the bleachers, because you're waiting for your event and shit. And we see a girl from where we from sitting under a tent on another team's tent. But then they ask, what the fuck you doing with them niggas? They school is trash. Like, I would see that. Like, what the fuck you doing over here? Fucking, like, I don't know. But I think what y'all are saying is, right, the South has a different dynamic. And because it's in Texas, and this isn't rural Texas, it's definitely suburban Texas on the outskirts of Dallas and Frisco.
It don't even matter in Texas.
Well, I know they have the sundowns in Texas, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, even in the majors, and I'm gonna keep it solid with you. It's not even just a South thing, because my pops was telling you about, like, he went to a school called Skyline out here, and that was basically one of like the most mixed schools out here. And they had a situation one time where they had a concert, and so the white boys went on with the rock band, and everybody was just chilling or whatever. Then it was the black folks' turn, and every last one of the white folks got up and started walking out of there. So they gave them a present on their way out. They just start stomping the motherfuckers out. But that's the subtle things that they do to be disrespectful as fuck. Like, we just sat through y'all bullshit, chilled, ain't fucked around, da-da-da. As soon as our shit got on, it's a mass exodus. All right, dog, we got you.
What was it, a concert?
They was having a concert at the school. So they had, the first half was like rock and roll. The second half was, I'm assuming, like they type of music, the 70s shit that they was listening to.
But you know that most likely, if they played the music y'all want to listen to first, niggas would have got up out of there.
What, when the white folks came?
Yeah, so like, let's say they played the black music first.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas would have got up out of there as soon as they turned that rock and roll shit on.
Possible.
Yeah, niggas would have got up out of there.
A big part of it that I think we missing even with this situation is the exact context of how he was spoken to. I think that's like the major part of it. You get what I'm saying? Like, we could just talk about it as he just simply said, hey, sir, could you get out of my tent? Or was he on some rah-rah shit? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's a way that you can come across, and you can invite the reaction that our boy gave.
I know. I know for a fact how it went.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
No,
I know,
yeah, for sure.
I'm not questioning that. I know how young boys talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking at the dynamics. There was definitely bravado there. Somebody had said in the chat, the boys didn't even play track or do track.
Yeah,
I would assume it was at their school, so it looked like he did track. I think he going down for it.
Yeah, he in Texas probably.
I think it's going to be lowered to a level of murder 2 at the most, manslaughter.
Yeah, I think
at
manslaughter.
the least.
Yeah.
I think that you don't control your repercussions, just your actions, and that's the manifestation. I think his preemptive nature of touch me, see what happens, puts him it cooks him a little bit. But I'm not finding. But if you guys are saying because it's the South, it automatically has to have a racial component, I can understand what y'all are saying.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if that racial component is now being created totally outside of this situation, and who is it being created by? Is it being created by us? Is it being created by Tariq Nasheed, Matt Walsh? Like, who wants it to be racial?
It's first of all, like, I'm from the South. People have like very white men. They're very bigoted. They're very undertone. They're very condescending. The racism is clear. We don't necessarily even live in close corners. Like I said, they live in Frisco. One school minorities. The other
But it
school,
sound like
it's still kind of segregated down here.
But-
Listen, I'm saying I graduated with.
But Sherelle, it sounds like y'all though. So that's my question. I'm not asking about the environment. I understand it in terms of what y'all are saying. What I'm asking is who's making it racial? Because even when the police, I'm more apt to what the police said he said. They recorded those conversations, you see, and so the police he said I told him not to touch me, and he did. He didn't say nothing about being called out his name or being called any racial slurs, you see. But we just looking at white face versus a black face, and now instantly we make it a racial thing. And I'm specifically talking about the event that transpired.
But if I keep it solid with you,
what's up, Flo?
Touch me and see what happens to you is a reactionary phrase. It's not usually the phrase of the aggressor, meaning like you essentially alluded to the fact that you'll touch me if I don't move. So my reaction is going to touch me, see what happens. You get what I'm saying? Like you don't usually walk over and just say, touch me, see what happens. It's usually you invited that, and now I'm gonna test your nuts. Touch me, see what's gonna happen. You feel me?
I definitely think it's black people that's gonna put the racial component in it. Black people are always bringing up race. They're never gonna not bring up race. We understand that the court of public opinion does matter and does affect things, whether you know it or not. We understand how propaganda works. We know if we don't jump on trying to make sure the facts get clear and they don't railroad this boy, if he has no black people on his team doing anything, they'll railroad him without understanding any facts. So it's like this: if you gonna get them, justified. We riding behind them, and that's how black people feel. So they're gonna bring in every component, the racial component, this component. They're gonna talk about how good his character was, how much he had to lose, how he did come from a good family. In the same way, when Kyle Rittenhouse do something, y'all talk about how he loved his dog and his teachers loved him and all of this extra stuff. Black people feel the same way. Because
but the best picture he ever took up. Yeah. But again, we learn from the best. Like it's just that's what happens. Like she said, they turn whoever it is into the greatest person in the world. They tried it for Zimmerman until his skeleton started coming out. They was positioning him. Oh no, he was guarded, and then his background started coming out a little bit. But
they demonize us. Look what they did to Breonna Taylor, or she was messing with drug dealers. Look what they did to George Floyd. Oh, he was a crackhead.
Not even that, Sherelle. We don't talk about this one enough.
He was fat. Oh, he should have been running in
the young boy in Ohio that they literally pulled a drive by him. And it said he looked like he was. I've never met a kid under 12 that looked like an adult. But somehow these police mistake young black kids as adults all the time.
So when we see what black people doing by bringing up race, what Tyreek is doing, he was just playing the game how the game goes.
Well,
everybody else playing the game how the game goes. We playing the game how the game goes.
Well, so now that's one thing that was introduced, right? But in that clip, Matt Walsh is saying it, right? Yeah, so Matt Walsh, Matt Walsh pretty popular. I think he said black boys or men. He said men or boys are just have an inherent like violent nature, and that needs to be addressed. And so when the boy stabs him, it's because he has a propensity to do that or be that way. Essentially, is what Matt.
But Buddy Dad was just talking about how they just.
I'll bring it up
again.
So y'all can read it.
So does that not count as violence because he's smoking a pig?
Nah, not really. They hunt. So that's what I mean. Like that's a thing about in like Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got a gun. Like it's so prevalent. Like nobody can. There's so many hunting pictures. Like when I go to the boxing gym, my coach he takes people out on like survival. You know, like he be having gun. He be like, oh shit, I didn't mean to leave this here. It's a fucking staccato, $5,000 gun. He just got it just laying there. But everybody just walking in there, fucking women, kids, nobody even paying attention. Not being ignorant. Just like you.
It's just normal.
Yeah. So, what you think? Flo was popping, Mr. Fantastic. What up?
So I think I choose to intentionally leave race out of this with my own perception, because fact of the matter is we don't actually have any reason to believe that there was a race component specifically between them. That's added in after. It could be there, but at this point in time, there's no reason for me to believe it is. There's a very similar thing that when I was in high school, there was a stabbing death at my high school in the parking lot too. It was actually a black guy that killed an Italian guy, but there's absolutely no racial component there. It's just male machismo, and these sort of confrontations escalate quickly and accidentally. I'm sure it looks like that to me, but I'm just going with the little bit of information that we have. I don't think that there's enough reason to believe that any motive one way or the other.
Yeah. So shout out to everybody. Yeah, nothing about this was a racial thing. This was just two teenage boys getting into a fucking altercation and one taking it too far. I can't believe motherfuckers is justifying this shit, bro. These are kids, dog. All right, these are minors. People talking about standing your ground and self-defense. How many fights you been in? All right, kids fight. So do you understand the slippery slope that you create when you say, oh, well, he put his hands on him, so, hey, you FAFO, bro. That's for grown people, dog. You setting a very, very
until it's a white kid in that situation, and then they'll be hollering, stand your ground.
Oh, no, you're saying,
what are we talking about?
Oh, because we're talking about reasonableness and morality, brother. That's what we're talking about.
But fantastic. Our point is they don't.
Who is they?
They don't.
They don't what?
A lot of white folks. When that kid got killed in Ohio, you know what I heard? Oh, he was doing this. Oh, he was doing that. When they literally pulled a drive-by.
Oh, you talking about the not Tamir Rice? Yeah, Tamir Rice.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying, but that's so we gonna be like them? We gonna be like the pieces of shit?
Because guess what? If we not, we just gonna take L's. To keep it solid with you, yes. Like, what do you like?
We're looking at a situation, right? So do you care about?
Hold on. Wait. So first and foremost, that's not the same, Tommy, because that was a cop killing kids.
No, what I'm saying, fantastic, was the reaction. What I'm saying is the empathy that you're giving. We don't receive that ever.
No,
they try to make you look older. They try to make you into a monster. They come up with every single excuse why that happened to make sure they're literally trying to free the cop right now in Minnesota.
I understand all of that, bro.
Zimmerman sold his gun at an auction.
I understand all of that. And I blame niggas for that. Niggas talk, dog. Niggas, this is the problem, man. My man.
It's always our fault because we held to the highest standard on earth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not held to the highest standard. It's like how you gonna you can't claim to be about something and hold yourself to a very, very little to nothing needed to take a life.
They do it all the time.
You can't land a handful of weirdos to drive your worldview. Somebody out there
talking about.
Somewhere out there in the sea of Americans, someone's going to want to buy Zimmerman's gun or whatever, right? That's not reflective.
It wasn't just one, my guy. He had a lot of bids on that gun.
Yeah, but those are clearly pieces of shit, Tommy. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure. Okay. I mean, as wild as it may sound, I'm pretty sure if a motherfucker if somebody found one of King Von's old guns and you put it up for auction, some nigga want to buy it because it's King Von. So that's what I'm saying, man. We start looking at this shit.
I doubt it, but I got you.
They do it too. When we do this, they do it too. Shit, I can understand from an adult conversation, bro. But this is a dangerous precedent to set for kids and send a message to kids, and especially too. Again, nobody cares when black kids kill black kids. This is the problem. Y'all niggas don't rah-rah like we don't rah-rah like this when a black kid's getting killed by another black kid every day, bro. But because it's this, and now, like you said, you got the racial component, everybody cares. People only care when the white man did it, or the white man's involved, or in this case, a white boy's involved.
So have I missed a rah-rah when they white kids kill other white kids? Because that happens as well.
That's what I'm saying, but they don't have any of this outrage in general, Tommy. It's so many things on the negative. For one, they don't kill each other as much as whatever. Now I know you got Columbine and school shooters and shit and whatever, right? That's rare though. And when they do though, they definitely, I mean, for those situations, that's a very, very somber moment and a very, very tragic situation. That's the way they treat it. They don't make excuses for it and all this other stuff or whatever. But the thing about this is, man, I think we gotta
You said
It's
they don't
getting
make
out.
excuses for it, my nigga. They the little nerd dude that smoked up Columbine. They absolutely. Oh, he was this. He was bullied. He like, come on, dog. What are we talking about? We living in the same America? Because they absolutely made excuses for him.
They didn't make no excuses for the Columbine killers, bro.
Yeah,
They
nobody.
had
They didn't
some-
talk. Wait. So they did not talk about how he was bullied in school.
the student said he was a weirdo and he was an outcast. No one was giving him sympathy. They was just
You got it.
describing who he was. The people, the students, of course, you ask kids that go to school with other kids.
I'm not talking about the kids, my G.
I
Not
never
talking
heard
about the
one
kids.
white person. I never heard in my lifetime one white person say, "Oh, it's a shame" or whatever. I never heard anybody give any sympathy to the Columbine killers, bro.
I heard sympathy, and not necessarily like let them go, but I definitely heard sympathy.
Well, that's
and,
true.
And okay, so how about shooting up a
tell you
church
what
and then
you heard.
taking on the Burger King? Would that be considered sympathy?
Oh, that's the Dylan Roof,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that's fucked up. It's not. That's super duper fucked up. But you know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Something to where. How did he make it out of there? How did he make it out?
made it out of there the same way all these dudes make it out of
Let
there.
me
But
As y'all continue, let me just ask a question because this is what happened to one of the examples I brought up. Mr. Fantastic, what was your take on this Sonya Massey thing?
Who was Sonya Massey?
She got shot in the kitchen with the water.
I told y'all the cop was a piece of shit, and he committed murder in broad daylight, and he was convicted the next day. It was completely, totally out of pocket.
He set her up for that.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Clearly.
Okay. No, because I had brought up Officer Tatum, and immediately his whole premise was just dismissed.
Yeah, like, bro. That's why I'm look, bro. I'm not back to blue. I'm not, pro black. I'm real life situation, and call the shit as simple as you can call it, bro. That Sonya Massey shit was despicable, and from my understanding, that officer was immediately fired and arrested, charged, and he's still locked up awaiting trial. My understanding, right? This situation right here, though, like I said, this is why we have to put things in its proper perspective. These aren't adults. This isn't the police. These are two kids that had an issue, and one kid took it too far. Should the white boy have ever put his hands on him? No. But are we saying that because somebody puts their hands on you on school property, it's okay to kill them?
Yes.
Wait.
What are we talking about?
Tommy, that's crazy.
So
That's insane, Tommy.
Wait, so
That's Texas.
Do you have more information? Because I noticed you said they had an issue. You mean they had an incident?
But yeah, issue, incident, that right there. So no, not issue as in previous. There's no it's a lot of false information out here. Previous to that incident, this incident that occurred in the death of the Austin kid, right? There was no previous history of them having conflict. Okay. The boy pushed him once. Okay, he didn't even get to touch him a second time. Before he could touch him the second time, he was stabbed in the chest and dead. Pretty much all but instantaneously.
Now, how do you reconcile? What does he do in that instance, Mr. Fantastic? Because we know and we say it all the time, ain't nobody fighting.
Well, but that's for adults, Hamp.
But why?
I
guess that's the question is why is that for adults?
Because it's just like how cussing not for kids. Hamp is certain things that cigarettes aren't for kids, drugs aren't for kids, alcohol isn't for kids.
Legally, is it for adults?
What do you mean?
Legally, is it for adults? Legally, if I'm a minor and somebody puts their hands on me, since I'm a minor, I don't have the right to defend myself.
So no, listen, I'm talking about. So the stand your ground shit is according to minors too. It applies to minors. I just read all the statutes and shit on it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like why?
But so again, there's a right and wrong and a legal and moral. So now, like what I'm saying, do you understand the precedents that you're setting? If you're saying, yeah, he put his hands on you, kill him. Stand your ground. For the kids, you understand how crazy that's gonna be?
But we literally just had an adult do it to a minor.
Where?
Bro, is that not what happened with Zimmerman? Because last time I checked, Trayvon ain't had no weapon.
He said Jess. That's 12 years ago. 15 years ago, Tom. He said Jess. I'm not being facetious, brother. But you said Jess did it.
So let me ask a question. Let me ask Mr. Fantastic and and Flo, they just got here, right? 'Cause I'm just trying to understand the logic, right? So there was a story that was talking about where the dude was breaking into somebody's car. It was in Texas, I think. And they ran down, the guy who car was ran out and shot him. And it was a younger guy, 17, 18 years old, trying to break into the car. And people were saying, what? Play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. Right? Shouldn't have been breaking into the man car. So I'm just trying to understand it. Where does the logic of defending yourself, your property, are you just saying it's predicated on age? Like, what is the consistent logic here?
So this is the difference. And the same thing happened up in DC. I too think, HAMP, remember the 13-year-old boy got shot? He robbed like 80 cars or something, and he ended up getting shot like 2 a.m.
By the police?
No, by a property owner.
Oh, it was an undercut. It was a person who was actually law enforcement, and they shot him when he was trying to get in the car. Yeah,
we're talking two separate things. So that's another thing to it too. So if it's a law enforcement officer, he's already, you know what I mean? But listen, I'm talking about, you don't know who a stranger is 2 a.m. breaking in your car. This is direct confrontation, HAMP. So that's what I say. We got to put everything and just be fair.
But no, but 100%. But take this walk with me, right? Because I'm just trying to understand it, right? So they shot him breaking into a car. It's not imminent threat. But I heard people saying, well, you shouldn't do that. So like, where does what you shouldn't do because you don't control your repercussions? When does that insert itself?
Well, that's what I'm saying about the shit that you can't control. And I think, like I said, for this particular situation, this would be something if we set the precedents as to where now no child is safe. If we make killing okay for kids, bro, you understand how crazy it's gonna be, HAMP? I know grown people, even though we say niggas not fight no more, people still fight. It's way more fights than shootings, right? Okay. Even though we say that, we understand going into it that way. The problem is, again, you have to worry about the message you send into the kids, bro. If we get out here, we like, oh well, you put your hands on them, shit, kill them. Now what? You know how impressive?
I don't like that though, because in the last 15 years, how many more Zimmerman situations have we had? And he got off on that shit.
Hold on. Let's get two takes. Let's get 2 takes real quick. So I understand Mr. Fantastic's premise is if we make that a precedent or try to, right? How much would that exacerbate the mortal violence, essentially, right? What you think, Flo?
I think that I agree with Mr. Fantastic's point that we shouldn't be using that defense when, if he's a minor, we can just treat him like a minor, right? There's already protections there for minors to not be charged as adults. I think that the degree of murder he's charged with is definitely overcharged. I mean, like I said, to me, this looks like a situation that got out of control. I don't think anybody was intending to do much more than posture and show turf. So yeah, I hope they bring his charges down, definitely. And I think that we should I'm a fan of treating minors like minors in the court system. I don't like all this charging kids as adults shit. I don't like over prosecution. I don't like prosecutors at all. So yeah, I'm pulling for the kid.
Yeah. Okay. And pulling for him, you saying like he should get the penalty and punishment that's deserved based on the actions.
Correct. And I don't think that there's any reason to believe that he was intending to do anything more than panic. If you're in a tent, if you're outnumbered in someone else's tent and cornered, like that's an easy panic situation.
That wasn't the case though.
It wasn't.
That wasn't the case. That's found to be that's more rumors. That wasn't the case. The brother didn't jump him. Like I said, the brother told the story exactly how it happened and matches up with the police report. The only person that touched him was Austin, the kid that died. The brother, like he said, he wasn't even looking at the situation. His back was turned. He turned around to see his brother stabbed. He didn't get jumped. He didn't even get punched. Okay, he didn't get punched.
The black kid who did the stabbing, he was in the other team's tent, right?
Yes.
So he was surrounded. The stabber was surrounded by other people.
Yeah, but no. Well, still no, because he wasn't. We don't know if he was there dolo, just him, and then the whole other team. But for whatever reason it be, it's still you can't. If you use that, now you're setting up the premise to where he could have got jumped. It was only one person that confronted him.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, but Flo's just looking at the circumstance. So the circumstance, he's under that tent, and what it seemingly happens like was he invited there? Was it a downpour of rain? So now they just trying to get under a tent, and now he's under a tent that he's not supposed to be with the majority of that team that Austin went to. And so by nature, if you paint, because Flo, no, I'm not saying it like that, but defense attorneys, prosecutors, they have to paint a picture,
right?
And so the picture but from a defense attorney, I would be like, "Where's Flo? He was surrounded." You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we doing litigation. Yeah, that's a great defense. Hey,
if I put myself in that kid's shoes, I understand how you would overreact and panic because you feel like
where you're gonna lose is, and Hamp know this, he came with the weapon. He came with a weapon that he shouldn't have had on school grounds in the first place. Okay,
I mean, carrying a knife in Texas, you know.
I know I went tripping. Okay,
look, listen,
like, what are we talking about?
Hold on, you got to know the law. You can carry certain knives of certain sizes and certain lengths.
Have you ever been to Texas?
Not a lot.
They haven't.
So, like, do you see what they walk around with?
They haven't. So they haven't. Just real quick, they haven't qualified the knife either way yet, right?
Yeah.
They haven't qualified it as a legal knife or illegal knife. What is illegal is seemingly having that weapon on the property. Although when Tatum was reading through it, he was even having a little bit of a difficult time qualifying the knife as illegal because if it fits that statute,
I was gonna say it's based on the size.
Yeah, it could be used as a tool,
like a pocket knife.
Yeah,
so that's where it does get a little bit. But if he poked them in the chest, I would assume that's probably longer than 4 or 5 inches to get to it.
That's what I'm saying. And then
I don't think he hit his heart, though. I think people was also saying that.
That's what I'm saying. If he hit an artery or something like that.
They saying it hit his heart, man, in the chest. So like I said,
his heart? Okay.
Yeah.
He was popping.
So the thing, so for one, you can't carry a knife even for tools and shit, bro, on school property, Hamp. You know that.
I'm looking it up.
No, but when I'm just telling you, like, because when Tatum had his agenda, right? And I'm just saying that I'm putting that jacket on him because he wanted to wear it. And this is how I know he started out with this. I'm black and I got white family. You don't even got to say that. You see what I mean? Like, just saying, right? So
we know who Tatum is, though.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm putting this on him.
And then too, still, even in that case, Hamp, so that would still be considered a concealed weapon, right? That's a concealed weapon. Being that he used it in the way that he used it, it is.
No, listen, because I'm in liberal ass California. You can carry a pocket knife because, like what him said, because it's looked as the tools, and you just happen to have a knife on there. If that's the case, then these Boy Scout niggas wouldn't be able to, like, they carry them pocket knives everywhere.
Yeah, but the Boy Scouts pocket knife is a pocket knife. So a pocket knife versus a fucking what's the name?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We got to find out what kind of knife it is. You're saying you can't have any knife at all.
I'll explain to you. So Tommy, if I have a utility knife or whatever, it's a utility knife is a tool.
Yeah.
If I use it in the commission of taking somebody's life, it then turns into a weapon. So
no, but what I'm saying is, but the possession of it.
You can have in Texas, it's a 5.5 inch or shorter blade. That's a pretty damn long blade.
I was about to say that's a long ass blade.
I'm looking for the school specifics.
The phone is that, right? This is right. This is what, 5 inches, I think.
This is a 4-inch.
That's a long fucking knife.
Yeah, but either way, that's what I'm saying, bro. At the end of the day, no matter, he was not as a minor on school grounds at school fucking functions, bro. Show me the school district who have a weapon.
No, 100%. We would agree. I think that what you'll find, right, just because how it's being presented, like when Flo said, surrounded, it's an after school event, right? There's so many things. I've seen people get like sick. So up north, we have like gun laws that are like 3.5 years, 2.5 years, no exception and shit like that.
Yeah.
Right. People been able to paint a narrative to where they like it. You'd be surprised, man, what these prosecutors willing to do and what they willing to look at. And remember, conviction for murder one, to Flo's initial point, right? The what's the terminology? The degree of not degree.
Shit, I know what you're
like
talking about. Plausible deniability.
Burden of proof.
Burden of proof
is super high as compared to a manslaughter where two kids dealing in bravado, right? Trying to prove a point with the girls around and etc. So it's interesting to look at the dynamics. Let me get Freezy and Shot and what's popping? Good shot.
Shalom, man. Greetings to all the brothers and sisters. Shout out to the first lady. Shout out to everybody, man. Everybody in the building.
Well, good.
What's going on? I think this is a sensitive case. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna. What I keep getting confused on is why they keep pinning the racism on Carmelo Anthony. I don't understand that. You know, now it's hard to ignore the complexities in this situation. It was a white kid that was killed. That same white kid was the initial aggressor. Now we have to ask ourselves why. Why did he take it upon himself to aggress this black kid? Why? Right? If there was any racism initiated, it was from the white kid. Now that's hard to say because the white kid ended up dying. Right? But the black kid was not bothering anybody. The only crime he committed before he stabbed the other kid was sitting up under a tent, which was not a crime. And here's another thing. It came out that these two Metcalf twins are known bullies. So we know that bullying is very sensitive in grade school. We know that. Like there's a psychological aspect of bullying. It really is. Right? And then we talking about a knife. You know how many kids that go fishing and hunting and camping that carry knives to school? This is not, we talking like this is some unheard of thing, carrying knives to school. Kids carry knives to school every day, especially them good old boys kids. They carry knives to school every day. Every day. It just so happened that this black kid, right, who has white friends too. That's the thing about it. You got to go check this kid's background. He don't just got black friends, he got white friends too. He had a knife in his bag and he was aggressed. And he warned this kid, bro, don't touch me no more. Don't touch me again. Now, listen, if you understand like defending yourself and the nature of this incident, he was not purposely trying to kill this boy. He hit that boy in the chest and ran. That's what he did. He hit him one time. He hit him one time and ran. Now, it would have been different to me. This is just my humble opinion. If he would have just hit him and kept hitting him. See, that's different. But when you hit somebody and run, you in fear of your life. You see what's going on. This guy got a reputation of being a bully, then his twin got a reputation, but I know that if I fight this dude, the other one gonna get in it too, because they got a reputation for it. Yo, I'm finna get you off of me right now. Now, I don't think that he used good judgment by using his knife and everything. I will say that. I don't think that was good judgment. But this is a damn kid. This a kid. You know what I'm saying? And so I just think that we need to start taking all of that into consideration. We talking about these boys like they actual adults and everything. No.
So, Freezy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And then you could jump in. It's fantastic. I know you wanted to probably retort maybe. What do you think about the premise that Mr. Fantastic painted, which was these are children to set a precedent of if they put their hands on you, use lethal force? Mm-hmm. How would that seemingly permeate throughout the country in terms of setting what people should do or not do in these situations? Kids,
okay, so basically, when you're dealing with children are the main ones that might use anything to hurt other kids. They might pick up rocks, they might pick up anything. Kids, that's what they do. If we're saying kids should be more responsible in a physical altercation than adults, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what world we living in.
That
you feel what I'm saying?
Now that word that Freezy put in there, Mr. Fantastic, that was something that I want you to reconcile.
responsible.
Because kids don't have the discernment, but we're saying adults can discern what can be dangerous, and yet and still we go to lethal results or lethal extent, which is why it's different when police are killing, because police having what's the word I'm looking for?
Immunity or duty or
duty, responsibility to discern, level set situations, de-escalate, and etc. That's why that's scrutinized differently. So now you put in this level of discernment on children to do or not do, but you don't want to put it on kids. That's something that'd be good for you to reconcile.
Okay, so that's very, very simple. Right or wrong, okay? It's not a fucking responsibility. And you don't kill, okay? That's what we all tell our kids, hey, if you got to protect yourself, you protect yourself, you fight, but you don't kill. You don't pick up a knife. You don't touch guns. You don't play with guns. You don't play with knives. That's what we teach kids, right?
No.
What you mean, no? What you mean, no?
So my
wait. Hold on. So now y'all teaching your kids to play with guns?
Yeah. So in context, my oldest daughter, I take her to the gun range, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I said play with, HAMP, and even still, is your daughter authorized to touch a gun outside of your presence?
No.
All right, so let's not be obtuse. Let's not do that. Let's have a genuine conversation, okay? Mm-hmm. Without supervision, without using it for the purpose that is intended to be used, you do not let your children play with weapons. That's something we learn in fucking elementary school. All right, okay.
And what did we all do since elementary school?
Hold on, the knife shit. And again, these are damn near adults.
Fantastic. Now let me add this in because I want you to mind it all the way through. Right, my oldest daughter, she got pepper spray and she got a taser.
I don't know how old is your oldest daughter? 16. All right, she's a teenager, HAMP. You still don't give her.
She's a teenage, but that's why I'm trying to understand it.
Understand, but HAMP, that's what I'm saying. So HAMP,
she's little too. She's little.
You give it to your daughter because it's your daughter. Okay, you still don't give her a lethal weapon because again, it's questionable if she's able to have it. She can't have a handgun anyway. Okay, we know that, right? Because I'm pretty sure he's 21, even in Texas, on the handgun, right?
Yeah.
21
everywhere. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I know if you don't own a handgun, all right, the knife shit is where listen. A weapon becomes a weapon once you use it as a weapon. All right, you can have a little bitty ass fucking pocket knife, as long as you're using it to fucking twiddle wood and turn screws or whatever the fuck. It's a tool. As soon as you use it to harm another person, especially kill them, it's a weapon.
Like
that includes your hands, right?
Thank you. Mm-hmm. No, your hands are never considered weapons, brother. That
you out of your mind, nigga. My brother went to jail for that. What are you talking about?
No, you can
kill them. I can tell you, Tommy. It's what I can tell you. I guarantee you this: you will not find in any motherfucking legal paperwork of them saying your hands being weapons. That shit they say about boxers, that's false.
It's false. Yeah,
false.
Yeah.
So
you can murder somebody with your hands, though. But you can.
There's no such thing as your hands being weapons.
The murder statutes are based on intent. Right, so if I intend to kill somebody, even if I choke them to death, it's still murder one. You see, so but a hammer can be changed from a tool to a weapon.
Yeah,
100%. Now, Mr. Fantastic, let me ask you this question, and I want to get shot in, but I just want you to, because I want to make sure the logic is fully broken down so we can understand it.
There's a couple of things I gotta address before we do this. So,
all right, then I got one more question, but it's right in line. Go ahead.
So Freezy, you're saying a lot of You're saying a lot of the rumors, bro, that haven't been proven. There's no proof of anything to say that either one of those white boys were bullies. Okay, and even if they were, he wouldn't know because they had no prior interactions. So even if they were the bullies you claim they to be, which again, that's rumors. Okay, he wouldn't know that.
Yes, he would.
He would.
Yes, he would.
Because they
know them.
Because bullies carry themselves a certain way.
Did you read the police report?
Hold on. Listen to what you just said. How would he know? Bullies carry themselves a certain way.
What?
No, first of all, hold on, wait. First of all, bullies have a thing called reputation. You don't have to actually personally know a bully to know that he's a damn bully. You don't got to actually personally know Debo to know Debo is a damn bully. You know what I'm saying? So, and here's another thing.
I don't know who Debo is.
Wait. Here's another thing.
Here's another thing. On the other side of town at plenty of places when he was a teenager.
Bro, reputation carries, bro. But here's the thing. That's discretionary. This is what I'm saying. You said it's still not good to kill somebody, right?
A child, yes.
Right. I agree with you, right? But here's where you're jumping the gun. That still has to be proven in the court of law that this young kid was trying to kill Austin Metcalf. We don't know if he was trying to kill
him with a knife.
No, listen what I'm saying. He resulted in killing Austin Metcalf.
He stabbed him with a knife.
Okay, but listen to the verbiage. Was he actually trying to kill him? He hit him. No. Listen what I'm saying. You got to be careful with your verbiage because that actually matters in the court of law.
All I said is what happened. Listen, Freezy. I didn't add anything to it. I'm gonna say what I said from the beginning. He stabbed him, and he killed
that's
him.
what he did.
Trying whatever. So this is the result, Freezy. This is why they're going for murder one. You always go for the highest charge, and then you get it down to whatever it's really gonna be. Okay?
Yeah.
Am I saying he intended to kill him? No. But at 17 years of age, if you pull a knife out and you stick a motherfucker with it, you have the opportunity to kill them. This isn't elementary school. This isn't middle school. So let's not treat the fucking 17-year-old like a 7-year-old.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Listen what I'm saying.
He had the option to use his hands. Like you said, he had the option to pick up a rock. He had the option to pick up any and everything else.
Right.
He used a fucking knife, stabbed somebody in the chest, and he died.
Yes, he had the option to pick up a rock. It might not have been a rock close to him, right? He had the option to use his hands. He probably seen his twin brother. This is what I'm saying. He used this knife, right? So we have to be careful with saying he tried to kill. We don't know. I don't think he tried to kill the boy. Most of the time, especially when you young, even if you use a knife, girls slice girls' faces with knives and razor blades every day. That doesn't mean that they're trying to kill somebody. No.
Okay, so Freezy, so Freezy, they have a wonderful charge to cover that. Freezy, what is it called?
Manslaughter or something? What?
No, attempted.
Okay. But this is what I'm telling you. I know a girl personally in Kissimmee, Florida. This girl came in her personal space. Actually, she came in her personal space and she fought this girl. She started laying hands on the girl. And the other girl, the victim, stabbed the girl. And the girl died. Guess what? The girl that got attacked did not do 1 day in jail. I know this for a fact. So this is the point I'm trying to make. It's an unfortunate incident, but the point I'm trying to make is we pick and choose when a child is supposed to know. We say all the times on these panels, oh, your brain isn't fully developed until after 25 years old. Now, this boy should know everything in the world. 17, you know what I'm saying?
Not killing people, Freezy.
No, fantastic. I understand what you're saying, but we don't know if he actually intended on killing him. Listen what I'm saying. This is what I got to go off of. He hit him one time and ran, bro.
Okay, Freezy. You can shoot a nigga one time and run.
It's almost for sure that he didn't want to kill him.
Like, he asked, remember in the police report, he also asked, is he okay? Or he said something to the effect
could it be considered self-defense? He asked
that, then he said, is he doing okay?
Yeah.
All right, let me read these real quick. And then you about to say something, Flo?
I was going to say, like we can say for almost certain that he didn't want to kill him, because why would anybody want to just throw their life away that arbitrarily?
Yeah. LL with the $10 says, it's funny an underage kid could cross state lines with an illegal rifle into a city with a curfew, but we have to deal with the kid with a knife. Typical. We are held to a different standard.
Yep.
There's one more, and then you can reply because he says something after that. Reaperell with the $10 says, salute, Hamp. A lot of them white boys in small towns relish the idea of testing black kids who they think are hood because they were raised in fear of it. It's like an Odyssey challenge for them. Yeah, so he went to Carmelo went to Centennial. Centennial has 2,000 kids. The Memorial has 1,500 kids. I think those are two of the larger ones. There's a few. I think they have like 4 or 5 high schools. Billy Goat with the $5 says, y'all do know the Twins have a bunch of black teammates, right? Maybe they're just assholes. Jay Hayward with the $5 says, it's us. We are making it about race. The dead kid's father already stated he has empathy for the boy, that he doesn't want it to be racial. See through you with the $5 says, if Carmelo was Carmelo, nobody would be saying he wrong. In fact, they would say Austin shouldn't have messed with that girl. That was actually one of my follow-up question. Reaper with the $10 says, if black kids have a propensity to attack others, why are the white kids so prone to shooting up schools, raping kids, students, and their parents, and overdosing on drugs? Someone explain their pathology. I think he's speaking to the Matt Walsh statement. Aaron with the $2 says, black people show remorse to the enemy every day, B. LL with the $5 says, just in case people forgot, Mr. Fantastic was a strong supporter of, you want to respond?
Oh yeah, and I am. I still am. Shout out to Kyle Rittenhouse. If you knock me down, I'm shooting up. Now the thing is, you niggas get emotional, and I don't know why you even care as a black man. I said, if you knock me down, I'm shooting up. That's what I said.
but you could push me.
Hold on. Look, so that's different. I'm grown, bro.
But
so
he wasn't.
Underage kid can't defend himself.
That's what I'm saying. So for you niggas that didn't watch the trial, don't know the law. All right. Yeah. The man had a gun. He's 16 years old. He's able to have a gun, a rifle, right, Hamp? At 16, in most states, you can have a long gun. All right. Yeah. He had the long gun. It was there. Someone tried to attack him and take his gun from him. He shot him. First guy was a child predator. Y'all crying over a child predator getting killed over trying to take a man's gun. The second guy hit him. White one. Both of the guys that died from Kyle Rittenhouse were white. Why do you care? If Kyle Rittenhouse would have lost that case, that would have set back Second Amendment law like by so much it would be ridiculous. That was two caught on camera, both cases caught on camera of the best self-defense in history of mankind, and some of the best shooting ever. He didn't miss neither one of them. Shout out to Kyle Rittenhouse.
But the thing is where you're flawed in your logic. He is a child.
Oh, my bad.
And he defended himself. But now when we're bringing up a black child, we're not talking about if it was justified for Kyle or not. We're saying the same way you can objectively look at Kyle and say, even though he was a child with a weapon, he didn't go out there with the intentions to do nothing. When somebody attacks him, he has every right to defend himself. The same way you can see that for Kyle, see that shit for Carmelo. That's all I'm saying.
And I think we all agree he's trying to antagonize. I think we all can agree that he was trying to antagonize. Now, should he have been attacked? No. But to say that he wasn't out there trying to antagonize some shit.
Well, again, the antagonization is not the point. And then it's still not the same, Sherelle, because again, if me and you tussling and rustling or whatever, and I got a knife or I got something, you got to get close to me. All right. We may rustle, you may tussle, it's whatever, right? If I just put hands on you. But if you try to take my gun, you try to take a gun away from me, that's totally different. That's why I say y'all not couching this correctly. You have to put it in its proper perspective. And that was grown men trying to attack a kid and take his gun. So all
right, so here's the question I got though. Let me read these two. Reaper with the $5 says, black people do care when other blacks get deleted. Y'all just don't cover it because it's not click or newsworthy. You got movements every day, but y'all don't care. Will with the $5 says, a 14-year-old boy shot a man for punching his mom in the store in Chicago. Justified? I think he got off on that.
Yeah, he got off.
They didn't charge him.
Aaron with the $2 says, black Republicans going out sad and it's only April. Red Pill Ranger with the $10 says, dude is 17, not 7. He knows what a knife to the chest can do. Also, his force wasn't appropriate to the threat. Black people are too emotional. That kid was 100% wrong. He's a damn murderer.
So that sounds goofy.
Yeah.
So
and,
here's
I did look up the law. He's allowed to carry a knife under 5.5-inch blade at school.
There you go.
See, that's what. So Flo, when I was looking at Tatum, right, I cut it off kind of quick. But when he started getting to that part, he started to stumble.
Because I had to dig. It's not easily.
Yeah. But you know what it was though? It wasn't saying what he thought it was gonna say. You see what I mean? That's why he was kind of like, oh wait, I wasn't expecting this part. You know.
So
well, this part. Hold on. let me just say this. I gotta get shot in, but I just want to make sure that we finish Miss Fantastic logic, because somebody actually said in the super chat, which is a part of my question.
I can say one thing. I know that the gun was the knife is legal, because if it was illegal, we'd already know.
They probably have a charge.
We would already know it was illegal.
Yeah, he wasn't charged for that too. Shit, that's actually a good point. I think you're 100% spot on. So this part, because somebody said, I think C3, you said it. My daughter, same circumstance. A boy grab her, try to throw out the section. She pretty small too, and she poke him and kill him. Are we having the same conversation? Because if it's predicated on physical prowess, right, and how we see it, is it gender? Is it physical prowess? Is it both of those things? Because the stature of these two boys is maybe 3 inches in height and 70 pounds, 60 pounds or so. So how are we making these determinations? What is it predicated on?
It would definitely be different, and it would be more sympathetic and understandable if it was a girl to a boy.
Mm-hmm.
It was a girl to a boy. I think most people would be like, hey, you know, don't pick on a girl, and people are going to be even if it's still wrong, right? Mm-hmm. But I say this: had he just pushed the girl the same way, just pushed her, not punched her, no other shit or whatever, people will still be like, hey. But because it's not though, that's what I'm saying. So if you do a whataboutisms, we can flip it, turn it, and pretzel it any type of way. But okay. I mean, it's two boys.
Okay. Shaw, what's popping? What's goody?
What's good, Hal? What's up, panel?
Good, man. Good.
I didn't make it to the beginning of the show, so I'm not sure what I missed. But when I saw the title, I said I definitely want to jump in talking about race wars. I mean, I'll be strategic about how I talk about this thing because I know it's a very sensitive topic, but I often think about, you know, the idea of a race war and like what that means for Black people in general. This particular case, I think outside of it being a white and a Black kid, and also someone potentially passing, I don't know how interesting this case actually is compared to just what happens in America all the time. But I do know that there's like a deliberate like thing going on to get us, in particular, if you're a student of history, you always know like the people who are really in power, they enjoy watching the rank and file, everyday man, Black and white in particular, do this kind of clashing thing, you know, and to get us to argue and fight about things like this because, you know, the people at the top who are in power, you know, they want to stay in power, and these types of topics kind of keep them in position. And so I think particularly for Black people, if we just talk about the idea of a race war, I'm kind of moving past the conversation about the kids, if you don't mind, help. My opinion on that is, I think about myself particularly. I consider myself to be a scary person. When I moved to my first neighborhood, I had some kids try to break in my car, and I shot at one of them. I shot at them because at that time they was in my yard or whatever, right? And the police basically told me if I would have hit them, I would have went to jail. I was kind of confused. I understand the law a little bit better now, and I'm saying it to say I just think in the heat of like a battle, it's kind of hard to say what you would do. You know what I mean? It's just really difficult. We all can preach what you should, but in the event I was somewhere and some kids started barking at me and I had a knife, you know, I can't say for sure I wouldn't pull it out. You know what I mean? And use it to defend myself. It's just one of them things where it's just hard to know when. Help. So
yeah, 100% of the time, bro. Mm-hmm. This is what I do know. If a nigga got it on him, he gonna pull it. That's a fact. I don't care if he pump fake or whatever. Yeah. People gonna say, hey, you better nigga be flash dancing, all types of stuff. Yeah. I don't see myself, unless it was a cordial invite. If I get into, what's that shit called when you driving and shit, and then people get into
road rage.
Yeah. If a nigga get out of the car and say, hey, I would like to you know,
engage in fisticuffs.
Yeah, I may oblige, right? Just because I'm interested in that. But otherwise, somebody probably gonna get shot as soon as we get out the car, right? Even when people pull up, like if somebody like doing the beep and shit, you know how they go, right?
Mm-hmm.
People kind of pull up on side. Almost immediately, I make sure I got my car holster where I can reach my shit. And it's not even like I want to. It's just that's the next thing. If I got it on me, that's the next thing for most people.
Right. Most people.
Well, say it's better to be judged by 6 than I forgot.
Judged by 12.
Yeah, judged by 12.
That's a real thing since the beginning of time. You got a weapon. You're gonna use it. You're not gonna say, well, you know, in this situation, he got fit. It's just one of them things. You just, you know, just how it happens. So I don't know, man.
Buddy said black people are emotional. So was white people emotional when they found dude innocent that when they did all that shit to Rodney King and all of these others? Are they emotional when they do that? I love how we're emotional because we have an opinion. White people actually put action into play. They're not emotional.
I always find it interesting, particularly when black people say that, because if we were as emotional as people say we was, all the shit that has happened to us throughout history, and we still able to sit next to white people and be cordial and build and all that, if we were just so emotional and not able to deal with our emotions, people say we are, America won't look the way it won't look the way it does. That's just the reality of the situation. Because when you read the history of what happened, and we can read all that and still, but you know what, it was the past, let's move forward. That shows we're not as emotional as people say we are. There's some logic that stops us from crashing out.
Well, I don't. Most people aren't capable of crashing out, for one. And you're talking about the reaction of the group as a whole when certain shit happens and it gets overblown. Now, what you did allude to, Shy, is that a lot of the times this shit is media and promoted. It's purposely done that way. And like I said, Matt Walsh, that is a piece of shit for inciting this shit. But you got to understand too, you can't be all this whatever, right? When it happens to black people, and when white people react the same way, now it's a problem. White people, you got to give people the same motherfucking level of a response, like niggas did for George Floyd, like you did for Breonna Taylor, like you did for all these other people in a situation where it's a fucked up situation. A kid got killed. Now, should the race have ever been put into it? Like, I think I forget who said it, but like the father said, "Hey, this is not racial. Please don't make it racial." But white people mad about a whole bunch of other shit, and some of them are just looking for a reason to turn it into that and point out the whole situation. But at the same time, bro, you don't gotta do the despicable shit that other people doing, because some niggas out here wilding, bro. Saying that it's okay for a kid to kill a kid is just despicable. It's going too far.
Yeah, and I think I want to say, I think we all agree with you, Fantastic. It's not okay for a kid to kill a kid. I think we all, I'm gonna just go out on the limb and say we all agree with that, right? What annoys me is when incidences like this happen, it's almost like people think that black people can't think critically too. Like we always base it on, like, we look at the facts too. We look at all the surrounding, factual information and everything. And what I'm about to say, I just want to say it has no reflection on DJ HAMP and his show. But you did play what's this dude's name is Tatum, Officer Tatum. Yeah. I just want to go on record and say that dude is an idiot, bro. That dude is like one of the biggest idiots to me on YouTube. Cause listen, I remember the Sonya Massey situation. He basically painted that lady as the aggressor. And now look at what's going on. Sean Grayson, right? The lady's killer is trying to get his case removed from Sangamon County. You know why? You know why he's trying to get his case moved out of that county? Cause he finna get buried. He know it. And so here's the thing, like when it happened, I'm just looking around like, are they really blaming this lady? So here's the thing. Is it really that a lot of black people can't critically think? Why can't other races of people get accused of the same thing? Especially COONs like Officer Tatum. Like, that's just crazy. That's all I want to say. It's just like, I don't even, like, that's just, that Sonya Massey incident, it just proves that dude he's very biased and he's placating to his audience. Why would somebody even believe this dude? He's an idiot. That's all I want to say.
Well, let me ask you a question, Flo. And then I'll get Sean in. Sean, what's popping? When you hear the arguments, right? Black people, when it comes to topics like this, black people are emotional, black people complaining, not thinking straight. super duper racist, right? What do you think? What do you think when you hear that? You think it's true?
I think that no, I think that there is the tendency to make things about race when it's not. Like this situation, I don't think that there's any reason to see it as racial at all. I think it's a race bait, and at this point, and I think it's just that's just poor thinking. But I don't think that's.
Do you think that black people like go for the race card maybe more than we should?
Yes, I think they do, but I also think that it's not exclusive. I think people are tribal and emotional, and project themselves into situations, right? So people are looking at this, and a lot of people aren't really even giving a fuck about the kids. Not to, point out Tommy, but pointing at all these other things to help make a decision about that have nothing to do with this case.
Such as
Trayvon Martin, right?
No. So my reaction to that was the reaction that I saw people have to justify that. And what I'm saying is, when we do that, what the super chat say, we're emotional. So that was my question for that. But
don't you? I mean, you mic cut off. It doesn't seem like a good way to assess a decision by looking at how other people reacted to a different decision.
Like I said, Carmelo Anthony, he's if you look at his group of friends, because they show pictures, they've showed pictures. He has a plethora of friends. Like he has white friends, he got Hispanic. Like he doesn't just hang around black kids. So it's not. I don't think it was a racial thing either. I think it was just a self-defense thing.
No, I don't. So because I don't want to get that mistaken. My point was, especially like, what'd you say the population was, Hamp?
Of the city? 240.
Okay, so I don't know how many of y'all have been in a city where the population has been like that or less, and then the population breakdown by races like that. But I've been to cities like that in California, Texas, Florida. It's usually undertones there for whatever the fuck reason. It usually is.
Let me break this down real quick. 240,000 people in the city, right? 50% white, 30% Asian, 10% Latino, 10% black, and then the other was whatever the percentage left, right?
Yeah.
And so the school that Carmelo went to, 70% black. The other school that they went to is 10% black. So they go to different schools. You see?
Okay.
Yeah. So Carmelo went to Centennial. Those two went to Frisco Memorial.
Yeah.
So
but the city is 240,000, so that's a pretty small city. So
and Tommy, when I said I don't think it's when I said I don't think it's racial, I was talking about on Carmelo's behalf. You know, I don't think he did that because it was a white boy. It was a white kid.
I don't necessarily think it was on either side. But what I'm saying is, in a lot of those cities, like I said, like when my parents moved to the suburbs, it was a undertone there. Like we knew places where we shouldn't go, and we knew places where we could go. If you went to Old Elk Grove, it was a chance you was gonna get messed with. If you was on Elk Grove by I-5, we was cool as the wind. And that's not something that's literally like you get a paper when you move there and go, hey, this is how it is. That's something that's, as you experience, you go, oh, okay, my uncle lived by I-5. I'm over there all day, every day, don't have no problems. The moment you pass 99 and go to Old Elk Grove, you getting pulled over all the time, literally not receiving any tickets, just getting pulled over. What you doing here? Whose car is this? Yada, yada, yada. My mom's car's getting spray painted with the N-word. They put maxi pads on it. You know what I'm saying? My little brother's walking with one of their friends. They drive by. You N-word lover. But a lot of these situations, like if you're not like that, you won't be privy to it. So I had a friend, and nobody would have knew he's friends, but he was an old white guy, like 58 or something like that. He passed during COVID. But I met him in that city that I told you about, Lodi, California, one time at a Denny's. Him and his family was there. The only black guy that walked in. I didn't even notice the people staring at me. When I sat down at the table, he's the one that looked at me and goes, you didn't see them staring at you coming in? Nah. Damn, that's the first in his head. He's like 58. That's the first time I've ever seen something like that.
Yeah.
So,
let me say this. Let me just baseline this real quick. Hey man, salute to everybody. What's up, Beans? What's up, Sean? Trigger Mike. Salute. We at the 3-hour mark. If y'all want to extend the show, please hit the Cash App. I'll give you another 5 minutes to do so. It's $60 to extend it. We've been here for 3 hours. We've been cooking. I think there's a lot of more dope opinions that need to be presented, because this is, I think, just important in terms of the logics, right, that are being displayed here in terms of how we assess this and what we are adding to it as opposed to what is actual, right? I think that's really important. Flo, you was about to say something. I want to get Trigger Mike in.
Yeah. So, my question would be then, all the things that you just described, what does that tell us about this case? I mean, it doesn't actually give us any new information. It actually clouds what we know about it with what we've experienced somewhere else. So I would suggest that I don't deny that shit happened at all. I just don't. It's not relevant if we're truly assessing the situation at hand. That stuff is just going to cloud the perception of clarity on the issue.
And
go ahead.
Well, that right there, Flo, is what I was asking too. Who introduced race in the first place? What I'm finding is us, right? It's our personal experiences, right? And then we're coupling that and projecting it. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but that's just what's happening. And they're saying it has to be racial because here's what I know based on what I've seen or experienced. I'm not discounting it, Tommy or whomever else said it. I'm just saying I see that's what's happening. They could have a point. I'm not dismissing it, but I see that that's what's kind of coming into play a little bit when that's introduced. So,
just real quick, and that's the emotional.
It's fantastic. Go ahead.
And that's the emotional part of it, right? It's a lot of times where you have to remove yourself. And we do this often on the panel. Don't personalize it, right? Now, again, it's not to discount or whatever. Black people have this damn thing, man, to where we just cannot, what I mean? If it's a white person involved, we gotta throw the pitchforks and motherfucking torches, bro. Yeah, I just don't understand it. Yeah, because again, I can understand, from the history and these different things and so on and so forth. But a lot of us speak from a situation to where we never even experienced it. You feel me? I've never been. I've never had to step out the way of a white man in my life. You feel me? They get out my way, and we act as if we experienced Jim Crow South and all these different things. Now, to Tommy's point, there are some still sundown towns and shit in this country. I'm not saying there are some places where, hey, your black ass better not be there when the sun go down. That exists. But it's still few and far in between. We can't just try to, make it across the board where that's the norm.
You say fantastic. You say you never experienced racism?
That's not what I said. I said I never experienced a situation where I had to get out of a white man's way. That's what I said, Freezy. I never said I never experienced racism.
But you live in a state where a dude was rolled up in a mat and they told us that he crawled in there.
I guess it's my turn. What up, y'all? Good afternoon.
What up, Mike?
Yeah, man, this situation is sad though, because it happened here in Texas, so I knew about it. You know what I mean? I mean, my wife were talking about it, but it wasn't until like yesterday till I got to read the comments. I was like, what the hell is going on? Then I realized it turned into some kind of race war topic. And that's actually very sad, man. And like Hamp said, I go to read the comments, who's introducing race into it. And one of the points that I wanted to make about this is that it should never have turned racial. But the reason I believe that it did is because once again, we're trying to defend the indefensible. Somebody already said it, a kid died. There ain't no excuse for that. No excuse. The people who should be drilling this kid, nailing him to the wall, throwing the book at him are his own people. If you really want to be honest. It doesn't matter how he grew up. You don't defend the indefensible. Death, you see what I'm saying? Somebody died. When somebody dies or somebody commits murder, you make that known that is not to be tolerated within your bounds, right? If my own son did it, right? The same thing would happen to him. So that's why I'm like,
I just got a question. So, Mike, real quick, just a follow-up question. What you're saying? Indefensible being what exactly?
Murder.
Huh?
Murder.
So you've already made a determination on what happened, how it happened, and you're calling it murder, and you're saying don't defend murder.
That's what I'm saying. They said he brought a knife and he stabbed the boy in the chest, right?
Well, that did happen, but does the context matter to you, or is the end result the key?
It's the end result. It's the end result.
Okay, so if you
That's the problem.
had to kill, if somebody was accosting your child and you killed them, I walk up and say, Mike killed him, that nigga got to go to jail.
Yeah. And look. I'm going to jail. Hold on.
No, me. I'm saying that, but you actually killed the person in the process of them accosting your child. You're saying that I'm gonna look and say, Mike killed that person. Mike goes to jail. That's how it should work. Are you saying?
Yeah, I killed him.
Jesus Christ.
Like, wait, hold on. Are you saying that I'm supposed to be justified in killing? Because
Yes,
it was
so
my
if somebody, let's say somebody's trying to steal, what I'm saying is steal your child, right? Like taken or something. So
okay. You mean like that?
Yeah, accost is probably too soft of a word. I apologize. So
Okay,
they come in and steal your child in a white van.
Yeah, that's probably one of the only cases where you could be possibly justified.
Do you think that
What world do you live in?
It's less severe? Do you think it's a
One of
less
the
severe
only
thing
cases.
if the guy panicked and accidentally killed him?
Yeah, what I'm saying is like you're talking about a crime versus a crime, right? My reaction to a crime is committing another crime. That's probably the only justification we have in the court of law. Anyway, like, oh, they were trying to steal his child, so he used force to subdue
Mike,
that man.
is your reaction to somebody putting their hands on you, you saying that your name being Trigger Mike, you gonna fight?
No, this is the point that I'm actually trying to get people to understand.
Go ahead.
From the context that was given to us on the news and everything that we know, the only way I do it in society across all groups of people is that if you violate the laws of escalation, you are wrong. If somebody talking shit to you, you can talk back. If somebody put their hands on you, you can hit back. Unless somebody pull out a deadly weapon and try to kill you, you can't use that level of force against them without consequence.
That's not true.
So that's the reason why I said if somebody gonna talk shit and get stabbed, the person that stabbed them is in the wrong and they need to go to jail.
But just real quick, the major thing we gotta say is for kids. It's different for adults, bro. It's different for adults.
Well,
It's legal for-
we kind of mind through that. We can get more examples of that, right? But I just know what we say, and we putting a heavier burden of responsibility on kids by saying we can shoot people who beat us up, but the kid can't shoot or stab if they're getting beat up.
Yeah.
So I just want to understand that. Go ahead, Mike, and then Sean had dropped off, so I want to get Sean in because he was having technical issues.
Yeah, my name is Trigger Mike. I carry everywhere I go. What I'm saying is I'm the last person to shoot. You cannot get me to pull out my deadly weapon by talking to me. Words don't mean shit. That's literally you got to go to jail behind that shit. I don't give a fuck what you said. I'm not pulling out my deadly weapon over some
Mike,
words.
that don't fit here because he was actually.
So Austin Metcalf would use his words.
Mike, that don't fit.
Hold on. So Mike, he put his hands on him.
What are you talking about?
I just want to make sure Mike knows that.
No. What I'm saying is force escalation. That's what I'm saying. Words, hands, deadly weapon.
Oh, so I gotta wait for him to produce it and then hit me and then. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Was there a deadly weapon?
Mike. What we're saying is if you got the drop on me and you let me get the drop on you, that sounds stupid as fuck.
What I'm saying
is
like,
let me pull my hammer and you got to say, oh, you do have a gun. Let me go get one of my 6 that I have on me after I'm whooping your ass. That don't make because you waiting to respond. But this is real life situations.
Hold on, Ham. We talking about each individual occurrence. We're talking about how we should build a culture. So now, as you can see, kids are too scared to do fisticuffs with one another. If you say, Mike, I'm coming out, I got an issue. Let's fight. You think I'm bringing a gun outside? We could even shake hands after we fist fight. That's what we used to do when we were kids. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So we're building We're building a culture where somebody doesn't automatically have to get a force multiplier against somebody else. What the hell you bringing out a knife for? We fist fighting with one another.
Okay. Yeah, no, we I understood that. We were talking about that earlier too. So, okay, that's the premise. It just sounded a little bit like all the way kind of like obtuse, to be honest.
Yeah,
But
I got you, but I'm talking about like culture building, like what, like your own son, your own dad to be like, you know, you get real mad, like you got bullied or some shit. You go pick up a hammer, but like, if you don't get your bitch ass back outside, go fight that nigga, go punch him in the face,
yeah,
right? So that's
I
what I'm
understand.
talking about.
That's what you're actually saying. Okay, that's
Yeah, I
cleaner.
get that.
That's
Yeah.
cleaner. That's cleaner.
Yeah.
So I want to get real quick because I know Sean and Freezy want to say something. Sean had dropped off like a couple times. He was having technical difficulties. So I just want to make sure he get his 2 cents. Then we get Shad, Freezy real quick, and we'll get the bean. Go ahead, Sean.
What's up, y'all? I don't think this has anything to do with race from the, let's say, the assailant's side, the black kid's side. I don't. From what I'm reading on CBS News, he walked into a tent. The kid Metcalf was already in the tent. Metcalf told him to leave the tent. Why he told him to leave the tent, I don't know. Then for something made him grab the kid that walked in, the black kid. And so he got stabbed from there. That's the tricky part of it. Like, and all of y'all are making really good arguments that's making me think twice about all of this. And Mike, I think you were talking about proportionality in terms of his response with the knife, because there are stand your ground laws in Texas. So you don't have to retreat. You can literally stand your ground in Texas. Then, Mike, what you said, that's the tricky part. Was his reaction proportional as it relates to him being grabbed? And only he can make that case. That's going to be his job, his attorney's job, to prove that he felt imminent danger, and so he acted. You know what I'm saying? If he chooses self-defense. But it's the thing in terms of precedents. Why isn't the precedent that we're trying to set? Don't be a fucking bully. Don't touch people. Because you don't know the reaction. You don't know what people can do. Don't fucking touch people. He literally just walked into a tent. If you tell him to leave and he don't leave, then why is it your job to feel that you can touch him? You know what I'm saying?
Sean,
They got security. They got police.
Sean, on top of that, as you continue to expound on your thought, right? Because I don't want to derail you. But with the fact, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, him and his brother don't even do track. They just at the track meet.
What? I didn't know that part. Wow.
Was Carmelo doing track either though? I don't know if either one of them was.
It looks like it was at, well, what deductive reasoning tells me that it was at the Memorial High School is because they had random people there. So generally speaking, the football players ain't traveling to another school to a track meet. But if you get out of school and the track meet's popping, say again.
It was a track meet championship. That's what it said online. It was track.
Okay. So, and it looked like their tent was down near the near the track. So I think it's probably their school. Because it said well, we can look it up. It said Kirkendall Stadium, right? Go ahead, Sean. You can finish your thought. Go ahead.
It said that the witness that was sitting with Metcalf said that they were sitting under their school's tent. So let's just assume that Anthony walked into their school's tent. What gave him? Who deputized him and said that he had to physically grab somebody and get them up out of there? Now, once again, y'all alluded to this, and this is where I think it gets a lot cloudier. You got it, bro.
No, you got it. I just want to make sure you got this information as you expound. Kirkendall Stadium was originally called Memorial Stadium. They go to Frisco Memorial. Mm-hmm. So based on that reasoning, that this track meet was at their school.
At their school. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes perfect sense.
Let me just add this to your point, Sean.
I made sure I cut him off, not cut him, but I interjected twice while he was trying to finish. Go ahead, Sean.
If the 17-year-old Sherelle had walked into that tent, would we be saying the same thing? And y'all said this earlier. Would we be saying the same thing with the premise hold up? If 17-year-old Sherelle walked in and this same football player told her to leave, then grabbed her and she defended herself. If your answer is that she had to defend herself, then why would we change it just because this was a boy? You know what I'm saying?
It changes everything though, Sean.
It can't change nothing. It can't change nothing.
Yes, it changes everything. So it changes the proportional force, Sean. Like you said yourself, proportional force. A girl is not. Let me say this. I gotta run. A girl or a woman is never going to be seen as capable of it. To give a man equal proportional force.
Before y'all finish, Mr. Fasad, before you finish, the police report showed that this boy was 130 pounds, but on his huddle it says he's 160 pounds. So if they weighed him, because they weigh you when you get there, if he's 130 pounds, if that be true, the white boy was 228 pounds. So literally 100 pounds difference. At what point do you consider proportional force?
That's a great point.
Yeah,
that
so-
was such a great point, man.
Let me
3 inches taller too.
I
Yeah, let me
understand
just
that.
say this,
I'm not
John.
Hamp. If me and you get into a situation, Hamp, they not give a fuck. Your ass
Exactly. They not gonna give a.
Yeah.
But look,
Yeah.
this is all
150 pounds though.
y'all do realize this is all relevant information, right? But the way we got to teach it, because what y'all are trying to do is like y'all are trying to teach kids street code and how we need to move to maintain our respect. Like I agree with you on that, but I'm giving the advice on how to stay out of jail. I teach this shit for a living. All right. The way you have to stay out of jail, that's why you made the point on my point, Sean. You said there are stand your ground laws, and within those stand your ground laws, unless it's on your property, blow their fucking head off if they on your property and they make a threat. That's when the laws of escalation apply. So I'm trying to teach kids how to stay out of jail. And I know that y'all really care about that shit. So when we in the street, everything y'all saying, that shit can go. Right? But when we in the world and we're trying to have our kids grow up into functional, productive citizens that got to interact with people of different race, different size, different perceptions, different biases and shit, they got to do what I say if they're going to stay out of jail. Anytime you get into a situation like that, hold on. This is the force proportionality thing. Anytime you get in a situation like that where you outnumbered, him using what we call a force multiplier, right? They put your hands on you. Now you pulled out a knife. That means that he likely thought he was threatened to the point where physical harm was going to come to him, meaning like he thought he was going to get jumped by a bunch of different fucking dudes. So this is what I'm going to teach my son. This is what I'm going to say. You see a situation where you outnumbered, you're already stupid as fuck for being there, number one. But now you see a situation where you can't win, you go force multiply with your group. Is there anybody else you can go get? Because now it's fisticuffs on fisticuffs. Nobody's going to, like, you see what I'm saying? Nobody's going to jail for life behind that shit. So that's all I'm saying about the
unless somebody get hit the wrong way, falling down.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, you got your dudes, let me go get my dudes. Since y'all want to be up here squadding up, because I can't force multiply, stab you in the chest, and not go to jail.
Let me say this. What you just said, Trigger Mike, was so negligent and so ignorant. What you just said, I'm gonna tell you why. He would have been more liable if he would have went and got some more guys, because now you done put yourself in a situation where you don't even know what your homeboys finna do. You don't even know what you don't even know what all these other guys is gonna do.
No, Freezy. No,
listen, let me finish, bro. You giving the wrong message, bro. That's not what he was supposed to did.
I didn't say that was what he was supposed to do.
You're telling him to go get his gang and have a gang war. No, bro. No, that's not what he's supposed to do, bro. That's so crazy. And hold on. And another thing is, that's more proof that it would have been premeditated. If he would have actually left the scene and came back with his homeboys, do you know that would have looked worse in court?
And that's not how conflict escalates. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah, you go.
But hold on. What I'm giving you is a proportionality scenario, Freezy. What
But
I'm
y'all
saying
be so
is,
technical, y'all be sounding crazy as hell.
all right, you really want to know what I think? Get the fuck up out of Dodge, then, bro. Get out of
Now
Dodge.
you want to say that? First you said go to the gangs of New York. Now get the fuck up out of Dodge. Which is
What I'm saying is you gonna let somebody jump you?
Hell no! If I got a pocket knife, I might hit him one time too. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, you going to jail then, Freezy?
No,
It's
I'm
all
not.
good?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
You going to fucking jail? What you talking about?
This is what I disagree with you about earlier. You said you don't do a crime. You don't match a crime with a crime. First of all, we don't even know that if that what Carmelo Anthony did was a crime yet. That's to be proved in court. But you're going to convict him right now because of your bias. Yes, you're saying that what Carmelo Anthony did is a crime right now, and that has not been proven yet.
I didn't say match a crime with a crime.
Yes, you did. Roll the tape back.
Mike, this is not very Trigger Mike of you with this argument. Look,
hold on. I did not say match a crime with a crime.
Hamp $500.
No, Hamp said if somebody accosted your child, and I said if somebody did a crime,
He said responding to a crime with a crime.
Okay, but he's correlating that with Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf.
Yeah,
right. So it's still what it is.
He's saying commit a crime. If you do something, you go into jail. His premise is to avoid jail and get back to the premise of fighting fire with fire, essentially.
Freezy. Hold on. So I am technical. That's the way that I think. This boy had a weapon on school grounds that he stabbed someone in the chest and they died. He
It
committed.
wasn't illegal to have the weapon, Mike.
Hold on. What I'm saying is he committed a fucking crime. Let the DA sort out which one it was.
No,
that's
100%.
a crime.
But see, here's the thing, right?
That's what I'm saying. You said it earlier.
But here's the thing. You're speaking on crime, right? So I just don't want to conflate the knife on school grounds with that being a crime, right?
Exactly.
Because Flo found it in this the Texas statutes that having a knife under 5.5 inches is not a crime to have on you on school grounds.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on. During sporting events.
Yes, Mr. Technical.
You can carry a blade of 5.5 or less on school ground.
Wait. At his age, you can do that.
Any minor can.
Oh, you're killing me, dog.
That's my mistake. But you can't kill somebody with it, so it's still a crime for reason.
But look, Mike,
bro, see what I mean?
Problem, bro. You trying to solve for keeping people out of prison, but we should be solving for not being a bully and keeping your hands to your fucking self. That way, this shit don't escalate. You feel me? Keep your motherfucking.
Say that again. I'm sorry, Sean. I was reading.
I'm saying
we should
be solving for keeping your motherfucking hands to yourself. That way, shit don't have to escalate.
No, I'm 100% with you on that.
But that's what I'm saying. Hold on, that's already taught, bro. So I'm not trying to take away from it. This is what I'm talking about. Everybody get taught, keep your hands to yourself. But how many fights you been in, Sean?
A lot.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. That's what that shit is moot. You teach your kids to do. Hold on, you teach your kids to do the right thing. Does any kid do the right thing 100% of the time?
No, nobody. Yeah,
right.
Nobody does.
So what I'm saying is, when we talking about, of course, the man said for all the shit if everybody making up, the white boy didn't have no history of bullying, no criminal background, none of this shit that y'all saying. That's some shit that just got made up on the internet because of the race shit. Okay, the white boy is fucking. I'm not saying he's a model student, but he's definitely not this just horrible fucking person. All right. Everybody's taught to keep them hands to themselves, but we've all been in fights. Anybody on this as kids? Anybody on here not been on fight as a kid? Raise your hand. All right. So even though my mama told me and my daddy told me keep my hands to myself, if somebody put hands on me, hey, you protect yourself, right? And hell, what HAMP said, shit, you don't respond, you be the first to motherfucking bomb, right? So what I'm saying is we cannot promote to the kids that, oh, if a motherfucker put their hands on you, kill them. That's crazy, bro. It sets a horrible precedent. So this keep your hands to yourself shit is moot, bro. We already know this. It's gonna happen.
It doesn't. Well, it's not. If he put his hands on you, kill him. I think the lesson would be, if you put your hands on people, here are the possibilities.
Facts.
Exactly. That's my exact point.
Facts.
You jump to the other side of it. I'm talking from this side. Exactly what Ham just said. Like, look, for you, bro. Like, I got a homie that's 6'6", and so I told him, look, bro, he was a knockout nigga in the hood. I'm telling him that these young niggas ain't gonna let you knock him out, bro. You gotta chill on that. Somebody gonna shoot you in your face, my nigga. So my lesson is that, hey, shit come with that. If you want to put your hands on people, niggas gonna respond, and you don't know how they gonna respond. That's my exact point. You don't know what's gonna happen.
But Sean, that's the same. That's the whole premise of the same. That's the same things. Keep your hands to yourself. That gets explained in the process. You cannot determine how a person responds to you and your response. That's something you tell. It's part and parcel. It goes hand in hand. So what I'm saying though is, most importantly, is to be like, instead of saying don't put your hands on nobody, the message needs to be like, hey man, don't go too far, because if you go too far, now your life on the line. Don't put your hands on nobody. The message needs to be like, don't go too far. You got to mute the background, bro.
He need to fix his shit. Shaw, did you get a chance to jump in before I get beans?
I just wanted to say real quick, I think what people's concern is that the assumption is that everyone's not treated the same way under the law. So when it's a black kid and a white kid, most of us automatically think, despite what the context may be, he's going to be convicted, he will be charged, he will be in jail. And I think that's why it becomes kind of this conversation, because we've seen that historically as well. The George Zimmerman case is a good example of that. Like, we all joke about, imagine a black man following a white kid through his neighborhood and killing him. The results wouldn't be the same. Again, that's an assumption, but also we've seen historically what has happened with people that the law does not always protect everyone equal. So I feel like a lot of people are dealing with that part of it versus what happened between the two guys. Like we're almost already sure he's gonna go to jail, the black kid, despite all this context we're finding out now. That's what people are concerned about. That's what I'm assuming.
But so I don't know, but I'm gonna say this, man. Again, a lot of this stand your ground shit, more of it fails than it's successful. All right, and that's on both parts. Down here in Florida, there's been two like crazy stand your ground cases. The one to where the man shot the dude outside of the store or whatever for parking in the handicap spot. Initially, they didn't fucking prosecute him. They prosecuted, but he ended up getting 20 years. Another case was down here where the boy was playing the music in his car. Some old white man shot him. He tried to do stand your ground. He also lost, and I think he got life in prison. So again, this is the emotionality that we talk about, where y'all think that like the justice system is just against niggas and this and that. Bro, nobody covers when the white people go to jail because it's not sensationalizing.
It ain't just emotional. You love stats. Look at the information, particularly how they look at particularly black boys. They look at us as more dangerous. This is studies have been done to prove this with some of the bias that police force have. Think about the Tamir Rice case.
That's across the board, though. Shad, you know what, though, Shad? Because I do know the stats. Guess where it gets worse at, Shad? Where it gets worse at, brother? Tell me where it gets worse.
What do you mean?
Tell me where the police treatment of black people gets worse, or black men specifically gets worse. Black ran police forces, Baltimore, Memphis. So that's what I'm saying. So you can't have it both ways. If it does not change when it's a black police force or a white police force, it's just policing.
I got it.
Instead of the white police force.
I got to get Beans in, but all that actually still mans his point. It's fantastic, right? It's because of how the black man is looked at, right?
Right, exactly.
We even admitted that we look at each other differently.
It's dangerous
when we walking down the street.
The black man, it's the black man's fault, and that goes back to what I really told you. We dehumanize each other. It don't get no better when we policing ourselves.
No, 100%. But it does still man the point that the black man is looked at differently than the other men, which is why we come to these negative conclusions. It's not emotional, it's factual based on what you're saying, quite literally, if we do it to each other. Let me get Beans in.
What up, bro?
What's goody? How you?
Weird. I saw the
made me choke, my nigga.
Nah, for real. I saw the thumbnail. I was like, because I definitely, as soon as I saw I thought it was the other way, right? I thought it was, another white boy had did something to a black kid. You know what I'm saying? So then once I tapped in and I seen it was the other way, I was like, oh wow, right?
Well, so Beans, that's actually, you could go where you want to go with it, but that's actually up in the air. So the white boy put his hands on the black kid first, but not to the quote unquote extreme of poking him.
Right.
Pause. So you can still say what you want. I just wanted to give you that piece of information. Go ahead.
Well, I wish Trigger was still here so I can make fun of him. I think he made a great point about when he says he's trying to keep people out of jail, right? So he's trying to explain to you the what is. And he's saying this is how things are, so this is how you move. But in my opinion, the purpose of these conversations is to talk about the oughts, right? We got to talk about how things ought to be, right? And I think that's the greater conversation when we have situations like this, right? And so when you hear about the story, of course, you're like, damn, kid, whatever. But I've been in this situation with my son, and I would pose this question probably directly to Fantastic. So my son, I think he might have been like 13, 14. Some white kids that took his basketball, right? They was tossing it back and forth over his head. We not gonna give you your ball back, type bullying type shit. It was three of them. So he went home and got a knife and came back. Hey, give me my ball, I'm gonna stab the fuck out you. Right? So one of the kids, mommy, run, right? Ring the bell, mama come out. They toss my son his ball. He go home. Hour later, police show up. Right? They convince his mama to take my son to the jail on some scared straight shit. Let us walk you through it and put you in a cell and show you how it's gonna feel. Basically, if you ever defend yourself again. Fantastic. Do you think he was wrong for going and getting a knife?
Yeah,
Why?
because it could have turned out the worst possible thing over a ball, Beans. There's other ways of doing it. I'm not gonna ask where were you. He could have got you. He could have did something else. But this is what I'm talking about. When we allow kids the idea of like taking it to the max, bro, that kids understand that. And then, bro, I would never suggest my kids to grab a weapon for shit, especially leave and come back. You feel what I'm saying? That's too much shit. Now you don't know what they got, and it's still 3 of them.
Absolutely. So I'll tell you this much. I agree with you that he shouldn't have went and got a knife, and I told him that. I'm like, why? I don't know why you got the knife. You should have got your bat, right? Because now it's easier for you to do what you need to do, which is break these crackers down. Aim for the legs, get them out of
And
there.
less deadly. Hey, Beans, I agree 1,000%. It's hard to kill a motherfucker with a blunt object.
Absolutely. I mean, if you hit somebody upside the head with a bat good enough, that could
Kid is highly unlikely, but I got you.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, the point is this though. What we're not considering, in my opinion, is that not everybody is a tough guy. Not everybody can fight. I know cats that will run up on 3 guys by themselves. Not everybody doing that. Right? So and I trust the source, right? Which in this case is Freezy. When you say he poked and ran, that says to me, I didn't really want the smoke. I didn't really know what was coming. I was just trying to avoid it at all costs. I know I got this. I'm finna and get out of here. Because another thing that we tell our kids, hey, if it's a lot of them, hit the biggest motherfucker and get up out of there, right? Because you want to slow him down. So I'm just saying it's a lot of different ways that we could look at this, but I'm just not seeing killer. I ain't hearing that, and I ain't seeing that in this situation at all. And I also want to point out before I pass the mic that it seems like the people who's leaning towards that narrative just so happen to be the conservatives.
Wow, what a coincidence.
Always the douchebags.
You know, Cam said this thing. He said, if we link, we link. You don't like men, me neither. What a coinky dink. I don't know why that popped in my head, but he was talking to a girl when he said it. Sorry for the derail. I mean, that just popped in my head. But Beans, you looking at the intention now. Damn.
Absolutely.
Baby boy went to go get the banger. My brothers would have went and got their brothers. Same difference, right? Like you would have went and got your brothers. You wouldn't have got a knife, right?
I'm still going and getting my brothers to this day.
Is that the what? So, Mr. Fantastic, before we get Vovo, right? Vovo, what's popping, kid? Good to see you. Let me check your sound real quick, Vovo. Go ahead.
Is it on me?
Mic check. Okay, I thought you had an echo earlier. You good?
Can you hear me?
No, you good. You good. It was a little bit of a like an echo or something earlier.
He had YouTube playing in the background.
That's what it was. Okay.
Let me just say this, right? Let me start off with this. If I could just get like 2 minutes without being interrupted. You know, it's a lot of cooning around this shit too. It is what it is. A lot of cooning. Any black man that's about always, it ain't about race. But what do we do to each other? And look at how we do each other. That shit is cooning, cowardly shit. That's somebody that already done tapped out. They ain't gonna know. They ain't no good anyway. They need to go over there. If they talking about it ain't about race, and all of us black here, all of us experience racism on a daily. And any black man that's saying that he don't experience racism, he already just tapped out. Oh, there ain't nothing. That's just how it is. He gonna attack you instead of fighting them. That's just what it is. So let's just start with that. As far as the guy, Oh, there's been cases all over the country where the black kid was defending themselves and they still drug them through the criminal justice system. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. Akron, Ohio, there was a case like 2 years ago where these black kids on a basketball court, minding their own business, doing what we want our children to do. We want them outside playing. They shooting around at the basketball court at LeBron school, at the LeBron, I forgot, I think it's the Hart Academy or something like that. They being kids playing basketball. Some white kids pull up with some type of paintball gun with frozen pellets in it, shooting them. They get into a fight with the white kids, knock one of them out. He hit his head and died. This is a clear-cut case of self-defense. They still took them kids through the criminal justice system and tried to give them prison time. We just seen a case last year where the white girl ran up on the black girl and she lost the fight. She got her head banged into the ground. They took her to jail, ran her through the system. The fade on the water, that was self-defense. They was jumping the black dude and they came and helped the black dude. All of them had to go through the criminal justice system. How these guys ain't seeing that? How ain't nobody seeing that? That's because motherfuckers got selective sight. That's cowardice. That shit is cowardice. You ain't seeing this stuff. Ain't nobody seeing this stuff. What?
None of those were convictions. Everything you said, nobody got.
That's what I'm saying, but they was trying to convict them. Their life was on the line.
Of course, if you're charged with a crime, that's everybody.
My thing is these self-defense.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. All right, so you good. You painted this shit. So I'm gonna let you.
Oh, I got some other.
All right, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read these supers you heard, and then I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, and I'm gonna let brother 3 times respond. Is that cool? All right. Brother. Dedicated to my children, became a member. Aaron with the 2000s. When in the history of men did we all fight fair? Jamal was popping. Been member for 9 months. My brother 11 months. Salute, my G. I gotta find that police report. I couldn't find it. I was looking for it. Aaron with the 5 ounces. Flow. If I said white people have an undertone towards black people, would you know what I'm talking about? If so, give 2 examples, please. I think Flo, he might be out of here. He might come back up. We can have him answer. See. Good to see you. Kired was popping with the 5 ounces. Exhibit said it best. Rather be caught with rather be caught with it than caught without one. Aaron with the 2 ounces. Cooning and tethering at its highest with no facts. Red Parenti with the 10 ounces. Equivalent force, quote unquote, refers to the principle that force used in self-defense or defense of another must be proportionate to the threat. So I hear that, right? But with the stand your ground, right, you can protect your property, in which case you're not under bodily harm in a lot of states too. You know, when I mentioned that case where the dude was breaking into somebody's car and he got shot. So I guess we just have to really see, what does that actually mean? You know what I'm saying? Davey, been a member for 7 months. So Trigger Mike doesn't believe in the Constitution. Innocent until proven guilty, quote unquote. Nope. Send him to the jail forever. Ellipsis. Gotcha. HQ was popping. HQ with the 2000s. Is that a coon Jesus or Trigger Mike? God damn, wow. HQ. Salute to HQ. She been grinding on her channel, man. One of the mods drop her link, man. She been doing her thing. The 20 bosses. Trigger Mike just did away with self-defense and lesser included offenses in America. Even the courts understand that people react different under certain circumstances. Beans, remember what I said about these dudes.
Absolutely, see.
So to see Rich in the building, man. Aaron with the 2000. Notice how all the Trump supporters being weird. So solid with the 5,000.
Wow.
Oh, my nigga. You could have kept that 5, my nigga. You really, you know what I mean?
We didn't even say nothing about it on the panel.
That's what I'm saying, man. California, my nigga. It's just Aaron with the 2000. Selective weapon choice is wild. Y'all niggas is crazy. All right, hey, salute EBD. Vovo, finish your thought, or no, Vovo. Okay, finish your rant, and then I'll let Mr. Fantastic respond because I feel like, and I'm saying feel. That's who you talking to.
Not just him. He ain't the only one. Not just
he
him.
Ain't the only, but is he a part of the people you talking about?
I mean, y'all heard him speak, bro. Come on, bro. Like, he walk around with a shirt that say "big ass black guy." You think he don't experience racism? Come on, man, knock it off. Let me say this.
Let him get it 30 seconds. Go ahead, Paul.
He ain't about to do nothing. Let me say this though. Who turned this into a race issue? to white people. Fox News. They turned this shit into a race issue. They the ones that's championing this guy. Acting like this was some type of good kid or something like that. Dylan Roof was running around with an AR-15 in the street for no reason, just running around, just looking to make eye contact with anybody, looking to force a confrontation. And now they put him as the self-defense champion. He get brought out like he Hulk Hogan, literally. He gets brought out with like stadium music and all kinds of shit. You know
that was Kyle. That was Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse. What did I say?
Yeah,
Dylan Roof. Dylan Roof.
Yeah. But I don't want to make this. It's so much other stuff that we can point to. You know what I mean? That it's self-defense when they do it, but it's not self-defense when we do it.
You done, Mr. Fantastic?
All right, yeah. So listen, bro. All this, as soon as you hear somebody say coon, bro, this is one of these fake revolutionary ass niggas that ain't never did nothing for black people, right? And what they talk about what black people need to do. All right, they only show up when it's some black people versus white people shit. Whenever it's niggas that fucking doing something against niggas, they all for it. This is the man that personally motherfucking said, he said motherfucking the drug dealers did the hood a favor, some shit like this. That's what he said on my channel. He said that shit, okay?
Not some shit like that. That ain't what I said.
Hold on, brother. I interrupt you. You're a proud poisoner of your own community. And anytime the white people get involved, that's the only time you give a fuck. At the end of the day is this, bro. This young man is going to face prison time and jail time like all American citizens do. If you fucking do something, you fuck up, you kill a person, more likely than not. Okay, if you kill someone, okay, in most cases, in the majority of cases, you're going to go to jail. You're going to have to face trial. Facing trial and winning is actually proof that the system does what the system is supposed to do. All them cases you name, tell me of one conviction. Not one. Not the case in the situation with the kids in fucking what's name in playing the basketball. Not the other cases you was talking about. None of the cases you named, none of those people got convicted. Where the girl bashed the girl head into the thing, they dropped those charges, all of that shit. Okay. The problem is, again, we only highlight the shit when it's niggas involved with white people. When niggas is fucking over each other, we don't care. We don't talk about it. We don't do nothing. Black on black crime don't exist. Proximity crime, although we have the highest proximity crime by far than any demographic in the country. I'm done.
Now, let me say this, right? Aren't you the same guy that said you call black people the hard R? You did a whole space on it, right?
Huh?
Ain't you the same guy?
Hard R, yes. I'm sick.
Yeah, you call black people the hard R. Now, anybody from a black American community, no, we don't call each other the hard R. We do not talk like that. He claims that everybody talk like that. So it just showed me that you're a coon. Because we don't talk like that. We do not call each other the hard R. Now, there's other black people on the stage. Do we say that about each other?
No.
No. This guy's a goofy. He's a coon, bro.
This is what I need. I need two explanations.
He said
this is what I need, Vovo, if you don't mind.
He said that
No. Hold your horses. I got you. Why were you saying the hard R, Mr. Fantastic? And what were you praising drug dealers about, Vovo?
Never praised drug dealers. This is what I said. I said the government dropped drugs in the black community. Would you agree with that, brother? And I got caught up in that. I'm a product of the black community, for real. That's how I know we don't call each other the hard R or no stuff like that, no weird shit like that. We don't do that. I got caught up in that. When they said they're gonna drop drugs in the black community, they was talking about me. I was born in '86. That they dropped drugs in my community. That's what I was saying. And we got caught up in it. And I was telling him, you talk all this stuff about black people in the hood, but you want to dress like a black guy from the hood. That's what we was talking about. He want to wear the Jordans. Now he got the braids. You was square, bro. That when you wasn't doing that when you in the army. You ain't had no braids in the army. You having a midlife crisis. Now you get to be the man you want to be. Now you get to dress like us. Wow. Now you get to be like us. Now, when you in your 40s, that's what I was trying to tell him.
Okay.
Great. So I was calling hard R like him because this weak ass, poor ass, broke ass nigga with his motherfucking hair braids, same braids I got in the middle of your head up here, nigga. You couldn't join the Army, Navy, or any other motherfucking military because you had to salute like this. my nigga, you said, like you just said yourself, yeah, my nigga, hey, you just fucking blinded the whole goddamn audience with that fucking shine on your forehead, nigga, in the middle of your shit, okay? Now, brother, listen, you are a loser. You admitted this. You were proud. You proudly talked about how you fucking sold drugs to black people in your own community. You are hard R, my nigga. You are. You're the problem. See how you shake your head agreeing? Yes. So I refer to people like you that prey on black people, and then years later, after you fucking destroyed everything, and you still a loser ass nigga, you hop on the internet and you want to talk about niggas like me that's actually fucking made black men's image a whole lot better, okay? Because like you said, I do have 20 years of faithful fucking service, retired motherfucking military, nigga, and I've done way more for black people and the black image than your broke ass has done, nigga. All right, that, brother, that's why you are hard R, and why you on here trying to get your weak ass motherfucking YouTube channel off, like I motherfucking sunned you on my shit. I'm gonna sun your lame ass the fuck over here. You don't fuck with me in any way, shape, form, or fashion in life, nigga. You couldn't teach me how to motherfucking tie my shoes, brother. You are a loser still, and do yourself a favor and take them braids out the back of your head. Since you want to talk about motherfucking braids, my shit right here, nigga, your shit back here. Don't do it, my nigga. You never gonna win this motherfucking contest.
Now let me say this. This your first time having braids in your whole life. Congratulations. Your braids look stupid. We don't even line our shit up like that. If you had your shit pulled back, my shit is where your shit is at. Anyway, yes,
no, you don't let him lie.
You my hair is
Bobo, I ain't gonna hold you, Bobo.
But that's nor here nor there. That's nor here nor there. That's nor here nor there. What you did, hold on, wait.
Bobo, you got another 3 weeks, big boy.
Arguing about hair right now.
You can go on my page and see my fro out, bro. It don't even matter. My
It's all
shit
good, Bobo. You got another 3 weeks, big boy. You gonna have to get a baldy.
For sure, brother. You can see me with a low haircut, high hair. All types of
This is why I got faded.
But no, that's fine. I'm going for all right, cool.
But more importantly, go ahead, Bobo. But more
What he
importantly,
did for the black community, he sat on the ship for 20 years while that white man bossed him around. He just now finding himself. Now he on the internet wagging his finger at women and he hates women and all this weird ass shit. A real nigga ain't got niggas that got women that's having women ain't got no problem with no
wait,
women.
Bobo, you know
Niggas
Mr.
that got a
Fantastic?
wife ain't got no problem with no women.
Fan, bro.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. You a fan of us? You a fan? You want the hood aesthetic, but you want to dump on us.
I grew up in
tether. You is a tether. You a Haitian.
To be fair, y'all, you said you had him on your channel, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, all right. So y'all, okay. Okay.
No, we was talking about. It started off cool. We was talking about shoes and shit like that. But then when he talking about he called us the hard R. I'm gonna tell you why I am a hard R. Because when the white man seen us, he didn't never say, "Oh, you're in the army, so you're not a hard R," or "You work at the hospital, so you're not a hard R." They called Martin Luther King a hard R, and all he said is judge a man by the content of his character and not by the color of his skin. They called Harriet Tubman a hard R, and all she wanted was freedom.
Okay, so
what you mean? They don't make no distinction.
Okay,
They called you a hard R. You were just ate it because you wanted to be on the ship with them white boys. You think they ain't never called a big ass black guy a hard R?
So Bobo, I think the point is right. You got house nigga, Phil nigga, but they still had the hard ER no matter what, right? So they don't differentiate. So why would we? I think Mr. Fantastic is simply saying the people that poisoned and destroyed our communities are the niggers that need to be addressed and held accountable. That's his point.
Bro, we don't talk like that, bro. These dirty people.
No, 100%. I'm just. But what do you? So take this walk with me. What do you think about separating ourselves from the degeneracy? Because oftentimes we align with the things that are often negative, seen negative, I guess. What's your thought on that? Go ahead, sorry.
People got a fetish for our negative stuff. It don't matter what you did. Grandma ain't never referred to nobody as no hard R. Them people had to deal with that word for real.
Okay, I get you. I get you.
Like you just said, we had field niggas and house niggas. Everybody was a hard R. Yeah, we don't talk like that. That's coon talk. That's white supremacist talk. That's a black white supremacist.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Goofy dude that was always a goofy, always a weenie, never got the girl, never ugly, never had the looks, never was able to wear the braids when he was a kid. Now he's growing up. Now he's a grown man, and go ahead.
So
I had
Bobo,
braids in my hair since I was a baby.
No, Bobo. So
That's part of
in
culture.
terms of the logic, though, right? You saying hold people accountable, but what you don't do is call them a nigger, because that's tied to some shit that shit it shouldn't you shouldn't use.
Like that.
Bobo, listen to what I'm saying. Reply to what I'm saying, right?
Damn.
You saying hold people accountable, no question, right? Negative is negative, but what we ain't gonna do is call each other nigger, even if we hold each other accountable.
Right. I could call you a jackass, a murderer, a prostitute, a hoe, a slut. We deal with that. I'm a real Black American.
But nigga, you going too far with that.
We don't talk like that.
Yeah,
we don't.
okay.
We never.
Yeah, we do. We do.
I understand your premise.
You do. You not us though. You not us. You do. I take pride in that. That's a badge of honor for. Well, you ain't no.
Now, Mr. Fantastic, let me ask you a question. So,
hold on.
Mr. Fantastic, let me ask you a question. So essentially, right, that word is tied to a lot of trauma. Even if we understand what you're saying, the people that came before us, right, that were really hurt by that. I remember specifically HQ talking about that being used to her when she was like a kid, like 10 years old, and she's 60. And she hated because of how it was used directly, and they couldn't do shit about it. So even if you want to hold people accountable, would it be better to use different verbiage since you know what it's tied to, with people that weren't hard ERs but still called it?
No, because you need to hurt their feelings, because that's what they are. You need to make it as
what I'm saying, it hurts people's feelings even if they aren't an ER though.
Well,
like your grandma, my grandma, shit like that.
Well, I see what you're saying. So that's the whole premise of it was this. When we was growing up, Ham, you're in the South, right? They would tell you, hey, you got NIGGAs and you got NIGGERs. There's a separation. Don't you deal with them hard R's over there. That's what they are. All right. He's saying,
no Black Americans.
Brother, I didn't cut you off.
I know Black Americans.
I didn't cut you off. Again, you on some FBA shit that's 5 years old, my nigga. Talking about people
let him finish the premise.
Your whole ideology in life is 5 years old, my nigga. You watch me. You trying to get off on my shit. You coming here to talk to me on somebody else's channel, my nigga. I don't follow you. I don't know you. Brother, you obsessed with me. That's why you know my whole life story. I had to reply to you bringing up my life, not the other way around. You feel me? So, brother, the fact of the matter that you keep trying and you keep getting your head bust the fuck in. This is why your hairline keep going further back and further back and further back. Because you own this motherfucking YouTube success quest that's failing. No, brother, do it here. Oh, not this. There's no angle here. Yeah, the top. Yeah, that's where your salute starts, brother. You trying to make this personal. At the end of the day, Black people have called. What was the movie, Hamp, where they had the thing of it, and dude was talking about how the army dude dressed up like a monkey and they threw him over, they slit his throat and all this other shit. He called him that. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
That's damn. Yeah,
but you know what movie I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Iconic scene. So for him to say, when they even put this in cinema, right? Entertainment, or to send a message that Black folks never said it, and it's on the fucking silver screen over 40 years ago, this nigga too dumb to know what the fuck he talking about.
Well, can I interject something really quickly though? Fantastic. It is just a something to think about, right?
And we get you in EBD. Just let Beans interject this real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is just something to think about, right? An argument can be made that the degeneracy lies with the hard A's and not the hard ERs, right? Historically, the people who were called the hard R's were just Black folk trying to overcome, trying to get out of slavery, trying to get through the KKK, trying to get through Jim Crow and all of that other stuff, right? Those were the people being called the hard R's. And then once we added the A, we can make the argument that the A's is the drug dealers, the rappers, the twerkers, and all the other degenerates, right? All of us who chose to say never ignorant, getting goals accomplished, right? I'm just saying. So maybe the hard R ain't the actually the bad word. Maybe the A is the actual bad word.
Yeah, that's a fact.
It's not the bad word, because like I said, if you know the etymology of it, and HAMP has explained this plenty of times, that's something that used to be used in the days of fucking ancient times, bro. It was something that we called each other.
That's not Black American culture.
But you saying with the A? Hold on 1 second, Vovo. I can't understand what you're saying.
You can't tell me what Black American culture is when you identify as FCA,
Please
nigga.
clarify for me real quick before you go back and forth with him. You saying which one was used?
NIGGA.
Was used back in the day?
Yes.
How far
Nigga.
back in the day?
Like Egypt in African times, brother.
Really? Wow, that's
Yes.
crazy. I did not know. I thought we created that shit in the 80s.
Oh, Like
Wow,
again,
that's crazy.
That word is in the Bible, by the way. It's in the Bible.
The
NIGER, yeah.
Is mispronunciation of Niger or you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, that area of Africa.
Yeah, so so what we were subject to means when we was here is a perversion of the word. That's all. So they
Absolutely.
perverted it to mean something negative, and then we find out the actual origin was used biblically speaking to just refer to black men, you know. And so we kind of adopted it back how we use it now, more organic. We actually use it more organically than they give us credit for. That's all. How we use it, you know what I'm saying? So,
that's
but
crazy.
that's
Hey.
yeah, we could break it. I'll send you this stuff so you could, you know, I know you like to break all that shit down, so we can go through. I think I did a thing on it. Matter of fact, I'll send it to you. I'll send you the live I did on it.
Okay.
Just so you can
Hey,
tell me.
Hamp, can I interject one small fact? It's like take 5 seconds.
Yeah, fine, but you do talk slow, so it's probably more like 35 seconds. But you and then we'll get EBD in because he's been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
But no, I've been noticing that Carmelo Anthony has been painted as a thug, or he's, you know, what he did was thug activity or whatever. Even his cousin came out publicly and described Carmelo Anthony as a 4.0 student. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to, just in case people that's watching don't know that, you know, this dude was a smart kid. Like, he was 4.0 student. Even if he wasn't like all the way 4.0, it might have been 3.9, 3. I don't know, but he was like real smart academically. I just wanted to put that in there. So he wasn't like a thug, you know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think he had a 4.0, 3.7, right? He had a couple scholarship offers and etc.
Father reported 3.7.
Okay. Let me get EBD. EBD was popping.
Interesting conversation. I don't think it matters how smart or successful you are. There are no black people who are above the law, especially self-defense. The reason why we are not afforded the rights of white people is because, you know, starting with the founding document, we are not considered like full citizens or equal human beings in the eyes of the law. There is no state that recognizes it. There's no court that recognizes it. They recognize white people with all of their inalienable rights, even the right to self-defense, which in fact can translate to deletion or the M word. You know, I don't want to say the word because I think it's a legal output of a system that goes through place. They can call you this word. They can call you a murderer. You've been convicted of murder, right? Anything before that is going to be alleged. The problem is we are guilty for things that we have not even done or been tried for, and therefore punished before going through any system. We are arrested, we are punished, we are beaten, we are murdered within our own homes, on the street, standing around doing nothing. Our children are murdered in the street with toy guns. Our children are being beaten up, followed by some random dude with a gun who says he doesn't belong where he actually is. If you're not considered a full legal human being, then everybody who looks at you thinks that you're a criminal and therefore doing something wrong, which isn't the case. So we've been prosecuted and persecuted just for existing on this rock since the beginning. There hasn't been a day, hour, minute, or holiday where that hasn't been the case. And we do not have this history of violence, of randomly violating people in their peaceful little neighborhoods while their kids swing on a set or go up. And no matter how much trauma and things that we have suffered upon this rock, we don't have a black Dylan Roof. We don't have a black Kyle Rittenhouse. We would have several attacking white institutions by now, given what we've gone through, but we don't have that. We don't have that history. We have the capability of wilding out, but we don't. And if the violence is only relegated to our neighborhoods and not some virus that hits Chinatown and India Town and all these little things like that, then it's restrictive. Our violence only goes so far. Their violence comes into our neighborhoods, our jobs, our homes, our schools, our churches. That is the difference.
EBD question. I just want to ask. I think you said a lot. Let me ask you a question, right? Because this is the retort that you would get probably. What about the 14th?
14th Amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 14th Amendment, but you have to live within the context of people who honor the law. You have to honor the Constitution in order for it to mean anything. If I can just take from you and remove you, if I have the ability as a person, let's just say this, because let's put this in context. I'm a white person.
Okay.
I have the ability in a system behind me to have your child removed from school, to share the valedictorian spot with you with a phone call. Even though my child isn't as smart as yours, I can have a phone call with the principal and have enough weight to have my daughter right there next to yours sharing the valedictorian spot. Yes, happened. We can go through it. I can have you removed from a store. I can have you removed from any kind of system of access of wealth or power or privilege. I can make you from a successful business person into a homeless person. I can take all of your wealth with a system. I got it like that. You don't.
Brother, what?
Well, I think he's speaking on things like eminent domain as an example. So we see, and I'm just thinking about his point. We see it happen to, and now the argument could be that we don't own those things in the first place, but the fact is they are predominantly occupied by black minorities, right? So you have the Cabrini Greens, right? You have the what's the one in DC? Berry Farms, right? And they turned it into some other shit, a park or something, and then black people are oftentimes pushed out to where they can afford,
Yeah, but that's
Bruce
the problem
Beach.
with that, the reason why it wouldn't fit HAMP is, again, you're living in government quarters. So when the government decides to tear those things down, that has nothing to do with race, you should just be self-sufficient enough to have your own fucking place to live in or rent outside of the government.
Well, think about, so hold on, Bobo. So think about this, right? If you are relegated to those areas, right, and they put parameters in which you don't qualify to live here, depending on how well you do or not do, right? So, like for instance, there's these homes. It's the rent's like $1,500, but you can't make over $40,000.
I know,
right? So people don't know no better. Generally, they're looking for qualifications, and so they're qualifying for such, and then you tear it out from under them, right? Because you want to build a park.
That's why you don't make yourself sufficient. So this is the problem with that HAMP, though. This is the problem. So
EBD. If I messed up your point, I apologize.
No, go ahead. Yeah, it's a bigger argument than anything that's anecdotal. Whatever you're gonna say, fantastic. Please make that point, but I'll make it right after you. Whatever you're gonna say.
No, it's cool. So again, you're speaking to the problem, and this is where people claim black people are emotional. You're speaking as if we're still back pre the 14th Amendment, brother. There is no way that a white person can come into anything and just take some shit from you without you having the legal recourse. All right, the legal and lawful recourse to fight for, and
they're legal. They're legal. That they own it.
No, well, no, they don't. What are you talking about? They own it. Who is
they own it. Okay, the lawyer has lunch with the judge, who has lunch with the cops, who has lunch with the prosecutor, who has lunch with, bro.
You're talking about the system. So you're talking about the legal system.
Yes, the system as it stands.
Hold on. So now.
What are we talking about? I don't know what Mr. Fantastic's talking about. Whenever it's anecdotal, you're not getting the full picture. You're never getting the full picture. Let's try this again. Let me try it again.
I said
hang on.
What you're saying.
Mr. Fantastic, let me just ask you, let's just go simple. Has there ever been a day where a black person can go around and arrest somebody or have somebody removed from the premises or call law enforcement and say, hey, this white guy that's in my store, hang on. Has there ever been like this? Oh my God. Okay, listen. We don't have law enforcement system. We don't have our own law enforcement system. Would you agree?
You don't need it.
Would you agree?
You don't need it.
I'm asking you a question. Do black people have law enforcement representation?
Asians don't.
Yes, they do. But they do. Chinatown has its own Chinese police.
That's a lie. That's illegal. No, they don't.
No, it's not illegal. It's not illegal for Chinatown to have Chinese police.
No,
Yes, it is. It's
yeah,
illegal.
so they in New York City, they had a police department that wasn't sanctioned. They got in
Thank
trouble.
you. It was illegal. So you see y'all.
Okay, so it's illegal. Okay, so it's illegal, right? But they still have agency, right? They still have agency. We don't have agency. If we had agency, hang on. If we had agency, you couldn't have a Tamir Rice. You wouldn't have a Trayvon Martin. You wouldn't have anybody who ever thought that they can lay a hand to us unless they had agency behind them, which causes entitlement. These people can be bullied and murdered, and these people go home. That's agency. We don't have that. We never had that. We've never had the right to strap on an AR-15, walk into a church, and walk out again alive.
So consider this, right, Mr. Fantastic? When you look at the 13th as an example, right? But what happened when the slaves were freed? What did they create? So you had 1 million people released in the earth, essentially, and then they start creating loitering laws, no soliciting laws, things of that nature. And the 13th also states that you can be put back in bondage if you are arrested and charged and put in the penitentiary. But all I'm asking is, I'm just saying, we taking this walk with each other, right? As opposed to immediately retort, just understand, because I'm trying to understand what EBD's saying. But I guess what I'm looking at is what EBD's painting, and then the strategy behind things like the 13th and etc.
Okay, so this is where it falls apart. We got to jump in a time machine to talk about it. This shit hasn't been relevant for over 100 fucking years in the majority.
What about
okay?
What about
it hasn't been relevant, and it hasn't been relevant for that fucking long. Even during Jim Crow times, you still had rights. That's why you were able.
Question.
See, this is where the problem.
Wait. Question.
Across, man.
Hang on. Question. I know it's point.
I'm freezing. I apologize.
I just heard what he said.
Let's do this. Let him finish the point.
Go ahead. Finish the point. Go for it.
Y'all keep hopping in this fucking time machine. War is me, racism, no rights, whatever. This is 2025. Okay, I don't give a fuck about that shit 100 years ago. I don't care about 60 years ago. Today, you have the same rights as whites. You have the same rights as Asians. Y'all obsessed with fucking white people and worried about it. EBD, you in a house right now, or you in an apartment?
House.
Did the white man take your house?
No, but he has the ability and agency to do so.
Hold on, stop. HAMP, you in a house, right?
Yeah.
Has a white man ever came and tell you to get out your shit, or even file legal paperwork to try and take your shit?
No.
Thank you. So that's what I'm talking about. Stop living in the fucking past and live in the fucking present and the reality. You are protected by the same constitution you complaining about. All right? You're not 3/5 man no more. You're a whole one now. So let's stop going back and having to reach back to motherfucking roots, fucking talking points.
Okay.
You can sue. You can fucking press charges. You can have a person removed from a fucking business. You can do everything that the white people do. But the reason niggas don't do it, because y'all swear that that's not for us. That's the white man rule.
All right,
that's for the white
people. Hey, I'm gonna slide. This is the same point I was making when dudes would come up here complaining about what they deal with their baby mama and stuff like that. You can go to the court and fight that too, but that's a discussion we can have, but we can't have a discussion about what was going on 100 years ago as if those symptoms are not still present now. And the game is always being manufactured and changed to keep us fighting uphill. So of course things have improved, but the idea that now the system has changed so way tremendously because we got a house. That's kind of like the point. That's how you know our balls have been cut, pause. Because like they gave us a house with some degrees and a little bit of money. So it's like, yeah, y'all arrived now and we still fighting to get those 400 years that we lost. So I'm not saying that progress hasn't been made, but trying to use it as a talking point to say that the system ain't still the system that's constantly being redesigned to keep the power structure where it is. I'm with you, Miss Fantastic. I'm not trying to make myself be a victim, but at the same time, we can acknowledge what's going on. You try to make it seem like it don't exist. But I do think it's ironic when we had these discussions about race, how there's no point to talk about it. But when it's time to talk about how bad women are in the child support system, that's an enemy we can't defeat. That's when I get like, okay, so I'm confused. But
well, that's
y'all
why
got it.
again, and here we go with the confusion, brother. The problem is that the child support issue in the family court and law system. That's something that all men agree with, regardless of race.
I get you.
And most importantly, Shad, that's right now. It's happening currently.
And everything is going right now. Right now, we're dealing with some of the things the government still got that we're trying to beat.
No. And again, what kills all the bullshit y'all talking about is how is it that black people have been here? One of the first original big three people. We had white folks, Native Americans, black folks. Agreed? Right. Now, somehow, some way, people that this is not their original homeland have migrated here. We've killed all this bullshit.
You a Haitian.
Hold on.
You a Haitian.
Brother, stop.
Hold on,
brother. This whole talented 10th shit is a lie. It's not the talented 10th. That wasn't the thing. They didn't get the best and brightest for these fucking people. The people that came from China and came from Japan and came from fucking the Middle East and shit. They didn't come over here because they were the best fucking of the best. No, they came over here and they fucking found a way and they created a fucking system and depended upon each other to overcome the system. This is why now, again, y'all keep talking about the white man when the white man is being out-earned by like 3 different groups of people. This is niggas' problems. Niggas are obsessed with the white man and swear that the white man won't let them get over, that the white man won't let you be successful, and you own the white man's internet right now, making good money, living a good life. When the last time you got called a hard R, Shad? It's been recent.
So I didn't.
Hold on, answer my question, brother. When the last time you had a white person? When the last time you had a white person call you a hard R, brother?
Go ahead, let him respond.
Yesterday.
I just want him to finish the rant so I can talk. I'm not doing the break. I can't talk. I want to be able to talk. So finish your rant. Don't ask me no questions.
Okay, so this is the point. You niggas get up here and complain about racism you're not experiencing. It's all in your fucking head. All right? I am a fucking black man. A big one.
Beans, I'm gonna go after you. Respond, Beans.
You know what don't happen to me? I don't get motherfucking white folks just fucking calling the police randomly, or you know, or getting the motherfucking clan together and all this shit that y'all niggas claim is happening, bruh.
Let's get a response.
You are an American citizen. You have rights, and you're gonna be all right.
All right, go ahead, Sean.
Real quick, man. This is an intellectual lazy.
Got you, Bobo.
We do the same thing as if I'm saying that men are riding around with clan masks on, with horses tying to the back of a horse. If you do any research, again, like I said, you understand what the game is and how the game is constantly being changed. So certain people remain in power. But guess what? Black people are resilient. We're not victims. So we're gonna keep on trying to figure it out, and we got to keep on working with each other because that's all we have. I'm not sitting here talking about how dangerous and powerful the white man is, but what I am saying in reality is that there's a system that's been in place since America was founded, and so far that system ain't changed much. It looks different. Yeah, black people got houses and degrees now. Woo, whoop-de-doo. But we still fighting the same powers that be, and we've been fighting since we got over here. But again, like I said, black people are resilient, and it's okay with minding out what the issues are and how we fix it. Like I said, y'all have no problem talking about how bad women are. We can break that shit down for 100 years. But when it comes to talking about the white people who killed, murdered, tortured your people, we shouldn't have them discussions because we got houses now. Because niggas got cars they can drive. So we shouldn't talk about that. History won't be nice to you, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. In regard to this, history ain't gonna be nice to niggas that think like that, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Volvo or Beans, did you want to? My bad.
Yeah, it's so fantastic. I think I see what you're saying, right? Because I know the conservative point of view is you won't get much done if your mindset is that of a victim, right? And so I do understand that. But I think I don't know what word to use to describe this, so I'm not gonna just interject one because I don't want to be wrong. But if you're saying that we have the rights, you're talking about what's on paper. What the brothers is talking about is what's actually executed, right? So they're saying you can say 13th Amendment, you can say 14th Amendment, you can name all the amendments you want to. But if that, I don't know when the 14th Amendment was put into the Constitution, I'm going to assume it was still in the 1800s. Why would you then need the Civil Rights Movement 60, 70, 80 years later? right? Because whatever is being put on paper is still not being executed equally, right? So to your point, yeah, we got the rights on paper, and we can today we can execute more things as Black people. Well, there you go. Yeah, in the 1800s, right? So we can definitely execute more things as Black people. But it's the argument that I always make, Fantastic, is that we make it seem like the people who are complaining aren't necessarily enduring anything. If you're talking about us on the internet, then that may be true. But in real life, I don't know nobody that's complaining about the system. So if I come across somebody that's complaining about the system, I take it seriously. Because I'm like, they must be going through something, because I don't know nobody that's concerned with the system at this point.
That's good. Volvo? That's good.
Well,
I gotta go ahead, Volvo.
You know, it's a couple of things that the guy said is really weird. Like the brother said, you on the wrong side of history. That ideology that's been always on the wrong side of history, and you just today on the wrong side of history. But he mentioned the first three. Out of those first three you claimed, the Native Americans and whites, only one of those groups was enslaved. Only one of those groups was Jim Crow. Only one of those groups ain't receive reparations for the harm that was done. Only one of those groups was mass incarcerated. Science experiments did on them. Bombs dropped on their cities and towns. That ain't happened. That ain't American history. Crack dropped in their community. Heroin dropped in their community. Remember, we trying to overcome a sabotage. Only you mentioned all these people that come to America and they overcame the system. They ain't overcome no system. They came to a better system, the best system. It's the best system because of us. When these people come out the jungle, the real jungle, where they live next to monkeys and tigers. These people eating out the trash. They come out motherfucking eating bush meat. Motherfucking over there in Asia, they over there eating out the trash and eating spiders and roaches. They came over here and got the hookup. They ain't overcome no system. What you talking about, boy? Like, what you talking about? They ain't have to overcome no system. What is this guy talking about? They got to upgrade by fleeing their country and coming here and taking advantage of all these civil rights. You only been you only not being 3/5 of a human being for 60 years. My mama's 70. She just became she ain't even live her whole life as a human being. The civil rights movement was in the 60s, by the way. Scrunching your face up and all that. We live in today.
Told you the fucking 14th Amendment was in
1866.
I'm talking about the civil rights movement. I know when it is. I know American
a whole
history.
person. She was a whole person.
No, I'm saying the civil rights movement to where you didn't have to jump out of a white man's way. You didn't have to get off the ride on the back of the bus.
He's
where they
saying
stopped hanging signs that say no hard R's allowed. They didn't care if you was our military men. They got treated like hard R's. They got treated like hard R's in the military. They couldn't.
Yeah.
They got treated like hard R's.
Yeah, Bobo's saying treatment.
You don't know about that.
He's saying treatment.
Hard
Yeah.
R's. You should be saying, hold on. I just want to go one more minute. We live in today. Today we can see where the LA Police Department just got caught as a white supremacist groups. Today, we just seen Nori Martinez, a city councilman, a politician, sitting around talking about how she want to undermine her black constituents. He can't see that though. We just seen a paramedic in North Carolina said that when he go to a black neighborhood, he use a higher gauge needle when he dealing with black children to terrorize them. He want a higher gauge needle. He don't use the children needle. He use the adult needle. These people saying this, they get caught on video every day. These people that run the system, police officers, politicians, all these people get caught on audio every day saying, I want to hurt niggers, hard R's. They want to hurt niggers. They want to, these the people that took an oath, and they swore to protect us. This the system. So what this guy talking about, he all the way off. He just a coon. That's it. It ain't no fixing that.
So I wanted Freezy, you got anything? You've been chilling.
No. Actually, I was I'm about to push up because I gotta take care of something. I was just trying to make sure everybody got their thoughts out. But man, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate this conversation. No matter what side of the coin you're on, I always say, these conversations aren't for us on the panel, it's for people watching, so they could decide or whatever. But and I just want to say, I understand what Fantastic is saying as far as black folk empowering in themselves. I get that. I just think that it is kind of hard to convince the majority of black folk to think that way, because I always use the Sonya Massey situation. It was just so obvious that it wasn't her fault. And when you got black folks demonizing this woman, this dead woman, that's when I have a problem. Like, I want to unify with, all black folk. That's ideal, but it's just kind of hard when people actually expose their mentality. And now you got to decide for them, do I really want to rock with this dude? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is he really on? So, but I'm all for the collective. I really am all for the collective. Even with my spiritual beliefs, that's what we believe. HAMP know that. So, I mean, I can appreciate everything that was said and I can decipher it. I'm just when it comes to Carmelo Anthony, I just don't want us to demonize this kid so quick. Just because he did decide to reach in his bag and use something other than his fist. He hit the dude one time and he ran, and to me that's significant. And with that, I just want to get up out of here. Because I got some other stuff. Og, man, I appreciate you. Everybody else on the panel, I appreciate y'all, man. Shalom, man.
Shalom, be safe.
Con.
So, there's one thing I wanted, because when Beans was talking, EBD shot like Volvo, but it sparked in my mind kind of what Shaw was saying in Beans too. And then EBD, I know you wanted to add something, and then I'm gonna read the super chats. You can add something, I'll get CJ. All right. A couple of things, right, in terms of the system that I don't think we consider. Relly, you good? You gonna add something? Okay. So that I don't know if we consider the plea bargain system. Right. I don't know in the recidivism rate because of parole and probation. I don't know if we know how systemically oppressing those things can be, especially how black people derive and where we come from. If we come from change, right? You're usually a little bit more poor, just generally speaking. You can get on high. We're not denying that. But like plea bargaining, you can't afford to go to trial. So they offer you different things. The truth is that the judges, the prosecutors, all of them are in cahoots, right? I spent a lot on an attorney. As soon as I switched, they gave me the plea that I was looking for, because that attorney that I had was in cahoots with the prosecutor. It's literally that simple. I could have saved myself $15,000, right? The recidivism rate, you over police certain areas, maybe because it's more crime ridden, but then you have to ask yourself, if you put more police anywhere, would the crime rates go up? Right. And so we look at how many people get remanded to get put back in jail for probation or parole, and we're wondering why is this happen? You can get violated for anything. You can get violated for how your PO feels. It's not that simple, but it might as well be. So I'm looking at these things systemically as the brothers are talking, so we can assess it, right? And I'm using anecdotal experience to kind of help the point be seen. You know what I'm saying?
Can I just add one thing to your point?
No, sir. No, sir.
You said no? Oh, okay.
I love you, Bobo. No. EBD. Let me read these super chats, and then you get it, and then I'll
just 1 second. I just want to consider everybody to consider one thing as you read the super chats, just a little food for thought. Like, black people have given America its wealth, power, and its freedom, yet these things are completely denied from us all the way, all the time.
Fantastic, straighten your face up, man.
So Solid with the $10 said, "My bad, my brother. Couldn't resist." I can't talk about subjects like this without getting passionate. I'm just here to support my lawyer. Talk to him. Fantastic. So Solid with the $10 says, "Put Volvo in El Baño." I ain't even open the bathroom. Aaron with the $2 says, "Not every parent raised their child to be black." Shay. Struggle Lover with been a member for 9 months. Louis said, "Let me up there to cook, Hamp. Just playing, but nah, this a good one. Y'all hit the like and
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that."
Reaper with the $10 says, "Fantastic. In New York City, the small hats have legal police departments in certain Hasidic communities. also have liaisons for domestic issues, i.e., kid, rape, wife abuse, that end up hiding a lot of their dirt and crime. Yeah. So solid with the $2. Roots talking points is crazy. Aaron with the $2. They holding brother 3 times feet to the fire today. CJ with the $2. These men are infatuated with white men. That's the problem. Struggle level with the $5. I'm from the South at the bottom, and we never use the ER. I don't know about that one, brother 3 times. Good people though. 100. Jay Miller was popping with the $10. Did the white man make us have children out of wedlock? Just curious if I should blame them for that too.
Yes.
The Bell 5000 with the $2. Get that man a lace front with the baby heads. Aaron with the $5. The building I work in, this old white guy wouldn't let the dog walker in the front door. His excuses was he might be a legal immigrant. Shaking my head, so it exists. Arnold with the $2. Tell EBD we found some black women for him. They got you, EBD. Shay with the $2. Did he step towards the guy or vice versa? Is she asking about the case? From what I okay, from what I
grabbed him, the white boy grabbed him. The white boy grabbed him, and then he attempted to step to him after he told him, touch me and find out, and then he stabbed him the second time before he could touch him.
Matt P with the $5. Shout out to the young niggas not talking that quote white boy got me in the headlock talk. I despise weakness. Shaking my head. So EBD, do you want to add more to that, or was that food for thought?
That was food for thought for your super chats, but I wanted to add just a bit more context to what everybody's saying.
All right, and then Volvo, after EBD goes, I'll give you a quick 20 seconds, and I gotta get CJ in. All right.
Yeah, just so everybody's working off the same playbook, because I understand, like we say that there's a victim mentality, and I get this a lot from, I guess, the conservative right, saying that all we have to do is change our thinking, and we'll do better as a community. When you're minding your own business, when you're filling out all the paperwork, when you're paying all your taxes and your bills on time, that does not stop a person who is not white, or a person who is white, from seeing you other than something that is not human, or seeing you as a thug or a rapper. You can be wearing any clothes that you want, you can be making any money that you want, but it doesn't change their thinking and operandi when they look and see you, right? No one sees me and says, well, gee, there's a software engineer right there. I guess I should hire him for my business and pay him a whole bunch of money to fix my software and enhance my business. The first thing that they see is my skin color, and they go off of that. Before I open my mouth, I'm already judged and assessed in a negative directive that I've not even had to do anything. I didn't have to hurt anybody or say anything in order to get negatively assumed, stereotyped by anyone who is or isn't in law enforcement, or at a store, or at a school, or at a public park, or at a restaurant. I already have a negative label everywhere I go from an entire race of people, because they have this media megaphone to create a narrative that creates an automatic boogeyman. We are not seen as doctors. We're not seen as lawyers. We're not seen as bankers. We're not seen as anything that contributes positively to the community or the United States as a whole. If we're only seen as entertainments and thugs on television, and that the media is such a machine that it can push out these negative images, how else are Indians and Muslims and Asians going to see us other than what's presented by the media?
Okay.
Is that a question?
No, it's just something for your ass.
Please don't let this motherfucker keep going.
Volvo, real quick, and then I'm gonna get CJ. Shot, I got you. I gotta let Mr. Fantastic. I don't know if there's nothing to respond to necessarily, but
I just wanted to add to your point. You was giving out stats. The one stat I wanted to give: 13% of the population is responsible for almost 70% of the exonerations. That tells me that that's systemic. That's we're almost 70% of the exonerations, and it's 13% of the population. One last thing, I'm gonna go fast with this. The victim mentality is when you complain about something that's not being done. You're acting like somebody's doing something to you, and it's not really happening. We bringing up things that is happening, so that ain't no victim mentality. If I knock somebody in the head and steal their car, that guy's an actual victim. The police ain't gonna pull up and say, "Stop acting like a victim. He just bust you in the head and stole your car." No, he's an actual victim. So that don't ever let nobody shame you and be like, "Oh no, you shouldn't be saying that." That shit don't work on me. I'm gonna tell the truth. and I'm gonna take whatever comes with it.
CJ, what's popping?
How's my mic? It's straight.
Straight, goody.
All right, so I used to have a victim mentality growing up, feel me, years back. And I think it's because, you know, growing up poor as a kid and you seeing other people, like people better off than you, and you need a reason for this. Like you try to make up a reason in your mind. And when they keep feeding you that white people are holding you down, white people holding black people back, and this is why black people are doing so bad, then you start to believe it, you know, especially growing up. But then you start to realize, like as I grew older, I start to realize, and then it's so weird because you see white people that aren't like devils, or you have white teachers or white people that aren't evil people, and like you sound kind of conflicted. Like, are white people evil or are they not evil? And I think it's so easy to have a victim mentality, especially for the people that like. It's so much easier to blame it on something outside of yourself. For the people that aren't doing well in life, that's the crutch. It's not my fault. It's somebody else's fault. It's the white people holding me back. That's why I'm a loser. You're a loser because you make bad decisions. I was poor growing up because my parents made bad decisions. You're poor, you're a loser or poor, or whatever the case is, because you make bad decisions for the most part. I'm not saying that there's never anything that's holding you back. It's not no kind of racism in the world, but that's not the thing that's holding most black people back. We just and it really be the loser, because the people that's well off, the people that's like doing well for themselves, the doctors, the lawyers that are black, they don't sit around complaining about white supremacy. Then LeBron James did that shit. The white people are chasing us down and white people are hunting us. Like, ain't no the white people are chasing you for autographs. White people aren't hunting these people down. Like, it's such a crazy, weird. I've been pulled over by white cops a lot. And guess what they don't do? Nigga, get out the car, you black motherfucker. They never do this shit. But we keep acting like white people are just so evil and they're just holding us back. It's such a fucking weird. Black people are such victims, bro. And I hate that shit.
Hey, Shot, please. Shot, please.
Let him go. Let Shot go. Let Shot go.
EBD, hold on. Then EBD said a whole bunch of nonsense.
Hold on. Let's get a reply. You got two people that want to reply. So let's get both.
Let me go.
How fucking ironic. We can't have a conversation about white people because that makes us victims. But niggas will sit on the internet for hours and talk about how bad they struggling with the women, and that's a legit conversation. But
we have real encounters with the women, not with the police. I said most people never have real encounters with racism with the police. Go ahead. My bad.
One of my favorite people to listen to is Dick Gregory. He talks about how black people, instead of getting liberation, they gave us education. So when guys start talking about how good black people doing, you got a house, you got a car. It ain't never about like actual power, political power to make change, significant change. And now it ain't never about that type of thing. It's you got a car now, you got a house, like basic things that all human beings should be able to accumulate. That's like the talking point. I'm not a victim. Like I said, black people are resilient. No matter what the system is, we gonna figure a way to get through it. That's what we've always done. But being able, like y'all say, we're not complaining. We just stating the reality. And the reality is the same people who have always ran the system run it now. The game has changed. Black people ran and got college degrees and built up a whole bunch of debt. Now they're telling us, you don't need no college degree. Go back and get a trade. The system has always changed. That's all I'm saying. That we got to always be aware that just because you got houses and cars, the work is still to be done. We haven't arrived yet. That's the only point I'm making. I'm not saying that we're victims.
Wait.
So my question is.
One more line. Y'all always run to that. Y'all always run to that to get people to be quiet. But like I said, y'all don't mind spending hours talking about how bad women are. I don't understand.
We actually we encountering these women. I give my real life experiences of the women I deal with. My girl, hold on, let me finish. You didn't want me to interrupt you, brother. You did not want me to interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. You did not want me to interrupt you. All right. What the fuck? So I give my personal. Hold on, real quick, fantastic. Then I'll let you go, brother. I give real life examples of the women. Most men give examples of the women they're dealing with, of real life experiences. Most niggas, these white people are nefarious boogeymen. The racist is nefarious. Most niggas have not dealt with racist police. Not talking about get out the car, you fucking black person. And the people who have are usually the criminals of the community. It's not most people dealing with these women. All right, go ahead.
Why you still talking about police though, CJ? Why you still talking about police officers?
The racist too. The racism is nefarious. It's never really no real examples. Most men ask any black people. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So
Wait,
first off,
Mr. Fantastic, hold on. Because this is where the rubber meets the road, right? When we up here talking about the women, when you ask the men specifically what's their experience, we say what? We talking for other men who dealing with it. So you have to reconcile. Don't say I, man.
We can walk down that road now.
I'm more so giving it for you, Mr. Fantastic, right? Because
we still walk down that road.
But that's what we generally hear, right?
I'm speaking for the niggas. I'm more than welcome. I'm more than welcome to walk down that road.
Now walk it down. I got you. Just let me just set this right. So walk it down as quickly as you can, because Beans also had a follow up to CJ, so I want to make sure that's heard, and then I want to get set in and EBD. Right?
Yeah, what percentage of black men are locked up, incarcerated in the illegal system?
So I think it's like 300,000. So 1%, 2%,
1%. Okay, 1%, right? Yeah. So the oppression that you guys have mainly talked about, and I walked this down specifically. When I asked Shad, he didn't want to answer the question. I asked him when the last time he'd been called a hard R. He didn't want to answer the question, but I'm more than safe to say it hadn't been recent. Okay. Well, you say you didn't, brother. You say you didn't want to answer, so I'm talking. I'm talking to you now. I'm not even asking you no questions. You didn't want to answer the question, so now I'm let's play it that way. All right. So the problem is, Hamp.
I got you, CJ.
Niggas overrepresent and speak for niggas that don't exist. Okay. 1% of niggas. 1%. Niggas don't own enough property, and the niggas that do own property, the white folks ain't never came and took shit. You can vote. You can own a gun. You have all the same rights as fucking white people. We had a so-called black president, right? Twice, 2 terms. There's 2 prolific fucking black senators and congressmen right now. You can be an elected official. Okay. You have every fucking right as an American citizen as any other person. Niggas are the only ones complaining and acting like we still singing "We Shall Overcome."
Okay. So question, what percentage do you say is not enough to complain about? Like, what would the percentage point be?
Check
1%.
No, I'm saying like what's the what if it's 10%?
Not 1%.
What if it's 10%, 20%? Hold on. What I'm asking is this: what if it's 10%?
25%. Let's say 25%.
25% is a number where you don't need to be complaining about it.
No, 25% is where you start complaining.
Yeah, when you start complaining. So
so anything under 25, you shouldn't complain. I'm trying to make sure I'm
25% or less. You should kind of extreme though. Good morning, Caesar. Good morning, Cheeky. So essentially, so now where does that metric hit when we start talking about all the things that we so-called have to deal with women?
Well, listen, you have over half the men, or definitely well over 25% of men, because y'all remember how y'all love saying 30% of the men are having sex, right? So if you say 30% of the men are having sex, that's over the 25 automatically. Now, normally when you would say something, if I was being realistic and not being hyperbolic, and I purposely raised it higher, because normally, let's just use money. 10% of your check missing, you gonna recognize it, right? So I would say that 10 just be fucking what's the name, right? Would be not enough, but I'd raise it to 25. So there are not enough black men in the legal system. There are not enough black men that's been fucked over or wrongly prosecuted. There's not enough black men that deal with racism on a fucking daily basis. Okay.
So if that's the case,
you're not experiencing it. Y'all not. Can we do this? Let's do it. Let's do a thing. Tell me the last time we can just go. Can we do this, Hamp? One by one. Tell me within the last year the racist thing that a white person did to you. Just tell me.
Can I ask for one thing though?
Means you got the floor anyway. I jumped.
I just want to ask. No, I'm willing to go down this road because I think this is very interesting.
So you gonna take that? You gonna take this opportunity? Go ahead.
Fantastic. What I'm saying is this: I'm willing to answer your question as long as you concede that you cannot say, but only a certain amount of people deal with what we say, because you're asking our anecdotal, so you don't get to quantify it after we give it to you. Is that fair?
It's your anecdotal though.
I know. So you don't get, but see what I'm saying? So if I tell you, yesterday a white person called me the hard ER, your response is gonna be, yeah, but that's not happening to more than 25%.
No, that's not what I'm going to. You're making the accusation that I'm not gonna make. That's why
I'm not making an accusation. I'm asking you,
setting the baseline. Setting the baseline.
That's why I'm asking you about you, and hopefully you're being genuine about it. Please be honest.
But I'm just saying, I don't want you to be
No,
disingenuous.
because it's go. I
Hey,
said
I'm about
you.
to get out of here.
You're not. Hold on, wait. So let's be clear. You're not speaking on behalf of niggas or black people or African Americans or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You.
Absolutely.
You.
So you agree that you won't try to quantify it?
Yeah, no, I can't quantify
Yeah,
it.
so
If it happened to you, it happened to you.
it can't be disqualified, right? And it can't be discounted. You ask for anecdotal, we have to accept it as it is.
I just want to say something what Fantastic said real quick, Ham, before I go. That 25% was high. It depends on how egregious the thing is that you're doing. The number could be as low as 1%. It don't have to be a certain percentage. It depends on the egregiousness of the thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, but
So,
you just shot Mr. Fantastic in his fucking mouth.
I know I did, but I had to, feel me? Because his point was a tough one to make.
The 1% now brings back in the prison population.
But
so
it depends
now
on the
everything
egregiousness. If we have
regarding
1% of men that's in prison that's innocent, we need to fix that situation. It don't matter what.
I'm just
1%
saying,
of black men are in jail that are
it's a
innocent.
contrary. No, no. I'm just saying it's saying that there is no negligible number. If you think it's a problem, it's a problem. That's what you're saying.
I mean, it's the egregiousness of the thing that we're talking about. Like I said, feel me? And wait,
but let's go. All right, CJ, be safe. Now let's go around the room. You wanna start, Beans, or anybody wanna go through that?
To speak how you can end up with a situation of having an innocent black man in jail for a crime he didn't commit.
Literally asking us to
EBD.
Oh, the anecdotal racism that we've been through. Is that what we're asking?
Yes.
Within the last year,
within the last year, yeah. So this woman I was dealing with, the white woman I was dealing with, whatever, right? She did some social media defamation. She didn't understand what sexual assault was. She tried to falsely accuse someone of sexual assault. When I asked her, hang on. When I asked her the qualifying questions, she didn't have the answers. So she qualified it as, well, the sex wasn't the assault part. He lied to her. He lied to her about having a vasectomy or something like that.
Who is he? Who is he? It's about you.
No, this is not about me. This is about what happened to me. I got lied about. I'm telling you context of why she lied. She lied because she was wrong about the issue. She tried to falsely accuse a man of something that he didn't do according to the law. And so what she did was she took to social media about it, and she lied and put words in my mouth and then organized like a social media hate mob telling me how wrong I am. Just lying. So
did she use any racial slurs, EBD?
Was that racial or was
no, she didn't use any racial slurs.
So EBD, can I just make my point real quick?
Yeah, but no racial slurs. Yeah.
Let me make my point, because this is probably the premise for this whole round table. I do not think that black people can tell the difference between unconscious bias, conscious bias, prejudice, and racism.
Mike, you don't get to usurp. You don't get to usurp the exercise because you don't like how EBD answers.
I got you. But that's not racism. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
what do you call it?
Well, we don't need this. I'm not saying I want to cut Mike off. He can give a clarification once people give their anecdotal examples based on what they deem racism.
I got you.
Okay, then Mike can clarify once it's all said and
he
done.
Fucking her. She can't be too racist. He fucking the bitch.
It doesn't. Wait. Just because you're having sex with a white woman doesn't mean she can't be racist or exert it.
Well, it does mean you ain't
not what that means. That's not what that means.
We're not gonna do that.
Not what that means.
Y'all
that
niggas
is not what that
every
means.
time
I've dealt with that before
y'all
too.
don't like.
I've dealt with that before too.
All right, next, Vovo.
Okay, just because you racist, that don't mean that that you're not racist because you have sex with somebody.
Answer the question, brother.
Vovo, what's the question?
You in the last year, I'm a truck driver.
Okay.
Right? I do hazmat. I carry hazardous material.
Okay.
I got fired because my boss was a coward and he got the white boys to get on code with him. That's it. Nothing. I had
Was
to
your
check.
boss black or white?
White boy, all white, whites and Latinos.
What did they fire you for?
Driver, huh?
What they fire you for?
Because he was scary. I told him, I said,
that's not what they put on your termination. What was on your
Hold
termination
on,
paperwork,
hold
It ain't a
on.
problem. What do you think he gonna write? I'm
What
firing
did
him because he's racist.
No, what was the scary part? What was the scary part?
I told him, and I said, hey, look, dude need to stay on my face. I done got in trouble before. There,
Okay.
I got in trouble, but not there, but I got in trouble at work when I was 22. I had knocked the nigga out and I kicked his teeth out. So
Okay.
I had to go through the system and all that, right? So I told my boss, listen, I said, listen, man, I ain't trying to get in no trouble. This dude playing around, hey, get him out my face. He went and said, oh, he came in here bragging about knocking somebody out and kicking their teeth out and all that. And then the other white dudes talking about, oh yeah, he has a bad attitude and all that. Because I'm a quiet black dude that's trying to do my job. But all these people lied on me. They lied on me. They got on
Last
code.
question I got for you, Bobo. How did they know about the story from your last job?
Because I told him.
Olo.
Listen, I told him my story. I had a man-to-man like I'm having with you right now. I said, listen, boy. Listen,
You know what they did, Vovo, real quick. You know what they did to you? You know what they did to you? Real quick, because this is why I said what I said. We don't know the difference between jealousy either. What they did to you was, hey, Mr. George, that new guy? Yeah, he not doing nothing. It could have been jealousy, bro. It could have been penis envy.
Or it could have been racism. Or it could have been racism.
Yeah,
Y'all act like that.
You telling that story. You telling that story. What you did at work.
I'm trying not to get. I said, listen, man. I said, listen. I'm trying not to get in no bullshit at work. Definitely not at work, bro.
Go land that plane, bro. All right, so we got yours. All right, we got yours. Shaw, what's popping?
I can't believe we doing this now.
Hey, it's interesting now.
This was never the premise. Nobody said that dudes are riding around with clans.
This is a new premise, but what it is this though.
It should be easy, Hamp. I said within a year's time, just one example, brother.
But Shad, listen. We're entertaining the process, even if we believe it's disingenuous and unfair, especially since it's pigeonholed to within the last year.
I'm with you.
Right, so we understand, but it's actually an interesting game.
It is
that we're playing because what it sounded like is a little bit of a struggle, right? So
can I add this one last part?
Go ahead, Shad. No, Vovo, you done enough.
The court said I was right. The court said I was right.
All right, say less. Go ahead, Shad.
No racism.
In his uniform.
No racism. White people have been amazing to me this last year. No racism.
Oh my
God. Okay.
Good. Okay, so
Cheeky.
Three for fantastic. Next person.
Cheeky.
Yeah, I haven't experienced any, but I also live in Atlanta, predominantly black, so it's kind of hard.
4.
That's checkmate. That's game. That's game set match. We know trick don't have it. That's game set match.
Why you speaking for me? How you know?
Beans?
That's game set match.
Okay. Really? Sherelle?
You muted, Sherelle, unless you're on the phone, baby.
She on the phone.
Tommy?
What was the question?
In the last year, have you experienced racism?
I'm not sure in the last year.
Game set match. You win.
I know within the last 2 I have. I was
win.
Gotta keep going. Trigger Mike.
So I just looked it up. My zip code is 53.8% white. All right, so I don't live in Atlanta. And no.
Okay. Sherelle, can you hear me? Okay. So
it's the majority.
Host of this might be risky. Could you give us your anecdote, brother?
Sure.
We know you don't like the white man at all. Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean they, they going to the plantation sooner or later. But so in my Airbnb specifically, what I did notice is when I had pictures up of like Biggie and things of that nature, I wasn't getting the same amount of hits. Once I changed them to the white people and the families, the little posted pictures, and I saw an influx.
What is that though? Is that racism?
Yes.
That's unconscious bias, bro.
No, that's I live with that. Listen, if I tell you I got fired and that's your race, Racism don't exist, y'all. That's what he's trying to get to.
No, I'm just saying. Y'all said, ask me right in the past year is what I'm trying. I'm focusing.
We 2 out of 9, Hemp. 2 out of 9. I know what Hemp. This is what I'm talking about. Niggas go through life. Our life is easy, bro. That's why we always gotta reach back 100. Hold on, brother. We gotta reach back.
Hold on.
It's on you, Tommy. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I posted the link in the chat. Y'all can look it up. Antioch, California. Antioch Police Department. This was 2024. 95 officers. 45 out of 95 off some racist shit. This is federal.
Okay,
45 out of 95.
Okay, listen, I'm telling you. This is what I'm talking about, bro. Listen, there's never going to be a case where there's no racism. What I'm telling y'all is this. What I'm telling, I know you do. What I'm telling y'all is this, bro. Niggas do not experience the shit that y'all say y'all experiencing, bro. You got the good life. Hold on, Shard. I'm almost done, but it's gonna be quick. You got the good life that your granny, your granddaddy, and all the folks before them paved the way for you to get. You ain't got to worry about the good old white man. You go and clock in on that good old white man's clock and work that good old white man job and get your good old white man check and pay your good old white man rent and live your black ass life. Stop lying. Stop playing with me, bro.
Hold on, yeah. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. So before you know where I would agree, because this is why I'm not trying to do the semantics thing, but what I'm saying is I would agree, and I'm sure that the same way everybody said that racism didn't happen to them in the last year. Have y'all experienced like walking in between cars, like outside of the grocery store, and somebody immediately locked their car door?
No.
Right? I experienced that. I told you I live in a white neighborhood. I go to HEB. If I got to cut through the cars, all I hear is joom, joom, joom. That, I could feel a way about that. And some people will call it racism. That's bias against big ass 6 foot black dudes. Because they think that if a robber is going to look like something, it's going to look like me. That's bias, right? People have biases. Hold on. So I'm saying that if you were to say people are biased against blacks, especially black men, I would say you're right. But racism requires a pattern. They didn't do anything to us. You see what I'm saying?
Trigger Mike, here's the problem, right?
You gotta if we're gonna do this,
remember I gave him my
very, very consistent.
We could take Fantastic's route, right? So Fantastic. I don't like you. You wrong. Okay, that worked out in your favor, right? That worked out in your favor, right? I could have gave my anecdotal, but I didn't even want to. Like, we lost. But the problem is this, right? You're acknowledging that it exists, right? And we never actually discussed the premise that Hamp laid out, which is that when we're on these panels and we're having conversations about other things, and particularly women, we take the liberty to speak for other men, right? So why is it that we can't do that? Why is it that I have to endure something specifically in order to have a conversation about it, or in order to see it as a problem?
And one more thing about racism.
Oh, EBD, I asked him a question.
Okay, all right, damn beans, chill.
Come on, man, y'all supposed to be smarter than me. Pay attention. Go ahead, Fantastic. So the difference is this, being like you said, it's the wants of the few outweigh the needs of the the wants of the many outweigh the needs of the few, right? Yeah. So you're talking about this very, very small thing of what's the name. You can't possibly know that many people. I don't know nobody that's in prison, bro. You feel me? Right. I don't know nobody that's in fighting a murder charge or a drug case or none of that shit. Right. Am I saying they don't exist? No. What I'm saying, they're a very, very small percentage of people that are actually going through that. All right. Right. So if we were to multiply it exponentially, still, even then, it will be a very small percentage. So what we're getting a lot of the time is a lot of shit that we've heard other people talk about. Yes. Or we know of that other people went through, but we never did ourselves.
Absolutely.
You feel me?
But fantastic. Here's the thing, though, right? So I think the problem with this argument, though, is that we make it seem like it has to be this one thing happening to all 42 million Black Americans, where it's more like it's 50 different things happening to 300,000 Black Americans over here, 1 million Black Americans over there, 2 million Black Americans over there, 50,000 Black Americans over there, right? All of us not going through the same thing. So the anecdotal that I didn't want to give you, Fantastic, is something that I'm actually going through now, where so many properties have been purchased by companies and businesses and banks, right? And then they're creating these statutes that you have to meet. Your credit score need to be 700. You need to make 3 to 4 times the rent. You need to be 6 foot tall. The last one was facetious, right? I'm saying they make all of these rules for you to be able to get into the complex, right? But they doing that in neighborhoods where they know people don't fucking make that kind of money. You see what I'm saying? So is that not a product of you still in 2025 oppressing me?
No, well, no, again, and that's what I'm saying. That's not racist, that's business. Black people do the same thing.
Wait,
So that would be where you
but you're doing it. You do it in my neighborhood where you know you can literally see the income, right? The qualifications of the income in that particular neighborhood. We know over here these people only make this kind of money. Why would you buy property in that particular area and then put in restrictions that you know those peoples won't meet?
To force you out,
it's called business. Hold on, Trigger Mike. It's business. Okay. It's business. That's simply what it is. You can't put a race on a business. Blackstone is a business. It's not white people. It's business, right? It's a conglomerate of different. Hold on, that's what I'm telling you. Because hold on, Beans. Because where you're gonna lose out at Beans on that, there are some black people that qualify. Does not one single black person live there?
Absolutely.
All right, then. So that's what makes your argument fall apart. If the most of you can't do it and you can't meet it from a financial standpoint and so on and so forth, that is a business and a money issue. It's not a race issue.
But you just said it, Mr. Fantastic, right? If most of you can't qualify. So when they put qualifiers in, they know who can and cannot qualify. That's literally systemic on its face. So if you know that these people specifically are not going to meet the criteria, and I put the criteria as such, right? You can mask it as business, right? But we have to understand.
Now, how many?
And then Cheek, I'm not gonna reply. You can go because you didn't say nothing yet. And then Big Seg got knocked off.
So I'll say this. I think there are 5 times more poor white people than black people. So a white person would get the same fucking standard. But the same shit he talking about, that Beans talking about, you don't meet the income, you don't have the credit score. If you white, you Hispanic, you whatever. Again, it's business. You're proving my point by trying to take something and then automatically transform it into racism. No, it's business. Everything else is speculation. Everything else is speculation because it's across the board. Now, if you can show me where they got the poor white trash person that don't meet the income expectation and don't have it, now you have a case for racism. But as long as it's applied equally across the board,
I understand the point well. I'll just say this one thing, Chief. You could jump in. They're not doing it where them crackers live.
They do. It's called a trailer park.
No.
That's why you have trailer parks.
They're not gentrifying where them crackers live. Don't do that because you know that's not true.
Gentrification is a nigga problem. It's niggas' fault.
Wait. All I'm saying is this. You presented an argument that they poor rights don't qualify either. What we're saying is where these qualifiers are being hatched is where niggas live. So that's a disingenuous argument is all I'm saying.
It's not disingenuous.
They don't live there.
But if niggas own it, you can't take it.
Your daddy. Go ahead, Cheek. You know exactly what I'm saying. Go ahead, Cheek, and then we get set in. All right?
Yeah, if we start using these qualifiers for male conversation, then the conversation that men can have is completely over, right? How many men are actually on child support? The actual number is under 20%. So automatically, most men can't complain about that. It's 18.6, I believe, something along that line when I looked it up maybe a couple months ago, right? So if you look up how many men are actually on child support and actually have these issues, it's not the majority, it's the overwhelming minority. If we start talking about men and women being equal on paper, we're equal. So what is the complaints about? It's not that we don't have the same rights as women. We do, technically we do, because if we didn't, it would be illegal and you would win a lot of your battles or issues that you have, supposedly. The problem that most men are complaining about is how we apply those said rights and rules that we supposedly have, right? Because we've heard too many men come on the panel or talk about their experience like, oh, well, man, the system is unfair. The court system is unfair. But I promise you, when you look at the documentation and when you look at whatever law or state, whatever the case may be, you have rights. Whether or not you're utilizing them or you are aware about them is not the court's fault, but it's there. So if you want to make the argument, hey, on paper, all of this is fair. All of these things, what are we complaining about? Is the real question.
It's an oversimplification, Chief.
It's funny that you're saying that.
I'm saying, can a man go get custody of his kids right now out of his baby mama's house? Because that's what equal rights.
Hold on. Can a man get custody of his kids? Are they his kids?
Right now, can he go show up at her door and say, hey, you know what? I feel like raising those kids these next 9 years. Run them.
Did he go to the court to
No, I get what you're saying with rights. You're absolutely right. He does have rights.
So you're asking me
exercise them in the exact same way that
you're asking me a question, but you have rights. So what is the complaint?
You're right. We have rights. Can we exercise them in the same? Can he go pick the children up from school without them calling the mom to get her consent first?
Yeah. So Trigger might just real quick before we do this. So Cheeky, that's why I'm kind of confused. That's way too low, brother. Again, if 51% of custodial mothers have child support orders, that's half of the women. Is way more than 18% of men that deal with child support, brother.
So I'm seeing something that says totally different. I'm looking at it now.
I think you were looking at something a little bit lower as to where they were saying like
the 51 is people that's actually in the system.
Yeah, I think this is
come on, man. That's common sense.
Yeah.
Is this a black thing? Is that a black stat or just a stat period?
It's not a stat.
Just men, period. Just men, period. Men,
that's men that's in the system itself.
Yeah, that's men that's on child support and women that's
exactly. That's not the overall.
Yeah, that's not the totality of men.
Yeah.
Like
it's not people in general.
Right.
That's describing people who actually get the support, and it's differentiating between which one.
Real quick, I wanted to say.
Wait, before we go, real quick, I'm just saying, let's deal with some of the things. Let's deal with this idea of rights, it being on paper, in the allocation of rights, or those things being quote unquote overly simplified by you, who seems to be oversimplifying the same rights that African Americans talk about they have, but don't fully seem to experience. Right? This is a one-to-one comparison I'm doing here. So if you disagree on one end, you have to disagree on the other, because if you don't, you're having an ideological conflation or some type of
cognitive dissonance.
That's the word I'm looking for. So if we start looking at things on a very paper legal level, men have the same rights as women. If you go to court and say, hey, I have this child, this is my child, guess who gets split custodial rights? Men.
Yeah,
how many arguments have we had where women say, why don't you just take them to court for the rights that you do have?
Yeah, but that's just one facet of the man-woman dynamic, Chief.
Yeah,
I
was like, I'm only dealing with the facet that I know guaranteed we have rights in.
And we said you're right. We have rights. We have rights.
Like
You're right.
Said, the minority, but that would be a horrible thing, because, like you said, the whole racism thing would be applied to the entirety of black people, men, women.
That's not true. That's not true. The reason why that's not true is because you just did a thought experiment where only a minority of black people could experience racism, even given the fact that I live in a majority black area. Of course, I'm not going to experience racism in the way that we know it to be, because I'm in Atlanta where majority of everything is black. So that in and of itself minimizes or mitigates my experience of racism alone. The same way as in men, most men don't have these issues when it comes to parental rights, because most men aren't parents, according to your own statistics. So if most men aren't parents, and most men who are parents have rights, they just need to apply those rights by using the same law that you say black people should use. And if you're going through racism, then sue them. And guess what? Somebody on the panel apparently did that and won. Vovo, shout out to you for beating up somebody and winning. What I'm saying is, if we start looking at these things and taking these one-on-one comparisons when it comes to racism or any type of injustice or segregation or whatever you want to call it, we can start applying that to male rights or male anything. And when we start doing it, then our complaints online really sound a lot off kilter, which means you'd have to rethink or retract a lot of the statements you made, especially when it comes to that percentage thing. Because I'm looking at the stat, and which is what I'm trying to tell you, it says 18.3% of people in the US, according to a study in 2011, there is another one in 2017, and they're still trying to figure that out, right? It says right here in 2017, 30% of custodial fathers never received a single child support payment.
Ham, throw the damn towel.
That's what we saying.
Real quick, can I say this on the gentrification thing?
Stop cheeky right now.
Yeah,
This is
respond
it's not necessary.
No,
so
this is
yeah,
what we're
no,
gonna do.
so no, so
We're gonna
yeah, let me-
respond
so-
directly to Cheeky if
Yeah.
you want to talk.
So again, still no, that's still not gonna, because you're still taking one facet, a small facet of the man-woman dynamic. Man-woman dynamic is sex, dating, marriage, children, daily interactions, all those different things. Just that, okay? Racism is blanket across the what's name. That can be any and everything involving white people, what y'all gonna say, right? So again, no, you're cornering. Hold on, I ain't cut you off. You cornered the argument. Hold on, you cornered the argument by purposely taking a minority of something. It's going to be a small minority.
Do them
We
all.
know minority of what?
Do them all. So do the men that haven't had sex, right? Remember that 30 percentage point is what? Men 18 to 25 that haven't had sex within a year.
Yeah, so that's 30% of those men. So we don't know the numbers for the rest.
Say again.
So we don't know the numbers for the rest.
But what do we say about the youngins? Right? How they operate in the earth, they not gonna have sex as much, right? They inside and all that. Do we conflate that number to all men?
What do you, so
I mean, do we capitulate that number to all men?
No.
But yeah, you have to, because like you said, you just literally said it. So if we're talking about 18 to 25.
But you
it's
don't,
only 30. What do you mean?
Right, because of how they operate. Remember, we did the whole show on the young niggas.
No, but
right?
yeah, the young niggas are still having sex. We it's more so the problem with the old niggas that's doing the complaints and shit than what's name. Remember, y'all say we the niggas that can't get pussy and so on and so forth. The young niggas are not really concerned as much, right? And not even young niggas. Let's take the niggas out of it. Men, again, this is about men, period. White men are saying this, black men are saying this. I guess Pay joined them or whatever, but men, all types of men are complaining about how the women are. Okay, that's a whole bigger percentage that's going to be across the board. Racism, what we're talking about, is exclusively for black people alone. So it's not a one-to-one comparison. And there's too many other, like I said, it's too many other aspects of it. Okay, you got dating, you got marriage, you got children, you got custody, you got all these different things. Racism is just like, hey, these white folks don't like me.
No, it's not. See, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, Fantastic. Don't do that. Because
hey, I gotta get sad too. I've been waiting patiently.
Listen, it's fine.
Let me
you know, I'm not arguing with
Let me respond to that real quick, man. Let me respond to that.
Well, let me clarify, Bean. So I'm not sure you don't think I'm being disingenuous. When I say
Okay.
these white folks don't like me, the same thing you said, right? That covers you manipulating the system to block me out and to do all these different things and covert racism. That includes covert and overt racism, but the white folks don't like me. So either directly or indirectly or out in the open or secretly, they not let me do some shit. Is that fair?
Yes, I'm glad that you said that. But just so people can understand what they're hearing, what we're saying is, and Cheeky, stop, don't ever do this again. You can get arrested for this. The reason why he just clubber laned you is because he just exposed that there are multiple parts also to racism.
Right.
So I may be going through police brutality. That may be 500,000 black people. I said this earlier. We can run it back. Another group demographic of black people, 1.5 million, may be going through this kind of racism, and so forth and so forth and so on. So we
some
not
form of
all
redlining,
same
like
thing.
HAMP was talking about.
Exactly. So we're not all experiencing the same thing, but collectively, 51% of us are experiencing some form of this BS.
So what it is, Mr. Fantastic, to explain it more concisely, right? Because I think that's super clear, but just for the 600 people here, right? Racism umbrella, police brutality, redlining, etc. Women ain't shit. Child support court, I ain't getting no pussy, etc. But women ain't shit covers all that umbrella, just like racism would cover it, but you're not going to experience all of it at once.
Right. So
and not everybody is going to experience all of it.
Yeah.
Which is,
and there will be outliers that live in Atlanta that be like, it's all black people.
which is why, like, people who like Master C, when he comes on a panel, say, I never experienced this. We don't take his inexperience in these certain areas or aspects and apply that to all men. We say, just because you're not experiencing it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, or it's not a real thing, or it's not as prevalent. The problem The problem is when we start having these conversations about men rights. It is a one-to-one comparison about people who feel indignant about being unjustly represented or not represented at all due to some level of experience. right? And you can look these things up, and it doesn't matter what you say. You can try to bring up dating and go, well, just because you're not dating women doesn't mean that they have to. You don't have a right to date women. So why are you complaining about a right that isn't yours?
Yeah,
So,
and this
it's fantastic. Let me read these. You can get a clean response, and then I don't give a damn what Mr. Fantastic say. If he call you the hard ER, it don't matter. Said got next, okay? After Mr. Fantastic.
Listen.
You still in my head, man. All right. DC with the 2000s. Great show today, fellas. I hope we are learning. This was funny as shit. I just had to start. So solid with the 2000s. EBD ellipsis. They absolutely think you are an engineer.
Yes, brother. Nobody mistakes you for a YN in your lifetime. EBD.
Not that collar. Oh, Gun with the $5 says, EBD, don't you date all Snow Bunny up here talking how we are oppressed? That's hypocritical. You want to
I'm just trying to get over on the system like they're trying to get over on me. That's all.
Jay Miller with the $2 says, is the white man responsible for Volvo? You want to respond to this, Volvo?
Absolutely.
He just a homo. He just he's checking me out. He's checking me out. Why you keep talking about my hairline? We sitting there having a real conversation.
Yeah, all the time. Don't try to fight from the chat, nigga. You got a microphone. Aaron with the $5 says, CJ bullshit, because when black men say they don't experience what you experience with black women, y'all start shaming. You got to be fair. Y'all are selective. DC with the $2 says, question for the panel. What is racism in 2025? I think we kind of been minding through that, so let's keep going. Said with the $1.
My brother Coin.
He said, let me
Pull
talk.
up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
My brother Corey Love in the building, man. Became a member. Salute my G. Hope all is well. Good to see you. Aaron with the $2 says, these the I made it out. Y'all better get yours, niggas. CJ with the $2 says, we literally don't have the same rights. Uncut with perfect. Been a member for 11 months. Salute my G. Hope all is well. Aaron with the $2 says, imagine I said feminism, what he saying? Was 50 years ago. Let it go. I see what he's saying. And TAT with the $5 says, panel, I cloud watch Mike, Cheeky, and Beans. Good content. Come on, EBD. Take this show over. They got nothing on you. Peace to the rest. Nick Taylor. Salute Nick Taylor in the building. Great combo, fellas. Cheeky and Beans winning, though. LOL. Salute my brother Corey Love in the building for the first 50 ball of the.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
Appreciate you, Corey. AO Ogletree with the $5 says, change the name of the show to This Might Be Fantastic. Great job, fantastic.
Brother.
Trigger Mike with the $2 says, this is for said. Damn, nigga, speak up. CJ with the $5 says, Cheeky talks in a soft voice, so y'all think he right, but he wrong as fuck. Men and women don't have the same rights, and men complaints are valid. You gotta
CJ, show me the ordinance. Give me a law that says that we don't have the same rights. Show me the state. Show me the law. Since you Mr. Smart note taking man, show me all of the numbers you need. It's something. Show me something before you start saying I'm wrong. Give me a court case and give me where that court case was won by the man and the law didn't change.
I'm about to drag him.
Come on, CJ. Don't do it.
You can box, nigga, but you can't. What's up, everybody? hey, look, I'm not into the arguing with a bunch of folks, so I let y'all get y'all shit off. So that is what it is. But to answer the racism question that Mr. Fantastic put out, I know you. Listen. You know better. You know what it is. It is what it is. All right. Listen. Here we go. So the racism shit, if we're going to go over there, my parents are dealing with the eminent zone shit right now down in Carolina. It's a black community where they're trying to put power lines through the community. So they're trying to force them people to lose their land, which a lot of them use for timber and things of that nature. That's your racism system or whatever, you want to use in regards to what the system is doing. And I think part of the problem is when it comes to the women, as y'all have already said, Mr. Fantastic and others will use the system to analyze all the issues. But when you say racism and you try to bring the system into it, it's, oh, I need individual specific details of what's going on with whatever situation. You know what I mean? And I think that's where everybody is confused, because we got 8 people on here, and yes, the 8 people on here may have made it through the net that they cast to catch everybody. Like, okay, everybody has a house. Okay, that's cool. But out of the 250 to 300 people that's inside the chat, how many of them actually own homes? How many of them actually made it through the system and were able to get to where us on here have gotten? Yes, I have a house. Yes, I made it through the system. Mr. Fantastic has a house. Everybody on here has a house possibly, but not everybody can say the same. So we're talking about the minority of people up here, which everybody likes to use stats. The minority of people up here made it through, but the majority of people are still trying to find their way through the system to get to where they need to get to. And I think that's where everybody loses focus, that thinks that, oh, everybody has made it. Everybody has gotten to the top. Everybody is here and there, and everybody has opportunity. Everybody don't have the same opportunity to make the same steps that everybody else has made. And that's the thing. That's where the problem comes in. And that's where the disingenuous issue is.
Let me disagree.
Disagree with me.
Real quick. Because he said,
wait. HAMP, do a poll.
Yes.
Do a poll. A homeowner, do you own a home? Yes or no? Just do a poll for homeowners, right?
Okay, so I put so you want me to do homeowners? I put one that said you made it through the system, or you still trying to make it?
Or that'll work too. Either or the white man still holding you back. Go ahead, Chicken Mike.
All right. So yeah, what I was saying is I mean, I definitely agree with like 98% of what you said, till you got to the part where you said we don't have the same opportunities. We do have the same opportunities, but I don't think we're necessarily in disagreement, because this is why I've been trying to make the point that we don't classify what's happening to us properly. Most of the things people were talking about as racism is actually classism up here. And the issue that I see, especially as somebody who's trying to buy real estate back, is that the black people, unfortunately, are the easiest targets, right? The hood, specifically, for some reason, it's weird. The hood is always in like prime real estate. Like I went to where my wife grew up in Jamaica, Queens. That shit is on prime real estate. They're going to take that shit back. Trailer parks are actually usually on the outskirts. So it's never prime real estate, like damn near, right? So it's like the one thing that I always look at is that why are black people always the soft targets, is because they own the least in the areas that are getting gentrified. Because unless you could show me where they're gentrifying Chinatown, you can't do that shit. They own everything.
But here's the other problem with your argument. Black Americans, as Black Americans themselves, don't have the protection that Chinese, that any other people have. And I see you making your face, Mr. Fantastic. I'm gonna give you one good example of that, and it's the easy one that people forget. If you look at the census, you see all these other races, right? But you'll see blacks associated with African American, right?
Yeah.
I'm a Black American. I'm not an African American. I have no ties to Africa. Africa is not going to come and save me if something happens. Now, if a Nigerian comes over here and something happens to that Nigerian, they have the African embassy they can go to and be protected. Here, I have no protection other than the United States, which I have very limited protection in, and that's a fact.
Yeah. I was like, foreign nationals are protected. Hold on, yo. Foreign nationals are protected by the embassy, not Nigerian American citizens that were born here. Like,
what? I mean,
hold on. There's one issue with what you said. The people's protection is themselves. Anything you do in Chinatown, the Asians are going to organize. Their power comes from their family and community structure. That's why I don't like when people say the system is doing shit for them. They're doing it for themselves. They have their kids are lawyers.
But we don't do with each other like they do. They come over here and build different.
Hold on. The topic
it's totally different.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. The topic yesterday was, because both of these conversations we're having about men talking about women, they're actually correlated. All right. The reason why black men talk so much about women is because the family is disbanded, and that's where the strength comes from. All right. We would have the ability to fight back just like everybody fucking else did if the family was intact, bro. Now our communities would be intact.
Family was intact years ago. We was fighting.
But again, the system is part of the reason why the family is disbanded.
You were fighting so good that you were able to get laws changed. Yes or no?
think he shot him in the self.
When the men led the community shot, and were they not fighting so good that they were able to get federal law changed and walk up in the president's office and make their demands?
What
When the
law
family was
changed?
together.
Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah, hold on, bro. Okay, first off,
When
say
did the black family get disbanded?
Let's go back and forth a little bit.
Go ahead.
Hold on. So, first off, brother, that's not how that works. Okay, that's not how that works. If your ass motherfucking do something over here, you're not supposed to legally fucking do. Only time that the Chinese embassy, the Japanese in whatever the fuck, any other country gonna be able to do something if they do something against you, on like a war level type shit, bro. That's the only way that's gonna be able to happen. You're here. You're under the laws of the American fucking laws and Constitution of America, bro. You break a law here, you can't just say, "Oh, China saved me." Okay,
that's not true because you can't go down to Chinatown and buy nothing and build shit in Chinatown in DC. Period. It don't matter what kind of money you have. You can't go to Chinatown and build nothing. They won't allow you in Chinatown.
Hold on, and I agree. But listen, now you're making Trigger Mike's point. That's not it's illegal for me to do. I can legally do it, but because they're so strong in their family and their culture, they're not gonna shop for my business and put me out of business. That's what you call motherfucking camaraderie and smart business to keep your people and your dollar.
It's not about shopping your business. It's about you getting down there. You're not getting down there.
Again, listen what I'm telling you. You can, because they're you can, but again, the problem is you don't do it because you know it's gonna be bad business. The problem is the same thing you're talking about, what the Asians doing, niggas not doing it.
No. There are Asian restaurants in every nigga neighborhood. What are we talking about? Okay, but we can't go put no soul food restaurant in Chinatown. It's not happening.
I'm out. Y'all be safe.
You can.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Hold on, real let's do this. I'm trying to let y'all work through it, but what we got to do is number one, we got to condense our points down so we can get the organic back and forth. When the point is not concise, it's hard to respond to it all. So go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
So listen, bro. Again, the reason why the Asians can come here, Arabs can come here, and whatever, because niggas don't believe and don't know what good business is and don't like each other. Okay. If you stop going to the Chinese restaurant, the Chinese man will stop putting fucking Chinese restaurants in your neighborhood. Just like you say, you can't open up a fucking soul food shack in Chinatown. It's because the Chinese people gonna be like, no, we not fucking with you. We not gonna make no money off of us. Yet niggas is cool with making money for everybody else. Niggas put Asian kids through college. Niggas put Arab kids through college. Niggas put everybody through college but our own kids. Okay, that is an economic problem and a lack of understanding in economics, not race. Okay, I have the right from a right standpoint. Okay?
But fantastic, but here's the thing, y'all not responding directly to the greater point that Sid made, right? And said you could correct me if I'm wrong. So in I think 2020, when the pandemic happened, right? People was attacking the Asians. How long after that did they get an anti-Asian hate crime bill?
Immediately.
How long was it?
I was
immediate, right?
Go ahead.
So here's the question: Why? Why is it that as soon as they started getting attacked, they got something on the books for them?
Because the vice president was half Asian.
Let me hear. Go ahead, Shaw.
I just want to say, y'all don't like talking about history, but y'all love talking about Chinatown as if Black Wall Street didn't exist, Mount Bayou, Mississippi didn't exist. Y'all love other races up as if Black people didn't do these same things. And they were destroyed.
We just edified
it didn't break down due to family. It didn't break down due to Black people don't know business. It was actually destroyed. But y'all don't like to talk about those things to kill y'all points. Y'all love to make
hold on. Child, we edify all of those points, and that's actually my point. That's what my point is. That's a completely hold on. That's a completely separate thing. Talking about
it's not completely separate.
Y'all gotta let me make my points separate of what y'all saying. What I'm saying, y'all talking about firepower now. Let me just say right now, Shaw, do you think if there was a Black Wall Street the same way there was before, you think them niggas gonna come do that shit now? You think they're gonna take that over now?
Absolutely.
No. Hold on.
Y'all saying yes?
Destruction. You couldn't own guns back then. You can own them now.
Got it, man.
You think they're gonna walk up on y'all niggas and do that shit now? No.
Yes.
But hold on. My point is that this is the conquered mentality of most Black people. Hold on. Ain't nobody walking up in my shit. And if you heard I died, I took 5 motherfuckers out. That's why they not coming. They're not coming for you. Now, hold on. They not coming for you now that you have the ability to defend yourself.
Can I make my? I want to speak to this point. I need it. Hang on, to your mic. Hang on before anybody. I got it right here.
Wait. Did Shad even finish his point?
I didn't.
No.
Go for it. My bad.
All the point I'm making, this is conquered man talk to what y'all are doing, because all I'm saying, all I'm doing is identifying what the problem is. We have the blueprint to get it done, but y'all have such low expectations for black people that y'all love to uphold other races and talk about Chinatown as if we didn't do the same things in this country. We got the blueprint. We don't need to talk about Chinatown to talk about what can be done. We've done it already, and it was destroyed.
Shad, I get you, but I'm with you with that. But that's my point of talking about Chinatown. They still have a Chinatown. We do not still have a Tulsa. And that's my point. How long has Chinatown been and how long has Tulsa been? You see what I'm saying? And that's the point. They destroy everything they had. We have what? Lake Lanier. We have all these examples of things to where we've built and it's been destroyed as a black community because, like I said, we don't have the defense that these other entities have. I.e., as I said, the backing of other countries across the seas. We don't have that as black people, and that's what people seem to forget. We don't have those same protections.
Hold on. I will say,
money, he ain't gonna respond to what you just said.
Hold on. I will say it's hit or miss whether you could say. I know the Tulsa and Lake Lanier stuff happened, and that was like great stuff in history. But I also make those points myself when I'm talking about the greatness of black people, because I think the hill that's left to climb now is the black family. That's why I brought it up, because listen to how other people look at the situation. The only minority group in the United States of America with their own higher education system are black people, right? You got your own banks. You can make doctors, lawyers, nurses without the help of a predominantly white institution. So why, let's use this. Why are black women dying so much in hospitals when we have the ability to make our own doctors?
Wait,
so what I'm saying is that, hold on.
Slow down. You're moving too fast. You just
I'm using that to make that point.
No, Trig. How can you say that they're doing it without the help of white institutions when that's where they get the bulk of their money from?
Dog, we said the state gives money. The state gives money.
They are still being backed by a white institution. You're not addressing says a major point, which is that we don't have a country. We don't have another place that can negotiate.
Hold on, man. You cannot say it's being backed. Hold on. You can't say it's being backed by a white institution when you pay taxes to the state and the grants given to the college are backed by our taxes that we pay too. You can't just say
how much of your money goes to HBCUs?
Enough to stay open.
You don't know, really, right? You can't tell me how much of your money actually goes there, right?
Like, why are you making a point? They open and black people go there.
But my point is that it's not backed by it's not.
White people go there too, and Asian people, and all other races, and they get scholarships.
All white,
they're getting their money from everybody else getting their money from.
Hold on, Bean. So, Mike, here's the crux of the issue, right? When they're telling you like what happens, your rebuts aren't addressing what happens, why it happens, how it happens. Is it possible, right, that you have to treat Black Americans differently because you don't have the lever of deportation over them? Think about this, right? If you have people that are coming to a country, you can leverage the fact that you allow them to be here, right? So what is their conduct if you can get them out?
Yeah.
Now, what do you do with the people that you potentially don't want to be here or overcome? You burn their shit down, and then do you police them differently, right? In order to maintain the status quo. That's the assessment.
But we're looking, hold on. That's the reason I made the point that I made.
Okay.
Where I was like, that's a good metric to say, all right, well, what do black people have? How are black people empowered in this country? That's why I brought up the point about the universities. Everybody else looking at y'all like, goddamn, look at what these people have accomplished. They go to their own schools and ain't got to fuck with us at all if they didn't want to, right? So that was just me saying that with all the power that black people do have, what's missing to get you back to the level of Lake Lanier, right? So what I say is missing is like, there's a saying in the 2A community that all gun control is racist. And the only reason they were trying to keep guns out of the black hands of black people is because if you give these people the ability to fight back, then we can't tear their shit down no more. So I'm telling you now that if you build, you build back the family, You build back your own personal defense, kind of like the Nation of Islam does. These people can't really fuck with you. So we're not really saying anything differently. What I'm saying is I'm not talking from a conquered, defeatist mindset. I'm saying I'm looking at black people like, whenever y'all ready, y'all can take this whole shit.
The nation got
Can
300,000.
I say this?
Earlier, didn't you mention two words, the difference between overt and covert? Like you keep making it seem like we're saying if they build the new Black Wall Street, that they got to come in with missiles. They can pencil whip them people out of there if they want to. Don't you understand that?
Yeah,
How
go
many
ahead,
times
Bobo.
do these people have to show you we can get rid of you? We can tear you down any way we want, whenever we want to.
Don't have to use violence no more.
So are you saying that's gonna stop you from trying, B?
Go ahead.
No,
Don't-
Bobo, please, for 1 second, bro. I know you want to get in, but until he call your name, maybe you should just let us out.
He did call my name. He did call my name. So maybe
Beans,
stop
here's
being
the
a
thing.
bull like on your hat. Maybe you should stop being a bull.
Whoa, relax.
Well, I am a tourist.
Relax.
I
Hey,
am a
but
tourist.
Beans, I'm glad y'all didn't respond to what Trigger Mike just said, because that reply didn't have nothing to do with nothing.
It didn't. That's what I'm saying. He's doing this shit
Well,
conservative.
let's see. Now, Vovo, add to it. Don't go another way with it.
Nobody's playing the victim, bro. We everybody up here, they said they homeowner. I'm a homeowner. I'm from the projects. I got a great job. I didn't get a chance to go to college. I'm a hazmat CDL driver. I done had several $100,000 a years. So you know, ain't nobody making no excuse or nothing like that. We just pointing out the injustice. Show me where they got bombs dropped on them. They had guns in Tulsa. They was fighting back. They was actually winning. The government came in and flew a plane in and dropped bombs on top of them. How you beat that? That's the first time ever. I say this all the time. In the history of planet Earth, the first time planes were ever used as a weapon and bombs dropped on other human beings was in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's even before World War I. Even before World War I. The first time in the history of planet Earth, planes were ever used as a weapon was against us by our own government. These guys are cooning. He even said that he lives in an 80% white neighborhood and they lock their doors when they see him. Who are those people? Where do you think they work? Where do you think the people that lock their doors when they see your name on the application to get a grant or to buy some property or something? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to sabotage you. We just seen in California where the black folks, the same experience you had, where they had to remove all the photos out of their house and get their house reappraised, and it was shot up 400,000. 400,000. That's generational. Go ahead.
Let me ask you guys a question. All right. Why is consumerism a damn near an epidemic for black people? Why, when we see those little stores, right, you pop up Habib in there and he's selling a bunch of bullshit in there. He do be having the cotton candy that I like, but you know what I'm saying? Noodles, yeah, snowball, noodles. Hold on. Noodles and all that. Why don't we pop up the little stores? Why do we allow for our community, our grocery stores, as an example? The middle aisles is always full up. The produce guy is always brown and some other shit. You know why do we? Hold on.
Okay.
Why do we fuck up our shit when it's time to riot and all that? I remember that Walmart said they were moving out of the south side of Chicago. Niggas went there and raided it, Beans, right?
Absolutely.
And nothing, and the produce looked like they just dropped the shit off, but all the Fruit Loops and shit was gone. So what about our seemingly natural proclivities does have us in this perpetual chokehold of being at the bottom?
So disagree that we are at the bottom, right?
Okay.
But the mentality is, damn, you said a lot. My memory ain't what it used to be.
My bad.
But no, it's just on me.
But I know things real quick. Why you think about that real quick?
I'm not thinking about it. I'm just saying.
I know how you get. I get it.
Things that he said that I actually wanted to respond to, but he asked the question. So because I pay attention to conversations, I'm going to answer the question, right?
Okay.
Which is that I don't think we are, right? So when you look at billionaires, yes, we're at about 1%. Sure. When you look at millionaires, we're number 2 on the list at 8%, right? And then median income is 53. for the last quarter, at least, right? So I don't see this, we're at the bottom shit, right?
Okay.
Especially when you consider everything that we have been through. The last time I had this kind of conversation with Mr. Fantastic, I asked him, when did racism end then? Since you're saying it don't exist anymore, you saying it did, so you have to tell me when it ended. And I think he pretty much said around the time when Obama got elected, right? And I concede to that, but that was only 17 years ago, right? So what is it that you expect the people to do in 17 years? You expect for them to become number one in a country where they're number 3 on the list in population?
So you can have progress,
right? So I'm just saying, like, this we could kill the narrative about black people doing so badly, but we can still have a conversation about things that happen to impede certain black people, because we all know the ones who are making their own choices and are defeated by them.
Gotcha. Okay, I think that's a little point. Go ahead, sir.
To answer Trigger Mike's question of why we're not rebuilding, a lot of it is about relationships. Again, I say again, we're Black Americans. Unfortunately, we're not African Americans. We don't have the immediate relationships to where we can get stuff in our neighborhoods and sell to each other at a cheap price. So now we have to bring the price up a little bit higher to make it even to where we can actually profit from what we're getting because of the relationships that we don't have. Like, yeah, there are some, as always, there are some, but it's a minority. When you need, like, you look at the Asian folks or whatever, you can go to them and get anything from them now. You can order whatever, you can get bootleg whatever, and which they do, and they get it sent in with their ships, with their whatever, and to their people. We don't have those same type of relationships or that same type of backing. Period, point blank, in the story. We don't have that.
That's a good response, said, but this, and I'm not going to disagree with you because your overall point is that we don't have the relationships. I hate to sound like a conservative douchebag, but at this point, that's a fucking excuse.
It's an excuse, but the two can be the same, to be true.
No. That's why I said I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing that it's not pertinent. I'm saying that's a bullshit ass excuse. Because I'm gonna tell you something. My uncle had some knockoff mics that he got from Atlanta, right? The red and black patent leather ones, right? Him.
Yeah.
My homeboy had the real ones that he paid $700 for. And we had them motherfuckers right next to each other, and he admitted, I can't see the difference. But I'm gonna pay $700 because I want to know I got the real ones. So I don't want to hear this excuse no more about not shopping with black people because they gotta charge us more. Right? That's some bullshit. Go get on your money like you get to everybody else.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I guess the difference is that's fair. I guess it just, I think in terms of competition. So if I'm selling chicken and says selling chicken, but I got to sell mine for $5 and he's selling his for $2, who's more likely to gain the business? I guess that. So I understand the sourcing, but I also understand we spend money on a bullshit all the time.
Absolutely.
So
and that's true. That's true because I do shop at Walmart. So that's a good point,
and you see it with Walmart, right? Like, now, to your point, there are people who prefer Target for the same grade of shit, but it's just from Target, and they go to Target.
Absolutely.
So,
and Myers, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta, but then at the same time, Target and Myers is gonna have better fruit, to your point, right? Again, and I want to make sure I respond to that. That's what I want to respond to really quickly. I'm sorry, Vovo. When you talked about why they stole the Fruit Loops, but they left the fruit. Well, because that is a poor mindset, right? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the things that they believe are non-perishable, right? The things that are going to last. Because I'm telling y'all, you go to Walmart and you buy some fruit, you got about 2 days. If you don't eat it in 2 days, that shit going to be garbage.
So you're saying I got to say this, that I got to get the noodles. I can have them shits in the thing for a year.
Or forever.
So now I can eat forever. Canned foods. Okay. That's a good. I like that. Go ahead, Volvo. I didn't even think of it like that.
Well, let me say this right. I'm a truck driver. I've been in places in this country that most people would never go. They ain't got no reason to go there. I'm talking about one stoplight towns, hills have eyes, backwater woods, all that kind of shit. Like, for real, some real crazy places in America where the town is 99% white. They eat the same thing. They at Walmart too. They eating the chips and all that. White people ain't got no cuisine. They ain't got no equivalent of soul food. They eating Pop-Tarts and Hot Pockets and all that type of shit. They eating the same thing. So that's America.
So
Everybody.
Bobo, your argument isn't that it's racial, it's class.
No, even the rich people, they don't even cook. They just say warm that shit, warm up a pizza or something. Everybody's eating that. So like it's like your argument. You were saying that what about us to where we doing this and all that, brother. I hate when we fall into that trap. Our problem is we've been sabotaged. That's the problem. This is my last point. I'm trying to go fast. I remember going to Grandpa's kitchen. Grandpa had the dopest fried chicken in the city. We used to beg my dad to take us there. When they dropped the drugs in the community, Grandpa Jr. can't. He a crackhead now. He can't take over the family business. It was a corner store, Grandpa's kitchen, and they had fried chicken. So now, guess who got it? The Arabs got it. Now it's Abe's Grandpa fried chicken because Mr. Grandpa old now. He passed away. His son couldn't take over the business.
Okay, so let me ask you this:
advantage of the position that America put us in.
Sure.
That's
so you got the Italians with prohibition when they were selling alcohol. I think drug game, everybody was into that, right? But why? How did their gangsters become legitimate? Right, we understand the mob. Hold on.
Their own supply.
No, they was getting drunk.
No, I'm not. I wasn't even.
They got
smoking crack.
You were.
He wasn't done. He wasn't done.
Oh my bad.
So what I'm looking at is how did they legitimize and we still run around with bandanas and shit like that?
That's not a real question.
That ain't bro. Come on, bro. Like they got the opportunity.
You trying to see if we know? Because I know you know the answer to this.
I think
they got
I want to see what they say.
Jimmy Hoffa. They was in the unions. The mob guys was running the unions and all that type of shit. Their white skin allowed them indoors to where Bumpy Johnson can't get into that. Frank Lucas can't get into that. Big Meech can't get into that. They because of the color of their skin, they was able to enter the white world and send their kids, and then they was able to pass the wealth on to their children.
I think just because it's fantastic Trigger Michael's job. I think it's important. I feel the same way about this conversation that I feel about the men versus women conversation. It's good to state the reality.
Don't even ask questions no more, Hamp, because nobody is ever going.
I don't have no idea. But I'm sorry. I don't have no idea. I'm a civilian. I always have been.
God, bro. I feel
I don't know nothing about gangster
knowledge around this one.
I'm just trying to ask a question because no more. I don't think there's any more conservatives or whatever. Go ahead.
There's been a close relationship between organized crime and the government for decades, right? It's always about who gets a slice. When you have the people take out low lives, but the small pushers or whatever, people who are doing people in the organization who are stepping out of line, either that's an in-house thing or a law enforcement thing with the government, with the FBI and things like that. There's always a actual relationship with organized crime and mafia. That's why they've been able to succeed, and we've always been, either surveilled, broken up, things like that.
Somebody related to somebody.
It's the same old system, basically. I mean, well, you want Shaw to go, but it's the same old system of racism. They'll give us a little bit, but they're going to limit how much they're going to give us. Period, point blank, end of story. So as much as they want to say, oh, racism is over, racism isn't this, racism isn't that, we're limited on what we can get. Yeah, we can get it. And of course, there's always that minority of people that make it through the net. There's always a minority. There's always a Barack Obama. There's always a Kamala Harris. There's always, well, not even necessarily tokens, but those people, that make it to that pinnacle, or they make it to a certain. Listen, she brown, she whatever she is, she of some type of color. I'm not. Listen, again, I don't care about what none of that other stuff, regardless of what it's still the minority of that makes it, whatever it is. It's not the majority.
No, but Sid, come on, you can't do this whole intro. I'm Black American, not African American, and then throw Kamala in the mix with the blacks talking about
nasty work.
Like, come on, man, your shit just got to be consistent. We listen to what people say.
So let me reset this real quick. So essentially, when we go back to the two boys, right? What's you guys' take on it, right? And I want to go around quickly. So the two boys, one black, one white. The white boy put his hands on the black boy first. The black boy poked him one time. The boy died. What's you guys' take on that? If somebody, let's say, doesn't err on the side of agreeing with, I guess, the black boy, Carmelo, right? do you call that person a coon or coon adjacent?
Damn.
I don't.
Shaw, you said no?
I don't.
Shaw, you say no?
I say no.
Did you give a well? Let's go around. That I want to come back and ask your take on that situation. What you think, Beans? If they don't air, they err on the side of the black dude is wrong. Do you give him a COON title or adjacent title or something like that?
Adjacent, yeah, because conservative douchebag, I would call him.
Touche. I mean, indeed. Set.
I give him the adjacent title to that. Yeah, it real disingenuous with real life, because how would they react in life if somebody assaults them?
Mr. Williams, what's popping? What you think? You give them that adjacent title, or are they just entitled to?
They're entitled to how they feel. It's about your morals and your principles.
Okay, Bobo.
They a raccoon. How you can't see what's going on? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If everybody else can stand their ground, we can stand our ground too.
EBD.
I say adjacent. I wouldn't use this full term. That because if that's their standard, then they awarded the term. But if it's just this one incident, then hey, everybody has their opinion on this one incident.
Sure, you answered earlier, but
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
You want me to answer again? You asked me did I answer earlier, and I said yeah.
We didn't hear you earlier. Did you say yes?
Yeah, I said yeah.
Damn.
Shaw, what's your take on it? The situation.
Like I told you, man, in the heat of battle, it's hard to say what you would do. I told you my situation as a homeowner. It was 3 young YNs was trying to get in my car, and I came out with the blicky. They looked my way. I got scared, so all I did was, I let one go. I told me if I would have hit somebody, I would have been locked up. I thought I was, within my right. So I won't do that again, though. Next time I just close my door and call the cops, like I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
White people put their YNs on the dollar bills. Niggas is out here killing everybody.
I like that one.
And now we care about our money.
So that's my honest opinion. I don't know, man. The situation, you said the dude had 60 pounds on him?
Yeah. It was either 100. So the black dude, Carmelo, his huddle says he's 5'11", 160, right? So people trying to get recruited. So if he's 5'9", 130, I could believe it. That's what the cop said he was. So 100 pounds, yeah.
It's like when you're about to get beat up, I don't know, man. Sorry, you know what I mean? I gotta survive.
Y'all know y'all heart be racing.
Right,
right. About to throw up. You
gotta do what you gotta do, man.
I'm about to do what I gotta do.
And then he might know that dude's track record. He might have seen that dude put in some work before. Who knows? We don't know, because you know what I'm saying, they played football, they might have been around each other. Who knows the environment that they've been around together?
Because most likely the dude could bench press him.
It sounds like both fight and flight. He fought and then he ran. So it sounds like he was feeling both emotionals at that instance. That's what it sounds like.
Why would they charge him with first-degree murder? First-degree murder mean I planned this out. I'm looking for it. I'm trying to go get that. First-degree murder, and people don't see no racial injustice. Come on, man.
They don't see it. Wait. It's more than that. They don't see it.
By the style of how it was done. And if y'all really want to know something as well, when somebody's in your personal property, that's why I tell people, if you do gun training and all of that, you'll understand this. If someone is in your car, it doesn't matter. If you kill them, you're getting charged with murder. That is not part of the statute. When you get gun training and you get your concealed license, that's one of the first things they tell you. Your apartment or your home.
Where we talking about? We talking about the boy who stabbed the boy on the bleachers.
Yeah, I'm just letting everybody know, Hemp, as far as when you thinking certain things, just like he had the knife, but it was a concealed weapon. Now, I'm in a Commonwealth, so our laws are kind of different, but usually with concealed weapons, because that's what that was. depending on the blade, the fact that he had it on the school campus, he was already wrong on that aspect.
Yeah, so we looked that up. So the blade was legal.
Yeah, but he still had it on school property.
Yeah,
And
it was legal. It was
still legal because it could be a tool. It could be utilized as a tool and classified as a tool.
But what I'm saying is, in their state in Texas, is it legal for everyone to carry concealed or certain people?
Everyone to carry a knife of a certain length, and that's everywhere. As long as they used to say the palm, the length of your palm. If it's not bigger than the length of your palm, you can carry it legally pretty much anywhere.
5.5 inches, under 5.5, you can carry it.
Can I add this? Amber Geiger went into a guy's house and shot him while he was on the couch eating a bowl of ice cream. She ain't getting no first-degree murder. I believe she did it on purpose, because you ever walk to a car that look like yours and you look in the window and you see a cup that you be like, oh yeah, immediately you're gonna be like, damn, you don't stick the key in the thing and go in the house and smell your house smell a certain way. There's certain things that's gonna wake you up and be like, oh, I'm at the wrong place. Your doormat different, the door scratches on the door is different. She walked into a guy's house and shot a guy on the couch.
You saying because she got charged with murder too, right?
No, she didn't get charged with first-degree murder. That's
Did you
like
hear
the
what
highest.
Volvo, I said she got charged with murder too, right?
I think
Yeah.
some type of murder.
Murder two. Murder two is the definition. It's murder two. Murder one. Murder two.
She got charged with
Got
murder
charged with
too,
murder
but I think they pled her down and she got like 10 years.
Yeah, she went to trial and got 10. Yeah.
She went to trial, and got 10 years. So
what they got hugs from the family.
Yeah.
Bible too from the judge.
They got her hair done and all that.
State. It's the same state.
Weird shit.
I don't see, I don't see, like, whenever there is the reverse, any reverse, we don't see the hugs and the forgiveness for black men who have ever committed a crime or anything from a family. We don't see the sympathy. We don't see any of the outpouring or whatever for forgiveness for whatever we do.
Well,
we don't.
Well, so this particular case, the father said it wasn't racially charged. He forgave Carmelo. In this particular case,
He got assaulted and he took the knife and did like this and ran away.
This might be off. This might be like, I'm talking about the kid, but just a little something different. Nobody don't find it weird that his name is Carmelo Anthony. Like right at the same time, while the other Carmelo Anthony just got inducted into the Hall of Fame, right? It was the same thing with Kendrick Lamar. When Kendrick Lamar was on his rise up, it was another kid named Kendrick Lamar who got found, I think, in his school gymnasium with his organs missing.
Are you saying that this is some type of conspiracy that they?
I'm just saying, man.
Please don't say the C word. We might get this.
The reason
I'm
why
just saying, when Freezy first said the name earlier, I thought he was mistaken. It wasn't until you put the thing on the screen, the article, I was like, oh, his name really is Carmelo.
Yeah, well, I think it's just the eligibility plus the Basketball Hall of Fame is like the easiest to get into because they consider all your basketball.
Yeah, you go hating on basketball.
No. I'm being serious. So basketball, they consider Olympic, they consider your college and all that. So it's just the easiest to get into because you can be
did
a great.
You play in the basketball tournament?
Yeah, but
you won.
So,
your team won.
We probably would have won it if we would have kept going.
They lost.
No, we didn't. We put Mr. Fantastic team out, beat Sway team. So no. So
but who won?
Niggas was too old and tired. Niggas said, "Fuck it, we good on playing." I think UT is good as hell though. So I'd say that.
Could I add this? Oh, go ahead.
And James too. James, Lady Di husband, he's nice too.
Salute to y'all for hooping on concrete.
Yeah, the nigga didn't make it. Mr. Fantastic.
God.
So you got Mr. Fantastic team, bro? Oh, he called me.
My brother is kind of big and strong, so Mr. Fantastic just played a little bit. Mr. Fantastic had a mouthpiece in. When I seen that mouthpiece, I said, "You ain't gonna make it." Niggas found way too hard for you to have a mouthpiece.
Well, can I say this real quick too?
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I said I don't want to say coon is there's a super duper negative connotation to that word.
Steven from Django.
And it's like, damn, do I want to say that Trigger Mike is a coon? I mean, Trigger Mike ain't even black, but still in all, do I want to say he's a coon? Do I want to
Yeah,
say
African coon.
What is he? What is he?
do I want to say that?
Oh, he African.
He African, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So he don't deal with the same stuff.
Yeah, man. I don't even know why we still taking him serious.
It's okay.
He's full-blooded Nigerian, no connection with
Exactly.
Take his ass back to Nigeria.
I didn't get to finish my thought.
Think about that. So Beans, the premise you pick, right? And coon is the hard that's tough, right? To put that jacket.
The hard C. The hard C.
When you look at Mr. Fantastic manifestation in life, right? Like he never even slept with a white girl.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He come from a black city.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he live in a black city.
Mm-hmm.
He only be around black people.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever, like, if I asked him for something, or when we was, you know, in person, he made sure niggas was good. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at somebody's actual activity, it don't say that. But then when you hear him talk, you like, God damn. So yeah, that's why I understand. I catch your drift. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's very difficult. Like, because I used to go hard at them for not being black, right? I think Fantastic is Haitian, right? So I used to go hard at them.
I knew it. I knew.
He is, right?
No,
he not.
No,
get the fuck out of here.
He thought he was Haitian because of the way he looked.
Yeah, he's Haitian for sure. Huh?
No, I swear, a while ago I thought Trigger Mike, JB is Haitian, right? And I thought I heard that. I thought somebody told me. I mean, I was wrong then. I guess.
Fantastic of FBA.
Oh, okay. Well, then my bad. I didn't know. So then what I'm saying really does apply to him, right? Which is, do I want to call him that? Because I don't think he that. I think that black people, and anybody in particular, but black people in general, when they decide to be a conservative, they believe that they have to stand on every conservative talking point there is.
They
right?
disconnected.
Regardless
That's what
of
it
how
is.
stupid that shit sound. I gotta stand on it. So if it's a situation that come about between the white and the black, I can never paint this situation as what it probably absolutely looks like, what I may internally feel like, or whatever. I have to say, no, the black guy is wrong and the white guy is innocent, and we need to look at it. Like, it's like they feel like they have to do that shit just because they are claiming conservative. So maybe that is a coon to some degree, but I just don't want to go that far.
Well, you have to. I think it's more than that, because they also have to disregard history. They always have to say they have every conservative on this block has to do two things. They have to defend white supremacy, and to defend white supremacy, they have to disregard history and context.
Mm-hmm.
Every argument's the same. It's first of all, what do you hear? It ain't racism. Oh, well, hang on. Here's the second part. Here's the second part of this argument, and you'll hear it. You got to hop in a time machine and go way back to find whatever it is that it was. Like suffering happened way back then, but now all of a sudden we don't suffer anything anymore at any time, anywhere, which is not true at all. Because one question he'll never answer is, where can you take your black ass where you're free from racism, you're free from police brutality, you're free from all of these things in all the municipalities and of that state? Where can you be a free black man, stand absolutely still, and have nobody fucks with you? Where is this magical place?
When you look at fuck with each other more than the white people fuck with us.
No. Hang on. The reason that's not true. The reason
EBD, get your question answered. Mr. Williams in the answer, he said something different, right? So when I look at the predominantly black cities, to Cheeky's point, we also do the best in those cities. So like Washington, D.C. is number one, Charlotte, Raleigh, Atlanta, Houston. So when it's all of us, you kind of see us thriving pretty well. Newark, New Jersey, as an example, right? Back in 2020.
New Orleans.
No, I'm talking about where we're doing good.
We do good.
Newark, New Jersey, right? I think it was the year 2020. The cops didn't pull their guns at all the whole year, because there's an understanding. I got pulled over in DC. I'm drunk as a skunk. I'm flying. I got another event. Cops say, hey, he flagged me down. He said, hey, turn your lights on. When the cops see me pull me over, he's like, oh, you DJ HAMP, right? Because it's literally your people, you know? the shoot first shit isn't it. You don't see it as much because we being policed by other black men predominantly. So I do see not a oasis, but I do see a benefit to that. You know what I'm saying?
They know you like that in DC.
Mm-hmm.
Can we address the doing well part though? Because I want to know what you mean by that, right? And I'm not trying to poo-poo it, but I'm saying if it's all black people, there's gonna be somebody doing better than others, right? Somebody's gonna be
there's people doing poorly, yes, sir. I guess
my question really is it that they're doing better? Like, is it that the black people who are in these places where it's mostly black people are doing better than black people in places where it's mixed or predominantly white? Or is it just that the black people that are doing well there are just the ones who are at the top?
So, Beans, here's what I think we're experiencing when it's predominantly black and led by black. We're experiencing the nepotism that white people get to experience. So because I'm in charge or I'm the leader or whatever the case is, now I'm hiring people and bringing them up. So if ever I needed something and I wasn't able to do it and said could do it, I instantly call him. Now that's money in your pocket. When you look at the small business enterprises, right? There's so many black ones giving out different contracts. The mayor is black, as an example, right? So I DJ'd at our house probably 8 times because somebody knew me and referred me. So just little stuff like that, we have more opportunities, and that's a lot how nepotism works for white people in a lot of places.
Yeah, and I think that is more of like a character flaws that we have, to where we can't work together for as group economics and we're not marrying each other. We have to work on relational skills, because I think like single-handedly we making money because Asians are rich because we give them money. Like those other people are rich because we give them money, so we're making the money. But the way that they count wealth in this country is by family, household incomes. And we just don't have enough like on paper marriages and where our money is. And then black people, they be evading taxes and hiding their money. Black people be making stuff under the table. Like black men are hustlers. Like you would think like
damn snitch,
money, but they be cutting grass, cutting hair, doing all type of other stuff on the side. They spend the money. They got the $700 shoes, HAMP, $900 shoes with butterflies on them. You know what I'm saying?
Telling this shit. We can't tell you shit. You out here telling on niggas.
Y'all ain't have to tell me. I'm a black girl. I know what's going on. So I feel like we got the money. We just don't know how to really come together, to really work together yet.
I'm about to slide him. I just want to say another bang, man. This was a banger today.
Yeah, this is a good one, bro.
So I want to give my credit for coming to bat with the single to bring everybody into focus about this man
shit like that.
My boy Beans came with a double, got me the third, and then that boy Tiki. I'm talking about home run, sending everybody home.
Yeah, no doubt. Not to mention. No, I think I agree. Not to mention y'all listen to me for 3 hours and then y'all stole whatever I said.
Nobody listens to you.
Shit I be talking about right here. Racism. They swear it don't exist no more.
I know that people be stressed.
Oh man.
To that point, Shy, real quick. When I was trying to go and you was like, hold on for a second, you went right where I was about to go.
Okay.
To the point about how they be on the internet with the women. You went right where I was about to go,
It's
man.
the same, bro. It's the same.
Tiki killed it today, though. I gotta give it to him. You too, B. Y'all killed it.
Man, good shit, fellas. Hey, Shy, be safe. You heard?
Oh, salute, man. Next time.
No doubt. Damn, man. That's interesting. Go ahead, Bobo.
Yeah, my thing is this, right? If, like we all agreed upon, well, most of us, I didn't hear everybody's point. We don't use the hard R to describe each other. Never. I don't care. You gonna always be a coon in my book. Period. We never, grandma and them never used that. Uncle John, Pookie Ray, none of them. These are black people. We're all black people from all over the country. We ain't never talked like that to describe our worst people. We never talked like that. If you was a murderer in the hood, we never called you no hard R.
You know what, Vovo? You know what's funny to me is that you are so taken aback by the fact that he used the hard R. But you know what was more offensive to me? That as soon as y'all got into it, as soon as y'all start having y'all back and forth, the first thing he said was broke ass nigga.
That's not offensive though. I'm not.
Wait.
I saw Beans was like,
Like,
immediately.
Who said that?
Fantastic.
I'm not a broke
Immediately,
ass.
as soon as they
I'm
started
extremely
having
well. I've been driving trucks
told
for
y'all
12
about
years.
Fantastic.
I live in the hood.
Waiting for somebody to tell him anything.
So
Because
he
he
could-
already superior. He
Right.
act like he like representing the regular niggas until you step out of line and he have to remind you.
Right.
That you're beneath him. That you're beneath him.
You're broke, motherfucker.
Okay. So look, I can explain that. I can explain that where that. Hold up.
I want
it was
Bobo
on
to
me.
explain to me
It
why
was
the
on me.
hell
It's the
he's
cut me
more
off.
taken aback about a hard R than being called broke.
Because I'm not a broke ass nigga, bro. I'm living ghetto fabulous. I'm living ghetto fabulous. That don't hurt me, bro. What I'm saying
But
is
you're not a nigger either.
I am a nigger. I'm the hard R. I'm a descendant of them people. I'm a descendant of them people. That's a flex for me. They call Martin Luther King
if it's a
the hard
flex,
R.
why you mad
They
that
call
he's
Jack
said
Johnson
it?
the hard R. Bro, you know what I'm saying, bro? Or maybe y'all don't. Bro, that shit don't bother me. Bro,
You have the wrong conversation. It's not about whether it hurts your feelings, whether Mr. Fantastic said is the hard R or not. He's black. He can't hurt you racially like that. Not like white people can back in the days when they were using it to call you anything that they wanted to. They meant to hurt your feelings. They meant to make sure that you were dehumanized. That's hang on. Hold up. Yo, man, just let me finish. Just sit there and just let me finish. My God, it ain't
finish. It was on me.
I got it. Hold up. You were talking about ER. You're talking about how you're not offended by it. I said, when we're talking about the context of it, when we're talking about white people using it toward black people, it's a dehumanizing aspect to rob you of your humanity. You're not the same. You'll never be equal. Neither will your children, your grandparents, anybody. No respect for you at all. It is all gone because of that word that they've been using.
They ain't the same as me. I'm over them. I'm more superior than them. They got to cheat to win. I got to go out here and face the world as a black man every day. I got to be 10 times better than them.
I agree. But we were never talking about white people.
Y'all didn't let me finish. But you talking about, you know what threw me out? That was you.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking you a question. That's what I'm saying to EBD. This is personal, like anecdotal to Vovo, because he has this issue with Fantastic for using a hard R, which he now is saying he is one. So I don't know why you have an issue with him.
What I'm saying, I can tell his character, bro. I can see what he is. We don't talk like. Do y'all talk like that in Chicago?
We've answered this question up 10
well,
times
then,
already.
bro, you should get to see the same thing, bro. You just
I'm trying to understand, why do you have a problem with the hard R more than being called broke? I just need you to explain that to me. You're not a hard R either.
But being so Fantastic is more like a white man to him than anything else.
Oh, that's sad.
Period.
That's
it. I can understand what Bobo's saying that he won't say.
No, what I'm saying is,
let me roast your boy real quick. Fantastic could be a lot of things. Said white ain't one of them.
I understand that. I get it.
Oh, I thought I could finish, bro.
Fantastic being trying to attack me. I was just
no, bro. I ain't gonna attack you, bro. I'd rather not attack you.
You got super sound?
Beans, I know you ain't talking.
So my thing is this: we don't talk like that. That's coon shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's coon shit. That ain't. We ain't never
coon shit to call people broke.
Huh?
Right?
No, he just saying that because I heard his
money. You should be insulted by him.
Because I heard his feelings, bro. I heard his feelings. I'm trying to point out he's a coon. That's what I'm saying. You defending the guy. Like he's a raccoon. Here's my last point.
Vovo, let me explain something to you real quick. Why
you doing that though, bro?
I need you to understand something. You're accusing me of something that's not happening. What I'm saying to you, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I think he was right about you. For some reason, you got it in for him. You making it about the hard R, but the arguments that you're making right now are not making sense. Nobody else cares really, so there's nobody else trying to argue with you. But what I'm saying is this. To me, I get offended when niggas immediately call another black man broke. I get offended by that shit because you don't know whether this nigga is broke or not, right? But you immediately go to that as if it's some kind of diss. So I was offended for you, right? For him calling you broke, and I'm not understanding why you don't take that more offensively than the hard R from another black man. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, I think that's more offensive. Is my point. I'm not defending Fantastic.
Got you. Well, just rewind the tape, y'all, and y'all to see what happened exactly. You know, he was talking about I'm proud to be a drug dealer. I said, ain't you the same guy that called black people hard R's? And we don't do that. We don't talk like that.
That's
Period.
exactly how they happen.
That shows that he's a coon. He's a coon. He's got all the coon.
Rich, what up, boy? All right, well, he ain't here, right? So, see, Rich with the $5.
No, I'm trying to. God damn, bro, this nigga don't gonna shut up. This my last point, bro. Them niggas that be on the internet whining about women and all that type of shit. The real nigga ain't whining about no women. And nigga that's having women and women like them. All the women in my life love me. My mama, my daughter, my girlfriend, the ladies I work with. All of them adore me. They all light up when they see me. There's always hugs and kisses and all that. If it's a guy out here whining about women all day, he ain't got no women. How you gonna complain when this woman
just say
cooking for you, this woman cooking for you, sexting you, rubbing your back, listening to your bullshit? Man, all right. I think y'all get what I'm saying.
Yeah, we get it.
Hours ago.
See, Rich with the $5 says, shout out to the young niggas. Cheeky is a coon hunter without the bloodhound. Woody Jim with the $2 change the name of the show to I'm Not Black, I'm OJ. Wow. Aaron with the $2 the system was built but racist, so it is. Wait, system was built but racist, so it is.
By he meant by
racist, so it is racist. Okay.
Hey, cousin.
AL with the $2 says we used to have black business districts all over. Aaron with the $2 says beans, they are military Trump supporters. That's why. Dirty Dude with the $2 says great show. Ham salute my G. Good to see you. Aaron with the $2 says y'all better not vote in 2028. True from reality undefeated with the $5 says racism is the number one problem. Men have dozens of problems with women and they deal with far more frequently and often daily. Cheeky was wrong as fuck. It is not the same. Black bro finish, then you respond. I just came out of nowhere. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So it's been a great one, man. We've been up here for 6 hours and 21 minutes. It didn't even feel like that, to be 100% honest, man. I think that it was spirited. It was fun, for sure. It's a lot to look at, man. Do we automatically pick a side when it comes to these things? And if we do, should we, right? Or should we assess every single possible outcome or what could have happened? Or on its face, do you instantly side with the people that look like you? So it's interesting for sure, man. It's interesting for sure. We was in Atlanta doing the whole meetup thing. So I kept seeing Carmelo Anthony. It's like Carmelo Anthony defends himself. That was the first thing I saw. And to Bean's point, I'm like, well, how they spell Carmelo name wrong? Mm-hmm. And then once we finally settled down from the weekend, I'm like, oh shit, okay, that's what this is. So it was interesting to me for sure. I think I want to continue to update it as more facts come out. But one thing I'm kind of taken aback by is there's no video, right? Like there's a video for everything, Obviously CCTV probably don't exist at the field, but it just surprising that nobody's recording an altercation happening when quite literally people record every altercation. You know what I'm saying? So that part giving me cause for pause, man.
You know what that represents, right?
What's that?
How spontaneous it was.
Indeed. I think it was a pretty acute interaction, right? For nobody to get their camera out. Unexpected even,
You said this took place under the bleachers?
No, underneath a tent.
So they had kind of privacy anyway, or
no? It was just it's a track meet. So you put up a tent over the bleachers when it start raining, and people put their stuff under it like that. So you could probably fit 10 or so people under it in the midst of the bleachers. So he's sitting there. Boy, come over. Why you sitting here? I'm sitting here. Maybe because he was invited. That's what somebody said. The reason why the boys went over there first place allegedly is because one of their girlfriends was there. The boy who got stabbed. And he said, if you touch me, you're gonna see what happens. He touched him. He got stabbed. He left. Got arrested. Asked the cops if this is self-defense. Et cetera, et cetera. So a lot to mine out and unpack. Hopefully more news facts come out so we can continue to get to the bottom of it. And then when they do come out, we'll revisit and make a like an empirical conclusion almost, right?
Maybe a reassessment. Maybe there's something we didn't like, because like for cameras too, someone could be recording from we don't know until they maybe, just like with the other incidents that we talk about.
Yeah. Beans, any final thoughts? See y'all in a couple hours to the POV, man. Go ahead, Beans.
Yeah, man. I would be remiss if I didn't mention this. I slightly had a chance to get it in when Hamp was talking about, gentrification and stuff like that happens to Black people. I did a little bit of research and I found out that all of these conservative douchebags are the number 3 welfare recipients in America. Yep. I'm not even joking. So
Welfare,
the top three welfare recipients is Medicaid, food stamps, earned income tax credit, and child care tax credit. Y'all get more welfare than people who get Section 8. Checkmate. Don't you ever run your mouth again. I got the numbers if you want to debate me on it, but you're just gonna lose. Welfare, you on welfare, Hamp? My man Fantastic is on welfare. Yeah, hey, August Moore, you on welfare? Throwing up the W. Welfare recipients, number 3 in the whole country. Checkmate.
Earned income credit, huh?
I can show it to you. I know y'all don't like it. I know they don't like it.
Before. You showed that before, I think.
I know that. Yeah, I did a show on it yesterday. They broke down the whole list. So it's 13 qualifiers. It's 14 qualifiers, and the top 13 are less than Medicaid. And what I also found out is that more than 50% of Medicaid recipients are elderly and disabled. So you can't even blame that on people just being poor, right? So I'm just saying, y'all get the top 3rd most welfare out the country. All of y'all using y'all kids to eat off the system. Checkmate. Welfare.
Then Hamp got 15 kids. You know he be getting them rags.
Oh
back.
God. Stop taking your brother's money, Hamp. This ain't right. Hamp like shit. Fuck that. I'm on welfare.
I pay at the end of the year. God damn it.
Nah, but listen, the truth of the matter is, I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna poke fun at August and Fantastic and all the rest of these welfare getting niggas, but we just got to get to the point where we realize it make no sense for you niggas to complain about paying taxes and then at the same time talk shit about people who get things from the government. That makes no sense. You're not supposed to have taxation without representation. So if the government is going to eat off you, it makes all the sense in the world for you to eat off them as well. And I know what you're going to argue, but it's our tax money. Well, unfortunately, that's also not true, because all of your tax money goes to pay the interest on money borrowed, and the government budget is about $9 trillion, right? Welfare is only $1 trillion of that. And again, y'all get more welfare than people who get housing assistance. So shut up. I appreciate it.
Big said.
All I got is full circle back to what we actually came here for. People need to teach their kids to keep their hands to themselves, because there's no telling how somebody's going to respond to getting bullied and the mentality that they have after being bullied. I mean, that's just what this whole situation is about. Was he wrong? Absolutely, to an extent, but at the same time, he has a right to defend himself.
Mr. Williams.
Great show. I think the bigger lesson that we need to really learn is these children wasn't supervised. They had too much freedom. And I think that's one of the biggest issues we have going on right now with these teenagers. They're not being supervised as much. And that apparently you can't have faith in just them making the correct decisions. I think we need to look into that more. About parents need to pay attention to what their children are really doing and what they're going through.
EVD.
We're gonna keep having. It was a good discussion. Most of it anyway. But I'll try and keep it quick. I just want to say that in order to try and move forward, we have to call things for what they are instead of trying to dismiss these incidences as one-offs. If you start to see a pattern emerge of people thinking that they're entitled to your body and just for you sitting there existing, we have a problem. And the problem is not us thinking that we're a victim or victim mentality. When you cannot exist in peace in a country that you're born in simply because of an ideology, we have a serious problem that we need to confront and address. And ducking, dodging, and running away from an issue is not how you solve anything. We got here to where I got this house and this car and this job and this money because I come from a bloodline of black men and women who had to fight, march, and die for this shit. If we were all as equal as everyone said, and we can have a 5-year-old black child walk anywhere in the United States and not be messed with, that is when freedom has come. When that black child can walk freely without being messed with, but maybe encouraged instead of discouraged. So we don't have that yet. That's a fantasy. That is not a lived reality anywhere. Not yet. We have to fight for that reality. I mean, without racism, how many Wakandas do we have? So I'm just saying, just keep that in mind. I'll leave it there.
Good show. Thanks to everybody who came on the panel today, everybody in the chat, everybody who liked the channel, everybody who sent the super chat. Thank you, HAMP, for providing the community so that we can have these conversations and push the narrative and discover all points, mind it all out. Happy that you just had another successful meetup and weekend because y'all taking it to the next level off the panels into real life. Sometimes we can't see the forest for the trees, but this is just the beginning. Like I said, they're gonna be studying this shit in like 30 years. They're gonna put us on TV and talk about where these conversations come from, and it's actually going to improve the community because it's building awareness. Shout out to EBD. He must ain't been in no swinger parties because he made his way back. Mr. Williams, I hope you on 10 cigarettes a day now. But thank y'all. Have a good day.
Indeed, man. Yeah, man, I agree. I think it's an awesome conversations that have to be had. Let's say this first and foremost, right? It's unfortunate, Don't get me wrong, though hand joining hand, the wicked will not go unpunished, But everybody can, should, and must have a soft spot for the youth, Because a lot of this is rooted in guidance and poor decisions, and we all been there. Maybe not to this extreme, but I'm telling you, I've been in situations where I'm surprised everybody made it home. So often everybody had plans for the next day and never get there. We make rash decisions, man. 10 seconds can change the trajectory of your life. It has for me on occasion. So you'd be surprised, man. I think it's good that we have the conversation, and as the facts come out, we continue to mine through our thought processes. And if it must change, then it must change. Wherever you sit today, based on the truths that come out, based on the investigation, you have to change your outlook if you get information that refutes what you thought. That's the only way that we're going to continue to improve and then come up with solutions. That's the only way. So don't be stuck on the side, be willing to change. So I think that's how we benefit. The ladies' POV tonight, man, I don't want to hear no more equality talk from women ever again, bro. After what they was talking about on the field day, they don't want equality, man. Wow. We're going to get into it. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. See y'all in a few hours. All right. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.